Being a prince but weak and useless, what can he do? Yes, without strength you can't do anything. This young man is a young prince, the first son of the king in the luxurious kingdom, located in the east of the Heroines continent. But life is often like that. One day without clouds or rain, it didn't matter if it wasn't rain or not. His mother, the queen, was poisoned, and his respected father, the beloved king, completely changed his attitude towards his son. Davy was shot by his half-brother while hunting and fell into a coma, becoming a vegetable. If it was normal, he would have died long ago. But he's Davy, so of course he has to be a little different. After falling into a coma, Davy's soul was thrown into a temple where the souls of great heroes gather, called the Hall of Fame of Heroes. Here a 10-year-old kid like him had to go through terrible things. If he was not satisfied, he would be punched. Once he survives and completes his mission, he will be thrown into the fire and told that it is his next mission. It's all for your own good is what the boy was told. Finally, after 1,000 years of training, the young man was able to leave this hellish place. And that was also the moment the prince's body woke up after 6 years of coma, along with the knowledge and power after thousands of years of being buried and beaten by heroes. The first thing Davy said was, "I will take everything back for you, the owner of this body." On the first day, Davy's spirit arrived at the Hall of Fame of Heroes. They were all very happy to welcome him at first, but when they found out he was just an ordinary person, they changed 180 degrees. They looked at him with uncomfortable eyes and were not comfortable at all, just suddenly felt scared, so could not say anything. But then the dam broke. The young man could not bear it any longer and said words that shocked them to the core. However, while sitting in a corner and talking to a guy who claimed to be a survival expert named Hercules, he lifted him up by the neck and loudly declared, "I will give you what you want. It wasn't your fault in the first place, so it's ridiculous that you're the one showing it." So that was the beginning of Davy's days of being beaten down and training non-stop. Back to the present, it's been several days since Davy woke up. The only person who cares, looks after and cleans the room is the maid. Basically because he was still hiding, no one would know. It was hard to move his body, but the young man was still able to slowly sit up, even though he was really weak. The first thing he did was find out what day it was since he was shot and knocked out. Holding the calendar in his hand, Davy looked surprised. "It's been 6 years already. I can't believe it." He promised himself that he would never let that happen again, and to avoid that he needed to recover his body as quickly as possible. Then the young man applied everything he had learned during this time to perform magic, but nothing happened. Time after time, there was still no progress. The power of God, the ruler of the world, a terrifying power given only to those loved by God, which he learned from Daphne, the daughter accepted by God. Through the way she used her own power, finally through hard work, for hundreds of years, she achieved that power. Davy feared that because he had been paralyzed for the past 6 years, his body had lost all the experience he had gained. But that was not the case. All of them were human down to a single hair. He tried to move his currently weak body so that the most basic healing ability could work. But no matter what he did, it wouldn't budge an inch. Normally, he would give up, but if he didn't move, he would die anyway. Finally, under the tireless efforts, the young man succeeded and was able to recover under the power of the saint. He happily walked out. The cool, fresh breeze that had been blowing for so long gently hit his face, a truly refreshing feeling. Davy happily spread his arms and shouted with all his respect for the sun. At this moment, the maid from outside came in and saw the scene in front of her. She froze for 5 seconds, trembling and stammering, "Your Highness, how could you—" The young man should be lying dead on the bed right now, but he's standing there. Who wouldn't be scared? Then some other people came to visit. The family doctor checked Davy. He felt quite strange why his body was so surprisingly healthy. And beside the extravagant woman who poisoned his mother to take her place, the current queen, Lines Baris, and her children are also here. Beast Prince 2, Carlos, and 3rd Prince Benedis. She asked Davy meanly if he had seen the man who had shot the arrow. The young man knew who it was, but couldn't tell the truth. Can only kick indirectly, causing the second prince to turn green with fear. After a brief chat, the group left, leaving Davy alone, feeling that everything was meaningless. Even so, he will still take revenge. The most important thing now is to calm down and recover first. Time passed. It had been 2 weeks since Davy's power awakened. He was recovering quickly, thanks to healing magic. From the knowledge of a prophet who studied the human body, taught by his sister named Haya. But in contrast to that recovery, the meals that young people look forward to every day are only porridge and porridge. Moreover, the healing magic made Davy digest 3 times faster than normal, making the maid panic without having time to prepare. Feeling my body is getting better, and of course the consequence of digesting too quickly is having to go to the toilet 3 times more often. After waking up, he couldn't sit still forever, so he pulled out the documents about the castle he was staying in to review. Basically, Davy discovered the horrifying truth that almost any stepmother would do. This is not the king's castle now, but it was used by many kings in the past. However, now there is only a maid who manages this place. Even though he was poor in the past, he never had to worry about food and drink. According to calculations, they should have received exactly 500 gold each month. However, the amount they both received was less than 100 gold. And what's more, the maid only received 1/3 of her salary. She is kind but a fool. Servants are the property of the nobility. Amy is the daughter of a painter. Due to poverty, she became a servant to take care of Davy and the castle without leaving for the past 6 years, even if you have to pay your own salary. To be fair, Davy had let her take her full share of his earnings, even though they had nothing to feed themselves now, and he had also forbidden her from calling him by that damned prince title, since princes were supposed to manage their own fortunes. And then Davy went with Amy to the royal castle to find his beloved father, who did nothing when his mother was poisoned. So of course, he couldn't consider him his father anymore. This place is magnificent and majestic. At first, Amy seems scared, but in the end, she is still the one to guide the young man. The first place the prince went to was the finance department. He came to clarify his budget. However, it seemed that these people looked down on this prince who had been unfaithful for 5 years. Davy sat down on the chair coolly and questioned clearly. The amount of gold that should have been received was 500, but why the amount of gold we received was not even 100? You say it's because of the fees to maintain the castle. Even the other castles do. So why does the castle you are maintaining have cracks in the floor and weeds growing all over the garden? And the hills are slowly collapsing. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a haunted house. Do you like it? The old man, who was considered the head of the finance department, talked back and forth, roughly saying that he was pushing the responsibility to another department and that he had nothing to do with it. Davy knew that no matter where he was, they would blame someone and drag out the time, so he didn't bother with them and just stood up and left. Throw him some threats back. Go buy something with the money you got from me. After Davy left that damn place, he asked Amy to get him a sword. Made her panic, thinking that he was going to castrate someone because he didn't achieve his goal. But Davy wasn't stupid in an unstable state. What would happen if the prince started to deal with every servant and noble without reason? It's a simple answer that anyone can know. The prince is crazy. We must eliminate the prince. They will not hesitate to do it. And of course, Davy had no intention of becoming a prey for those childish nobles. The thing he was cutting down was not human, but beasts for food. To lie to the maid, Davy pretended to suddenly see the cute wild boar lying dead in front of the castle, so they would both bring it back as a trophy. But the truth is that he was the one who sent her to reincarnation, but it was an absurd thing. So the young man pretended not to know anything. Amy saw the prince about to kill the pig and was shocked and knelt down. "Mr. Davy, please let me do it. I can't let your hands touch animal blood. When you kill it, if you are not careful, you might get hurt again, poor girl. Who would ever think of a murderer as prey? A man who was trained by the master of survival Hercules to become an expert is afraid of things like this." Davy also understood that even if he wanted to see the king, he would be refused due to political issues, and there was nothing the other departments could do. It seems the queen is stopping you with everything in her power, so eating will have to be done on your own from now on. Indeed, even though the first prince who was abandoned by the king had woken up after 6 years, she still wanted to hold his life in her hands, so the queen had someone monitor the young man's every move. According to the report, he can barely walk and cannot do anything else, and with his current condition, it will take at least a year to fully recover. After a while, Davy and Amy's relationship gradually got better. Usually she was always shocked by everything the young master did, but now she gradually adapted, although she still refused to sit down to eat together. Things gradually got better. Every day Davy tries to find a quiet and peaceful place inside the forest when the air begins to flow into the body, take energy from nature, and exhale a steady breath called breathing with mana, a technique of the shaman, the god Odin. Understanding the energy that the body can contain requires regular practice and use. However, in this way, the energy will usually take several months to gather. This is the magic of breathing technique. If this country could learn this technique, it would bring about a great revolution. However, Davy had no intention of revealing it to anyone, and besides, it was not something that could be achieved easily. Davy also felt that he was being watched by many people. Paying attention to it would only bring trouble, so it was best to remain silent. On the contrary, this might help Dar, as they think he is just a stupid and weak prince. Due to the often distorted spread, Davy's energy was able to practice peacefully and also accumulated quite a lot of energy. However, there is something else, which is the magic energy circle. Priests can't use magic, wizards can't use holy power, and prophets are powers that neither can use, yet Davy can use all three of these powers. Usually when using magic, magicians have to draw a circle on their heart. However, this method cannot prevent the conflict between power and prophetic power. If he tried to do that, his heart would be destroyed, so a circle that would fit Davy would be the arterial circle. By connecting all of your arteries, you create a circle that carries energy through it to use your entire body, including your heart. In addition to preventing the conflict between holy power and divine power, it also brought about an amazing result. However, this is very similar to body modification, so just one small mistake and you're done. And that's also why Davy didn't want to do it the last time he tried. It was almost possible, but thanks to 4 respected masters. But there was no room for failure now. It wasn't as bad as pruning for thousands of years in that temple, and now he had to get started and do it right away. I don't know how much time passed, but it was past dinner time. Amy still hadn't seen Davy return, so she was extremely panicked, walking back and forth with a worried look on her face. She thought to herself, he said not to be disturbed unless something major happened, but if something happened to him, he wouldn't be able to call for help. Luckily at this time, the young man also crawled out of the forest, but his body was not feeling well, and he hugged the maid and fainted. The next morning when he woke up, he was lying in bed, and next to him was Amy, who had fallen asleep. And the circle he made was completed perfectly. Those 3 powers were merging in his veins. The strange thing about this circle is that it has a special effect without limits. Just by moving one finger, you can use any simple spell, including recovery. 5 months later, exactly 3 months before the arterial bypass was completed, and the young man's life became more stable. Someone brought food to the castle. At first, Davy thought it was the Queen's plan, but there's no way she would be so nice for no reason. But actually, if he spread his energy around the castle to find out who it was, it would be an easy task anyway. Those people kept their distance from Amy so as not to interfere with her daily life, so the young man didn't want to interfere too deeply. Today, while the maid was happily receiving a large amount of food, Davy urged her to quickly return to welcome some guests. They were the Queen's minions who came to check on Davy's health and treat him, but instead of treating him, he said that since the prince had been bedridden for a long time, it would be difficult for us to use holy power on him. So you should be grateful for what you have, but he doesn't know when you fully recovered. It's just an act for them. It's truly disappointing for a guy who doesn't even know how to use healing magic properly, as a representative of the Lord and of this country, to abandon his own responsibilities and listen to the orders of others. It's not that it can't be cured, it's that you don't want to be cured. Davy saw his arrogant attitude and asked again, I think with the power that Prior gave you, you can cure me quickly, right? That priest has the audacity to argue back so blatantly, Prince. You say that because you don't understand how to use it. Holy knowledge and power are things only for priests. Even if you are a prince, you should not demand such things. That is the truth. Seeing her master being humiliated, the maid Amy rushed in front of him and shouted, Priest Boris, you are talking to the prince. Be careful with your words. But after that sentence, the bastard priest turned around and slapped her painfully in the face in front of Davy, as if he didn't care about her, and also threatened Amy to see him off. The young man was furious, but couldn't do anything. If he revealed his power, the queen would take action, so he had to grit his teeth and sit there watching his people being taught a lesson. The old priest then threatened Amy to follow him and assassinate the prince, but of course she did not agree. He continued his persuasion. Do you think that in this capital there is anyone who will stand by that useless person and who would dare to punish him, a close relative of the queen, the successor of Priya, right? Ha ha ha. It was just when he finished speaking that Davy had been sitting behind, listening for a long time. When endurance reaches its peak, people will do things that no one can predict, and Davy is no exception. Anger is rising throughout his body. It is like the impetus for the drama behind. Bora suddenly fell to the ground when he saw the prince appear, pointing his sword at him like a normal person, while he had been lying paralyzed on the bed. Davy asked Amy what the punishment for blasphemy against the royal family was, but it seemed like she was still in shock and hadn't recovered yet. Only when Davy asked her a second time did she open her mouth to speak. That was also the moment the priest's head fell to the ground, and the end for the crime of blasphemy was death on the spot. Before his throat was cut, Boras did not forget to leave a few last words. The queen would not let this go. Davy was cool as a cucumber as he replied to him, "Thanks for the warning, but I guarantee that your followers will disappear too." A moment later, the news of the henchman's death reached the queen's ears. She angrily slapped Davy and threatened him. "Are you crazy? How could you kill the disciple of the Holy Land? How dare you do that if you are not?" Before the old lady could show off her power, her illegitimate son interrupted and said that disciple threatened my life, so I punished him according to the law. What's wrong with that? It's funny, it's only when we're in a coma that the laws of this country become so cruel. Everything happened and the king just kept silent and did nothing, but for me, I was the one who punished the blasphemer against the royal family. How absurd! Since when did the status of royalty become lower than that of a disciple? The queen was so angry that she trembled and could not control her emotions to the point of insulting Davy's dead mother. But the next day she was slapped in the face by Davy's words. He implied that he knew that the person who had harmed her that year was Carlos the Second Prince, but he just didn't say it out loud. If you don't want strange news to be circulated, you should repair this dilapidated castle soon and don't let this happen again. A few days later, when the priest was punished and the queen was warned, a rumor spread throughout the palace that the prince had a problem with his head after waking up and that the first prince, Davy Roan, had gone crazy. Because half of the people in the palace sided with the queen, Davy's reputation plummeted. Amy didn't pay any attention to this. She was happy and full of life because the amount of food that the anonymous person sent today was countless. More specifically, the Grand Steward, a branch of the Besfus royal family, brought in the criminals on the Queen's orders who had embezzled money from the Davy Palace treasury and fled. There were a few familiar faces, although they had previously said they were not under their jurisdiction. Their punishment depended on Davy's orders, but would usually behead them and their entire clan. Hearing that they were about to be sent to eat naked chicken, they cried out in pain and begged for their lives without thinking about what they had done. But having the reputation of being a bloodthirsty prince, of course Davy wouldn't spare anyone. He ordered the butler to throw them all in jail and not give them a single drink, then execute them after 9 days. Although he was not very happy because this was the Queen's order, the young man still went along because the situation had become much more interesting. After that, the vacant positions in the palace were filled. Amy was promoted to the prince's personal senior maid, and her bonus was also increased. The only thing is that Davy has not been allowed to see me again, whether by the Queen or by himself, I don't know. Before letting Lord Besfus leave, Davy did not forget to say thank you for sending food regularly. But the old man denied it as if he knew nothing, only reminding the young man that a special guest would come to visit. Indeed, right after that, Amy ran in panting, and before she could say anything, she was kicked out by Winley al-Roun, second princess of the Roun Kingdom, and Baris al-Roun, the fourth prince of the Roun Kingdom, twin brother of Winley. The current king of the Rhone kingdom, Cryanesi al-Rhone, has 3 wives, including the current queen, Lines Baris, along with 2 other concubines, Alice and Anisha. While the second concubine alive supports the queen, the first concubine, Anisha, does not choose any side and decides to remain neutral, becoming an outsider among the wives. Baris and Winley are her children, which means Davy and these 2 kids are half-brothers. The 2 of them were so worried when they saw Davy that they argued so loudly that they almost dragged each other out to exercise. Davy stood by and watched everything. He was not surprised because they were still the same, not a single change, still close brothers and sisters, and listened to everything he wanted to say. 6 years ago, when Davy was knocked unconscious and the twins were only 8 years old, they were sent to a remote area. At that time, these 2 helpless children could not do anything else. In addition, the concubine Anisha sent Tana, her eldest daughter, to another country due to the plot of Queen Lines. At least she had to protect the other 2 children, even though this was hard to accept. The brothers happily talked to each other for a while. They had met their father before coming here, and his condition didn't seem to be good. Baris, after learning that the palace had become dilapidated because some people had embezzled money from the budget, became angry and wanted to report it to the king, but was stopped by Davy. He said it would return to its original state soon, since they were all caught, and besides, there was no point in wasting effort on something like that. He could handle it himself. Davy is so happy that besides Amy, there are still many people on his side. This is like a dream. The 2 kids also brought Davy another surprise, which was that Baris would be participating in the Continental Swordsmanship Competition. A swordsmanship competition held every 5 years, this time in the Kingdom of Pelisti. It is a competition to promote friendship between continents, like the Olympics. Mercenaries and royalty. Many people from different classes participated. The twins wanted Davy to take the opportunity to go out with them, since he seemed to have never been out of the kingdom before, and Baris had also suggested it to their father, so this was allowed. Besides, I heard that Pelisti is a city of water, with many beautiful sceneries. Winley was afraid that his sick brother would not be able to walk, so he suggested that he carry him everywhere. Davy thought for a while, as Baris said, Davy rarely left this palace. Moreover, enjoying the events in this world at least once wasn't bad, and could also have a little fun. He looked at the 2 kids with an expectant look and replied, "Okay, I can't do anything either." He couldn't refuse the twins' offer, which made the Winley brothers happy as they planned out the famous places to go. A few days later, thanks to the Queen's order, workers were quickly dispatched, and Davy's palace became more like a living home, no longer a haunted house. Amy looked around happily and exclaimed, "I can't believe this day has come. I'm so happy. It's great that everything is getting better and better. It seems like she has been suppressed for too long." At this moment, the Winley brothers also arrived. The princess gently asked, "Hyung Nim, are you ready?" "It's time, Amy. You're packed right. You're ready. So let's go to the sword competition." The sword competition is an event that attracts the attention of the whole world. Its influence is huge. In addition to Baris participating in the competition, Davy also went along, and it seemed quite tense. If Baris could achieve anything, Prince Carlos's position would be shaken. For some reason, the Queen agreed to let Baris participate in this competition, but she was sure that the boy would not be able to do anything, or that was just her plan. The competition began with the presence of the king, the ruler of the country, King Crianes al-Rhone, who held the greatest power. This was the first time Davy had seen him since waking up from his coma. The king had avoided him for half a year, and now he called the young man over. He was truly incomprehensible. He blessed his son before leaving, and looked at Davy and said, "It's good to see you well," causing the young man to stand there stunned. He didn't want to show his emotions in front of him, even though this was the current king. The king's confidence and heroic spirit were no longer visible. He had truly changed an old lion, completely tired of everything being so boring. Then the order was given, "Listen, the participation of Prince Baris is an important thing for this purpose. We will remove the curfew and start the festival." For safety, the 3 Davy brothers were escorted by high-ranking royal soldiers on their way to the Kingdom of Pelisti. The atmosphere in the carriage was as cheerful as usual, with Winley and Baris bickering incessantly. More specifically, Davy had thoughtfully prepared good wine for everyone to enjoy. It was something precious that he would never have brought out, even if it cost him his life, because the young man had valued everything his mother had left him as his own life. The little princess was very happy to enjoy the precious food and exclaimed, "You have changed a lot, Hyung Nim." But then the kids forgot about the sad story, continued their fun, and started to raise their glasses for a successful trip. Because it is late, their group will stop for the night in the forest and depart tomorrow morning. It will take about a day to arrive. Baris was worried about his brother, so he looked around and asked, "This must be the first time he had to sleep outside. Are you okay?" Davy smiled and answered confidently. "It's okay," he thought to himself. "Who knows what this brother has been through? Things like this are just a small matter." The two brothers chatted for a while, then went their separate ways back to the camp to rest. Winley was drunk and had fallen asleep long ago. Davy said to Amy a meaningful sentence. "The moon is so beautiful today, it's great to mark a comeback, isn't it?" What a spectacular comeback. The twins have hired 5 guards, 4 of whom are skilled swordsmen. Everything should be peaceful if nothing happens. However, this bloody motif is often not simple stories, like being assassinated while everyone is sleeping, are rarely absent. There are about 20 of them lurking. They also hide the bloodlust of the assassin seems pretty good. Obviously this was that woman's doing a chance to eliminate 3 royals at once, a rare opportunity. Davy almost knew her insides he followed, and then went alone to face the assassins. Although it's not fun to reveal your strength and be suspected, those who see you like this won't be able to live anyway. "If you don't have teeth, use your gums," said Pegasus Doc, Gojin Davy's swordsmanship teacher. Anything in hand can become a weapon. Combat has no rules. Weapons are extensions of the body depending on the way of thinking. A piece of cloth can also be a superior sword. Davy rushed forward with a tree branch in hand. Just a few basic moves made more than half of the assassins lie still on the ground, unable to move. The rest stood still, waiting for a chance to attack, but there was no opening for them. It was a boring hunt. It seemed like it would be a really epic comeback with thrilling twists and turns, but in the end, the stage was all for Da. Not a single one had time to counterattack. Davy moved so smoothly and gracefully that even if they ran, they still couldn't escape his deadly gaze. Some took advantage of the opportunity to attack from behind, but all were useless. All were prey in the tiger's mouth. To welcome the honored guests, Davy also prepared a magical skill that could instantly remove the invisible, colorless, tasteless soul. Although it was a bit brutal, Davy's teachers told him to end things properly and not to show mercy to those who tried to stab him. In the end, after neatly handling all the assassins, Davy quietly left. As long as no one found out, this was a worthy ending, a perfect assassination. At the same time in the palace, the queen also learned that the people she sent had all died. She was extremely angry, gritting her teeth and venting it all on the maid who followed her. She was from the Black Moon Society, considered to be extremely skilled. Then a slap was delivered along with insults. "What the hell are you guys joking about? Look at what she's saying." It was just 3 children and 5 guards. But the person saying that 20 people were all dead, the maid reported that they were investigating this clearly, and it seemed that someone had helped the prince. Hearing that, the queen became even more furious, using her power to threaten. "Don't forget the reason I work and support you is not to receive failure. Do you understand? If you fail this time, our alliance will end, and I will use the power of the royal family, or even the power of this country, to bury the Black Moon Society." The next day, after a long journey, the 3 princes finally arrived at the kingdom of Pelisti, a small but highly developed kingdom. The venue for the competition is a stadium in the city centre, which was formerly used as a battlefield, famous for having gladiators or even monsters fighting for their lives. The brothers walked around the city. Winley said that there were 8 countries participating this time, starting with the host country, then gradually in order. This competition is held with the participation of representatives from each country, and only people under 20 years old participate. Basically, it's just for the younger generation, and mainly for showing off between countries. Baris's skills are mid-level compared to his age. He's really talented. It's something to look forward to. Winley also mentioned the representative of the Fallen Kingdom, the Princess of Swords. But Davy was confused as to who that was. It seems that it was the new person who appeared while the young man was in a coma. Elena Davy Fallon, the first princess of the 9 princes, is the crown prince's most beloved. Not only that, the reason she is famous is because she is the servant of the Holy Sword. Known as the most precious sword, a masterpiece made in 1,000 days and nights. Davy suddenly remembered his first teacher, the sword god Hares, a lazy man but with impeccable skills. Perhaps that was what he left behind. It is said that the Holy Sword has never been damaged, and that it has a consciousness that absorbs magic. The sword's consciousness comes from the creator's soul and love for it. And now the owner that the sword has chosen is Princess Elena Boris said mysteriously. Another reason why Princess Elena is famous is that, yes, she is one of the most beautiful people on the continent. That is the most attractive reason. No one cares that she is the owner of the Holy Sword. At night, a ball took place, everyone dressed up in their best clothes. Davy was also prepared neatly and carefully by Amy because of his qualities as a representative of the kingdom, handsome hair gelled, and all looking very classy, and this and that. Davy kept praising his little sister. She looked like a fairy, making her smile like a flower, unable to close her mouth, and happily asked him to be his escort, while Boris was angry at being left out, so he could only run behind and yell at the other two to wait for him. At the festival site, a beautiful space was arranged splendidly and lavishly. The contestants were all present. They all looked young and full of enthusiasm. And the most famous one seems to be Boris, which is pretty obvious given the kid's talent. Anyway, this party is a good opportunity to make connections and scout out your opponents. Not only Boris, but Winley also got some attention. The little girl seemed quite busy. The younger brother was surrounded by girls until he was suffocating and tried to call for help. But the older brother pretended not to see and ignored it, then asked his younger sister to dance a few songs together for fun. Winley said he felt sorry for Dar. If not for his health condition, he could have participated in this competition. But Davy just smiled and denied it, because when he was 14, he didn't reach that level. Besides, young people have been practicing for over 1,000 years, so things like this don't matter anymore. The two brothers were dancing happily when someone interrupted a guy with shiny hair. The skinny man walked over, pushed Davy away, and took her hand. The princess whispered, "Can you give me a chance to talk?" The younger brother looked embarrassed and flatly refused. But he was arrogant with Davy and introduced himself. "I apologize for my actions. I am Valetian, the 7th son of the Baltis kingdom." Davy didn't seem to care much and replied it turned out to be Davy Alrone. Hearing the name Davy, this guy seemed a bit surprised. What was he shamelessly doing here to pry at the young man? Davy knew he was no good, but still patiently replied, "I came to see my brother's opponents. Why would I come to see you?" He then knelt down and expressed his sincerity to Winley. "I will win this competition. Please watch." Quite annoyed by this prince's arrogant way of speaking, looking down on his opponent and rotten personality, Davy immediately pulled his sister away, but after only a few steps, the other guy used his hand to pull them back. But before he could even touch a hair on her, Davy had already twisted him back, screaming in pain, along with a few warnings. Too angry, Valethian took off his gloves and threw them straight at Davy's face, then challenged him to a duel to regain his honor. At this moment, the famous princess with the magic sword came out from somewhere to stop the argument and wanted the prince to apologize for bullying women. Davy saw her, and suddenly the name of Master Harris, the ancient hero who discovered the Falan Empire, came to mind. It is rumored that he was the first wielder of the Caldara sword, and the creator of the Caldara sword technique, and the creator of the Claymore sword technique. When a sword swing like causing a tsunami, and that is also how he shows his power. Davy didn't know what the hell he was thinking when he thought Harris was in the form of a princess, and smiled to himself. Eleanor continued to press and interrogate the Valetian prince, forcing him to apologize for his rude actions. But for someone with such high pride as him, that was not easy. Seeing that the situation seemed to be coming to a dead end, Davy suddenly said that he agreed to accept the duel, leaving everyone stunned. Boris saw that something was wrong and advised the young man to give up because he had only just recovered. But Davy reassured his younger brother with an unprecedented confidence. The arrogant and domineering Valetian stepped forward to humiliate Davy. He mocked him like an amateur. It's best not to cause trouble for yourself and just kneel down and surrender. Davy didn't care much, ignored his bragging and started the match. It was quite difficult for Davy because everyone thought he was just a sick person who had just gotten out of bed for less than a year. If he were to beat this guy in a grand way, now it wouldn't work. Well, using him to show off a little power is probably fine. The game is easy. Then, ignoring Valetian's babbling, Davy rushed forward with his wooden sword. Just a basic move, then pretend to slip accidentally, causing the opponent to fall to the ground. Everyone around started whispering, "What a shame, look at his appearance. What a disgrace." A newbie who has never experienced life challenges someone who has thousands of years of training. That's too easy. Valetian continued to stand up, but time and time again, he was hit and fell to the ground. He was furious and didn't understand what was going on, while his opponent had weird postures and didn't even know how to control his strength properly. Why did he lose? Along with the rumors of the people around Valetian became even angrier. And this is also the reason why Davy learned this swordplay. It is called the swordplay of the drunken swordplay. As the name suggests, the sword style stops the user from getting drunk. It was invented by the greatest drunkard in the Hall of Heroes. Jun and Hares was the one who got interested in it, and he created the most evil, irregular sword style in the world. When teaching him, Heras reminded him that if the opponent is not someone buried at the bottom of society, then don't use him. Otherwise he will be a heartless person. Yes, even the two creators considered this a taboo sword style, not because of its heavy and sharp attacks, nor because it was too strong, but because this style of attack manipulated the opponent's mind and deceived them. It is a style of fighting that is not intended to protect or even kill anyone, but to humiliate the opponent in front of others. It targets the opponent's weakness by avoiding the attack and delivers a critical hit quite effectively. This swordplay style will really irritate the opponent. The more people watching, the greater the effect. Like now, Davy pretends like he doesn't know anything about swordplay and that it was just luck. Humiliated to the extreme, Valetian rushed forward with anger, wanting to devour the other party alive, without thinking of the consequences. The sword stabbed straight in, but before it could reach him, Davy somersaulted down and turned the situation around. Made Valetian spin around and fall to the ground like by accident. I don't know why I won. After that performance, there were countless criticisms of Valetian and compliments for Davy. Princess Elena coldly observed everything that had happened, then left a sentence. "That was a good match. Stupid, I came back here, then turned around and left, despite the maids trying to stop me." Everyone did not realize Davy's ability, but completely thought that it was luck that could win. Even the twin brothers had to praise him for being so reckless when they returned to the carriage and said he shouldn't do that again next time, because they had seen him demonstrate his skills at the meeting before, and since then he had been pursuing Winley in an annoying and arrogant manner. But not to let the kids worry, Davy didn't hide it anymore, because they would know sooner or later, so he showed off some of his strength, then told the two kids not to treat him like a patient anymore. Boris hugged his hand in pain and said yes, yes, obediently, while Winley smiled in joy, knowing that her brother was still as wonderful as ever. Speaking of Valetian, after getting pregnant, he went crazy and started smashing things uncontrollably. The one who will become the next prince of the Baldes era, with a radiant appearance, outstanding talent. There is almost nothing in the world that he does not have. Even the Princess Roan, whose feelings for her were only half-hearted, still chose her as his future bride, because he knew that he would have Boris, a mid-level swordsman, as his subordinate. Thanks to the Queen of Roan, the marriage negotiations went very smoothly. But now he was defeated and suffered unprecedented humiliation, like falling from the 100th floor to under the bridge. Valetuan was played a very painful trick, no longer clear-headed enough to consider everything he angrily shouted, "I will kill you, I will kill you." Just then a voice like from hell rang out, "Do you want to kill? I can help you deal with him, boy. I will help you tear him apart and break his bones. You will be able to do what you want." Along with those words, a sexy girl named Shario appeared. The atmosphere became ambiguous and hazy. Valetian was almost completely enchanted. The next day was the first day of the competition at the stadium. The crowd was extremely enthusiastic and kept shouting, Since Boris's fight was in the afternoon that morning, to avoid wasting time watching amateurs, Davy skipped it on the pretext of being sick. But young people are really tired. Tired to the point of not being able to get over it, even after going to the bathroom. It was because he had the energy ring since he was a child. It gave Davy the power to kill assassins, or anyone in the royal family. But because he couldn't fully master it, he often got sick like that. Skipping the story of Davy and the toilet, let's focus on today's main character, Boris. It seems like everyone is a fan of this kid, so they kept cheering loudly. And the opponent in this battle is none other than the seventh son of the Baltis Kingdom, Prince Valician. Not letting the audience wait too long, the MC began to explain the rules. Even if the blade was blunt, attacks that were dangerous to life were prohibited, and it was also possible to be punished if one let energy surround the sword while attacking. And now the match begins. Everyone is watching the two swordsmen's every move from the stands. From yesterday's fight, Davy noticed Valician making some unexpected moves with his sword. But on the contrary, Boris uses his strength to cause great disadvantages to his opponents. Just comparing their two styles alone, Boris has the advantage, and moreover, Valician can't withstand such a powerful blow. He will definitely say no to a direct fight. However, it is not possible to judge like that from the beginning. We need to see how the situation turns out. The fight was really fierce. Boris attacked, Valician dodged, pushing his opponent back in just one move. However, Davy felt something was wrong. Was he really that strong? No, that is impossible. Even geniuses need time and effort to achieve certain physical abilities, just like how my little brother Davy trained hard to use a sword. Even if Valician resists well, he will reach his limits sooner or later. However, a strange feeling suddenly ran through his spine. Valician moved unusually fast. He was as if a completely different person, with a new and dangerous sword technique achieved in a short time. Boris decided to use the final move to end the match, but his opponent laughed sinisterly. Then, without knowing when, his sword was right next to the boy's heart, along with a stream of energy surrounding it. He felt like he was about to die, but luckily his brother helped him, so he was able to save his life. To understand what happened, let's go back to the night before the match. While everyone had gone to bed, Boris was still practicing hard to win. The older brother observed the kid and felt that he was quite good, moving smoothly without any unnecessary movements, a pure and gentle flow. But that was still not enough. The young man decided to lend a hand. This was a method that could cause a stir in public opinion if it was made public, but he was his younger brother, so there was nothing to hesitate about. Davy coaxed him into letting him massage his muscles to relax them. Davy used his mana to stimulate his brother's mana and mix them together. This would force them to work. It looks easy, but this is another world method. It breaks all the rules of this world. Then suddenly Davy shouted a very strange sound along with a very strong palm strike that made Boris extremely panic and fell flat on the floor. Davy confidently wiped his sweat, looking like he was very tired, but it would help him get a little stronger. After saying that, he immediately pulled Boris up and threatened that if he didn't go to bed early, he would massage his whole body, making the young man run back to his room with his arse arched. That was also what caused Valician's sword to be thrown away, even though it stabbed into Boris's chest, and on the boy's body at this time was a mana shield that only high-level swords could use. The crowd kept cheering and the match time was over. Boris knelt on the floor, blood continuously flowing from his mouth. Valician violated the rules by trying to kill his opponent, so he was immediately disqualified. Furthermore, the host country will send an official complaint to Baltis about this potentially war-inducing action. The servant came to Valician's side, wanting him to say something to explain, but only heard a bang, and his head was crushed, and the prince laughed savagely. Then Valician almost went crazy. He kept crushing everyone in sight. The situation was becoming chaotic. Some mages were busy evacuating the audience, while others were fighting against this mad prince. Davy had already stepped down. Even though he was stopped, he still acted cool and went in to show off a bit. Valician became more and more excited, bursting with power and charging straight towards Davy. The fingers were about to touch him, and Davy was about to deal with him when Winley came out of nowhere screaming loudly. If he kept going like this, the girl would get hurt. The young man didn't know what to do when suddenly an arm lifted him up and threw him out. It was Princess Eleanor in the form of a female warrior. No words, no time to complain, just attack. Valetian now looked neither human nor ghost, his bloodshot eyes fangs and claws, and the horns on his back made people even more terrified. Elena rushed forward like a god, without a single wasted move, giving her opponent a full combo of punches and kicks, then sending him flying hard into the wall. It seemed like he was being controlled, but no. Suddenly, Elena exclaimed, "Vampire," and a hand from inside Valetian's body stabbed straight into the heart, followed by a huge explosion. The number of casualties increased. Everything became more chaotic than ever. Davy held his sister in his arms, used magic on her and comforted her. "It's okay, Winley, everything will be fine, it's nothing, rest. After I wake up from this dream, everything will be fine." After Winley had fallen asleep at the same time that Davy officially started the fight, the mana inside him was screaming. It wanted to be used. It wanted to explode. It was sick of this. Once you reach the point where you can connect with your mana, that energy will slowly take on a personality of its own. And Davy has 3 different energy sources, so they also have quite annoying personalities. Necromancer mana is basically a nerve. It's the most efficient energy. Mana, on the other hand, is usually a tsundere on the surface. It's hard to deal with, but once relied on, it will work properly. And finally, Holy Energy is the most stubborn of the 3. He doesn't want to listen. He is the laziest of the bunch. Davy struggled to move and create an energy circle to protect Winley. The Holy Energy has taken care of protecting the child. Now observe everything around you. A very horrible sight, Blood City, a city full of blood. Like the name implies, it is the power that takes the lives of living creatures to replenish the area around it. Davy's current holy energy limit is level 4, not enough to save everyone in the arena, but there's no fucking reason to save anyone either. He walked over to look at the Valetian in front of him, who now had a long tail, intending to slowly deal with him. But things didn't go smoothly behind the blonde princess, still kept her sanity. Dragging her feet in a beautiful manner, even though she looked like she was about to die, she appeared from Wen. She thought she understood the whole story, but she didn't understand a damn thing. Al pulled Davy's hand back, full of wonder. Why was a person who had just woken up from a coma for several months calm in this situation? But even if I say it, you won't understand, so just sit there and watch. However she thinks that she is her true love, there is no one stronger than her. Then stood up and stood in front of Davy, like, "I will protect you," with sincere advice from the position of a princess. This is not something he can solve by luck, like the performance at yesterday's party. The Dark Nobles, it is said that they are the descendants of the blood demons, mentioned in ancient books. I guess you've heard of vampires, you can't do anything to them. Someone like you who can't sense any mana will be torn apart instantly, so run away from here, I'll do my best to stop him. Davy felt a sense of trust, although it was not like yesterday. This time it felt much more sincere, as if she had a vendetta. But it was true when the princess was young. Her mother was strangled to death by a vampire. From that moment on, Elena never forgot. She hated them and was determined to destroy them all to the very roots until she left this world forever. Although he didn't know why Davy couldn't let the little girl get in his way anymore, so he gave her a slap and then personally dealt with the monster in front of him. If it's vampires, no one in the world understands them better than you, meaning those who are still alive and infected one being nourished by blood is not a problem. Davy gently hit Valetian. The blows were continuous, graceful, but extremely powerful. Not a single one missed on the monster. The final move is the decisive one, penetrating and burning the blood vessels. Heart broken, body broken. Self-destructive flies, one strong blow to the blue sky. Elena sat watching everything, but still couldn't believe her eyes. An infected that even knights, mages, and the heirs of the divine sword cannot stop. Defeated by a normal human that I can't feel a drop of mana from, and on top of that, a card prince who was still in a coma last month. Davy stepped forward and held out his hand to Elena, not to help her up, but to borrow the holy sword. The princess replied angrily, "You see, my sword was broken from the previous battle." But Davy didn't need that. He used his hand to snatch the tiny sword on her necklace with a very proud expression, as if it was the spoils of war after killing the boss. This is what Davy needs, the so-called magic sword. not that broken one. It is the thing that the brave craftsman devoted his life to in order to create a sword that could save the world and many other weapons. As one who received the blessings of the spirits and attained the ability to wield swords imbued with mana, he was renowned throughout the continent for thousands of generations. In particular, the 12 famous swords scattered across the continent and were revered as national treasures. Among the masterpieces that Surat created throughout his life, he named one of them Kandiras, which in the language of the spirit means white guardian. Surat's swords were all swords throughout, but Kandiras stood out among them, for he burned his life when forging it and gave it to his friend the divine sword Haris. The sword has developed a consciousness of its own, a separate ego able to use its own power. It sounded great, but as someone who knew the truth, Davy knew his personality from a long time ago, a rather rude person. Davy took advantage of the fact that his master Elena's safety was about to be threatened to successfully awaken Kandiras, forcing it to cooperate and lend him its power to fight. He swung his sword into the air. The sky seemed to be torn apart. A hole from the crack began to appear, followed by the appearance of the vampire demoness. She looked at Davy and said with disdain, "When my subordinates were destroyed, I thought someone was secretly helping the humans, but I didn't expect it to be you." Davy nonchalantly teased her. "I guess I'm quite the surprise. Come down here and look at you. My neck is sore. Also, I can see your panties with that skirt black, just like your personality." He swung his punch and continued to explain. "That's right, if you create such a great tragedy, then even if you defeat us, Queen Lines won't have to bear any consequences." Relations with the Baltis kingdom might be getting worse, but Baltis' situation isn't getting any better either, so there's no way they'll declare war on the Roan kingdom. "You dared to appear before me so I can see that you are confident that you can kill me. You are quite smart, but how should I say it? It's closing time, dear customers." Enraged, she attacked, swinging her arms, creating large cuts, and a series of stones like sharp arrows, flying towards Davy. It was too trivial. He had experienced this kind of thing thousands of times, so Davy easily avoided it, and even danced with great skill. Sword god Haris once said that the vampire lord is very strong, unreasonably strong. The vassals are the strongest species. They have special abilities that can inherit the legacy and become lords. They are not easily eliminated unless faced with their arch-nemesis, the high-level elves. So to defeat them, Haris thinks that just making them mad and then smashing them to pieces is enough. No matter what creature it is, if it loses its composure, its movements will become obvious. This is the most effective way to fight vampires because they have quite a lot of pride. So the higher the rank, the easier it is to provoke. Thoroughly applying the extremely cunning teachings of the respected master, Davy continuously provoked the opponent. Each blow was swung but was blocked by the blood shield, but that was not a big deal. She still thinks Davy is just a little prince who just died and came back to life. Even the daughter who received the sword of the sword god and Haris's technique was defeated, so the young man should just stand still and receive his punishment. But girl, the true sword. God's technique is right before your eyes, swinging the sword. Thousands of times a habit that can't be called training. It's not something that cute. Davy jumped high and somersaulted, then delivered a blow to her midsection. A force so strong that the sky and earth exploded, leaving only ruins and desolation around, and at the same time the vampire girl also disappeared from the world. The sword god was extremely surprised after experiencing this. He never thought that he would be used by such a strange person, and he acted as if he had known him for a long time. But if Davy told him that I was actually your first master's apprentice, there's no way he would believe it. Instead, he might just scream and say, "You insulted the dead." So silence is golden, don't dig up each other's past. The young man looked around for a while, feeling fortunate that the core of the previous explosion had been destroyed and would not spread further. However, the remaining bloodstones will not stop until all the humans here are dead. Considering the current situation, it can be resolved in a few months by using a level 6 large-scale purification spell. While most of those who lose their vitality will die, what's worse is that those exposed for a long time will turn into an infected crowd. The two young men chatted for a while before focusing on the main purpose, which was to clean up the mess in front of them. Davy had no intention of sacrificing himself to save strangers, but if it meant recovery, he was of course happy to use them as stepping stones. In order to activate the power that had been frozen for so long, Davy clasped his hands and prayed like a true believer. Surely the gods will respond to an insolent believer like you. The holy energy that Davy obtained was a bit stubborn due to the influence of Lady Daphne, and the young man received holy energy not through worshipping a god, but through understanding and faith. If one had to classify it, this energy was due to the gods' curiosity, not their love. I wonder if the church knows that devoted believers who only use their mouths to pray are not the ones who receive the love of the gods, but those who can attract their curiosity receive that love. The gods love madmen, especially crazy ones. If it is said that there is no way to save those who have lost their vitality, then that is wrong. We just need to replace it with a greater power. The spell was created by the greatest holy energy user in history. Daphne, the highest level of holy magic that can only be used with the permission of a god. Finally, under the sincere prayers of an arrogant believer, the supreme level 9 holy power erupted. A ray of light like the sun pushed back all the darkness that covered the city. Davy looked like a supreme being, with 2 wings on his back. As the last feather fell, the remaining blood vessels dissolved, and Davy passed out, no longer knowing what was going on. At the inn on the dukedom of Borississeti, Davy woke up after 2 days of coma. Winley threw herself into his arms and reproached him. "I was so afraid that you would never wake up again. I had a dream that day, a dream that you saved me when the red curtain of bones surrounded us. Tell me the truth, did you dispel the red curtain? I found something when I searched you, a mark engraved on your back. Is that a holy mark? It was about the size of 3 hands, and the person who found it was a high priest who had taken care of him. Because of it, the Duke's territory is in chaos. Since all the red bones have been purified, and you are lying in a place surrounded by holy energy, with a holy seal engraved on your back, I was wondering if you have any clue about the truth." Davy was so confused by his children's series of questions that it took a few seconds for his mind to load the whole situation. It turns out that the feeling of his back being torn apart was due to the holy seal being carved into it. This had never happened before in the temple. It was understandable that everyone was panicking. The holy seal basically indicated that he was the one chosen by the gods, with the holy seal on the outside. No one seemed to know much about what had happened. Davy was wondering whether he should continue to hide his power or not. If we reveal them, who knows what terrible things will happen, and if we make the situation worse without thinking, it will probably cause trouble for others. So Davy explained to his children that since he was unconscious, he didn't know what happened, and that his body was fine, so there was no need to worry. But it was too good. The last battle gave him quite a few benefits. In addition to using level 9 Holy Magic Holy Land to remove the Blood City, the youth can also increase his holy energy by stimulating it. It was just a simple experiment, but the results were extraordinary. His mana had increased greatly, everything from normal mana, the one affected by holy energy, to necromantic mana, and now Davy was able to use his own sword energy. Winley saw that his brother was silent and continued to complain about how the maid had been so worried that she had made a fuss when he had passed out, and how Princess Elena had suddenly come and said she would take him to a good doctor. To keep his sister from saying anything more, Davy had to politely tell her to go somewhere else to rest, so he could have some quiet time to contemplate life. Davy suddenly appeared from nowhere, a system board that could see other people's status, like some swordplay youth travelling through time. He was also quite curious about it. Was it because he sent a request to Dionysus? Or was it because he used magic that was supposed to be used in the celestial body? But whatever it was, it seemed quite complicated. Just at this moment, a voice suddenly appeared from somewhere and echoed within you. You seem to enjoy seeing other people's states and psychology. Davy jumped. He looked everywhere but couldn't figure out where the sound came from. After a while of searching, I finally found a beautiful little demon that was not even as big as a finger. She is the demon lord of the abyss, Purcell von Palan, who was accidentally freed from her seal thanks to Davy. When she still looked human, the sword god Haris adopted her and personally taught her swordsmanship. And just like what was recorded in legends to end the Great War, he personally cut her down and sealed her within his sword. To know the whole story, Davy used his holy power to tie up the female demon and interrogate her. But then the position seemed rough and inappropriate, so he had to let go. Purcell is quite lazy and not very demon king-like. She started introducing herself and said that she was the one who observed everything from the side of nothingness. Just like the saying goes, when one looks into the abyss will look back. Davy knew that the main cause of the Great War between humans and demons, recorded in ancient history, was standing before him, and it was Harris who used the divine sword, Calderus, to stab the demon and end that battle. The Demon King's soul should be sealed in the sword, but now that she's here, it's too illusory. After teasing for a while, Purcell began to explain that by the will of God, she was transferred from Calderus to him, and the holy seal on her back contained her soul. And everything turned out like this because Davy used holy magic, so he had to take responsibility for this, and she also knew about his past life in the Hall of Heroes, so don't be so slippery. Purcell also said that he was not a peeper from the abyss, but only borrowed the will of a higher being, and that the status window was not his thoughts. The Demon King then suggested that the two of them become each other's partners, as the only thing that interested her after living this long was seeing the world. In return, he would gain power from her. Having no choice, Davy had no choice but to shake hands and agree. Moreover, he had accidentally met someone with whom he could share secrets that no one else could understand. A few days later, the main event in the country of Philistele was going to take place thanks to the mainland swordsmanship competition, which had now turned into a celebration of the appearance of the Holy Seal after the surprise attack, and of course Davy became the main focus as the one who possessed that Holy Seal. Many people gathered here to see the evidence that a person had received God's love. During the past 300 to 400 years, only 3 gods have appeared, and one who received the Holy Seal is even rarer. Unable to let the situation get any worse, Davy decided to pack his bags and run away that night with his 2 younger siblings. Leave all the trouble to Princess Elena to handle. Before leaving, he spread the rumor that in that situation he had dealt with the enemy after being awakened by her divine sword, and the reason the Holy Seal appeared was because of the divine sword's hidden power. The usually cold and indifferent Ice Princess was extremely angry after hearing that absurd news, wanting to rush over and tear Davy into 100 pieces. After successfully escaping from the country of Pelisti, the 3 brothers entered to attend the king and queen. The sickly king sat on the throne. He did not criticize Boris, but had some compliments for the boy, and also congratulated Davy for receiving the Holy Seal. The queen beside her was very angry, but could not do anything, so she had to open her mouth to praise in a very hypocritical way. This was very happy. The son's blessing was also the mother's. The king then had Duke Beretta write a petition with a bitter complaint to the alliance about the things that the prince of the Baltis kingdom had done. He told everyone to go home and rest, leaving his son in Hanhuyen for a while. This was the first time in half a year since Davy woke up that father and son had the chance to talk to each other. The king got straight to the point, asking Davy directly if he resented him. As a father, he realized that Davy changed a lot after being in a coma, even though he himself did not deserve to be called that. Davy was quite surprised by what the king had just said. He only had one thing to ask him, which was how he really felt after his mother's death, the feeling of throwing away the person he once loved. 4 years passed, and when Davy was 9, he discovered her murderer, but the king kept avoiding the subject despite his son's pleas, using her illness as an excuse. And His Majesty chose the kingdom over his dead wife, who remarried the enemy. The king wanted to explain, but Davy didn't give him the chance. He wasn't interested in hearing about other people's love affairs at the moment. Without any excuse or words, the king looked at him and replied, "Become king. I cannot be a good king or a good father. I lack both knowledge and power. A king is not someone who can do everything a king has to make choices that others cannot understand. So train yourself and become stronger so that no one can stop you." After hearing the answer, Davy realized this irresponsible bastard had not completely forgotten his mother. He argued back angrily and then walked away. People say children often resemble their parents, but not me. If my father abandoned his family for the sake of the kingdom, and if being a king is like that, then I want to walk a different path. A king of the magnificent positions that many people want to sit on, give it to someone else. Even if someone gives it to me, I will not take it. That night at the Dark Moon Squad's mansion in the Roan Kingdom, the guild members were arguing loudly due to the disappearance of Shari, an A-rank messenger with extremely skilled skills, a very dangerous woman. Shari and other assassins were assigned to assassinate the three Davy brothers, but they mysteriously disappeared without a trace, while the three brothers were still alive. The branch chief sent another person to investigate. He arrogantly and confidently asserted, "The target has been designated. I will bring back Shari's head and their remains. I will show you what is worthy of the kingdom's best assassin, the true power of an A-rank." Thinking about Shari's failed assassination and disappearance, the branch chief felt scared. It was like an unusual case that was unlikely to happen. He planned to clean up and leave as soon as possible. But when he pressed the alarm button, no ghost came, and he was controlled by a hidden person behind him. And that person was none other than Davy. He coldly threatened, "Do you want to live? Maybe I will let you live if you give me some information." The other guy was scared to death, and quickly agreed. What Davy needed was a list of every noble loyal to Duke Varietta and records of their embezzlement. Also the information the Duke had gathered to entice the others. The branch chief felt like he was about to die and obediently listened. He didn't know how a master assassin could be in this small kingdom and wipe out the entire Black Moon branch in the blink of an eye. Davy got the information and quickly left, but it was all rubbish. There were only a few fake names and unnecessary information to hold him back. The real information was probably hidden in another office. The youth's true intention is to gather all the information to eliminate the nobles, and of course there will be a massacre, because even if they are nobles, they are not above the law. He sent a letter to the Queen's personal knight when she was alive. He was one of the three swordsmen of the Roan Kingdom, Marquis Peltrice. There was something inside that shocked him when he read it, and that was how Davy eliminated Duke Variette's subordinates. Purcell asked Davy what his ultimate wish was. The young man thought for a moment and then said that he wanted to repair his family, have a warm home and a full stomach, not need to worry about anything and live a long and healthy life. He would move to a small land owned by the royal family to live a peaceful life and do what he wanted, at least using the knowledge from his previous life, and somewhere creating a high-tech city of the continent, for example. And of course you will still take revenge, but it is a process, not a goal after taking revenge. You still have to live on, and you will build a place to return to. A few days later, the reigning queen reported to the king that the owner of the Holy Seal should be rewarded because he was the blessing and pride of the kingdom. She happily said that the prince had been granted a land before, and now that his body had recovered, she thought there was no better reward than bringing him to that land so that he could contribute more to our country. But there's no way she's naturally that good. It's all a dark plot that was planned. Linus originally planned to act out Davy's insanity and send him to jail, but couldn't do that, so he came up with that. The assassin Shari was sent to fail, and the young man returned with the holy mark on his back. And the Duke's information archives were attacked, and not just one, but 7 guilds in the kingdom were wiped out by one guy in just one night. Valuable information was gone. It could have been used to incriminate the king if it had fallen into the hands of Marquis Peltrice. She suspected that the person who caused this and protected the prince was a good guy, so she just needed to get rid of him. If assassination and imprisonment fail, the only option left is to legally send the young man away. She smiled slyly, thinking that the king would not agree to this. But before she could rejoice, he ordered someone to call Davy to discuss the matter immediately. Davy had predicted this beforehand. The king had realized he was a time bomb, so he must have decided he couldn't keep him in the palace anymore. But if it weren't for that, he would have decided to leave as he originally intended. Davy was not surprised at all. On the contrary, he happily agreed, because he had already done what he needed to do here. And the re-establishment of the kingdom needed to be completed before the new king ascended the throne. The youth didn't want to leave this mess to Barris. Moreover, this was a good opportunity to attack the enemy. Soon the news of Davy's departure reached the twins. They did not believe it was true. so they wanted to go to the king to plead. However, Davy pretended to be fine and comforted the two kids. "I want to leave the palace. Don't worry too much, I may look like this, but I am the one who owns the Holy Seal. Trust me." Winley took his hand with a worried look and said, "You have to promise to tell us when you're in trouble. No matter how dangerous it is, we'll help." The young man felt so lucky that they were always the ones who cared for him. He promised to make Heinz Land a wonderful place and would invite the two of them to visit, so just wait for news from this big brother. He sent his servant to the Treasury and Land Management Office to get all the documents related to the Heinz region for research. But Amy quickly returned not long after she left, and the documents she brought back were only a few pages. Heinz was a remote wilderness. Yet Davy held firm to the belief something was better than nothing. It would be easier to develop. But it seems like God is playing a trick on Davy or something. From the information that remains, Heinz is not only a land of monkeys and storks, where dogs eat stones and chickens eat gravel, but also a cursed land. The next day, Davy packed his bags and prepared to leave. The number of people he was travelling with could be counted on one's fingers. They were truly a humble group. Since there are basically no knights or nobles who swear allegiance to him, Davy is like a poor mendicant monk. Before Davy left, Marquis Patrice came to see him off. He said to contact him if he had any trouble, and he would do his best to help him. While sneaking into his house earlier, Davy discovered that Patrice was gathering evidence about the manipulator behind his mother's murder. Unlike the other guy who left everything behind after her death, Davy promised him that he would make the place livable and hoped that Patrice could fulfill his duty there. Duty drives the kingdom's blood-sucking nobles crazy, and Davy will be the last of them. After a day of travelling through the Manor Gate, Davy's group finally arrived at their territory. The Heinz area is quite close to the capital, so it can be quickly reached without wasting too much time. The days with Purcell passed peacefully. Davy discovered that she really liked to sleeping anytime, anywhere, because her body was in miniature form and her magic power was very weak. And as usual, she was currently sleeping soundly on the young man's soft lap. In Davy's eyes, the Heinz land east of the kingdom was a barren land with no mines and only monsters living there. The only advantage is that the road to the capital passes through much of this region, and if the roads were improved, it would become a very important transport point. However, that was only when this land was normal, but now it is a cursed land, a barren land suffering from endless drought, a dead land, and so on and so forth. A territory that was ruled 10 years ago died within 5 years of drought, and the cause is still unknown. At this time, Purcell woke up looking at the system board. She said that it was a type of contagious curse. A vicious curse, which started out small, but then spread to infinity. Davy intended to use holy magic to purify the curse, but it didn't seem to be easy. It was hard to destroy a curse that had lasted for so long. At the same time, the carriage had reached the Heinz territory, which was loosely governed, even though it was a place where monsters often appeared. Davy intends to use holy magic to cleanse this curse, but it doesn't seem so easy. It's hard to destroy a curse that has lasted for so long. At the same time, the carriage reached the Heinz territory, which was loosely governed, despite being a place where monsters frequently appeared. If the people are not vigilant, it will be a disaster, but after all, there are still guards, and it is not abandoned. Davy's party was stopped at the city gates, as he had not yet received official orders to rule the land. So many people were still unaware of the prince's arrival. "Wait a while and someone will come pick you up." Davy looked at him and asked, "When did the news of our arrival come?" He thought he was not prepared properly, so he was scared and replied, 2 days ago. "Please kill me." Davy looked at the manager's hands with bandages and affirmed firmly, "And then a monster attacked. Looks like we have to postpone the curse thing and deal with the goblins first." He was quite surprised by what the newly arrived prince had just said. How the hell could he possibly know? He then introduced himself as Monmader, who was assigned to be the captain of the civil defense team and also in charge of managing the area. Davy looked at Monmader's stats and felt that he was also a capable person and was worrying too much. And then the young man gave his first order from today on the militia would be promoted to official guards, and Berman would help with the training as he had been a soldier's instructor. He was even more surprised when he heard that was about to refuse, but after receiving words of encouragement from Davy, he changed his mind and agreed to give it his all. Greetings over, Davy quickly got down to work. First of all, regarding the matter of the goblins that had broken into the castle, the youth was quite puzzled, because despite the fading colour, the fortress still had earthen walls for defence. How could they have gotten through? Berman explained that their constant attempts at invasion had left our soldiers increasingly wounded and tired. Dozens of houses were burned down and many people were kidnapped. Then there was the problem of the internal situation. According to the manager, there was enough food to last until winter, but since it had been a bad year, it actually wasn't enough. Davy thought about using the royal gift, but Purcell said it would only last him 2 years, not counting the cost of repairing the castle and maintaining the area. Feeling it was only fitting, Davy offered her the position of personal assistant. But of course Purcell didn't agree. She still needed to sleep. And so, with no other choice to temporarily ease the situation, Davy got a bag of platinum coins, then ordered Palace and the rear guard to escort Sir Montis to the Merchant Guild, using this money and reading his name to purchase any necessary food or ingredients. Amy saw such a large amount of money and couldn't help but wonder why the prince had it. To reassure the girl, Davy said that this money was clean money that he earned legally, so there was nothing to be afraid of. The young man is a thief of justice, cleaning up the secret money supply group. At this time, Berenine, the Grand Steward of the Grand Prince's Palace, a relative of Grand Steward Vespers, suggested that he would go with them and make sure that the requested items would be found within 3 days. The food problem temporarily solved, Davy rearranged everything, ordered the soldiers to leave a few men to guard the territory, and gathered all the knights and guards. Standing in front of the square, Davy began his speech. I am Davy Anjone, your appointed lord. As you all know, last night many villagers were kidnapped by goblins. I'm sure some of you want to chase after them immediately, but there are still some who are scared and want to run away. However, if we do not act, those blue cunts will return to this territory, and I do not intend to let intruders of my territory live. That is why. Before the youth could finish speaking, a few people spoke up to object. Going out with the remaining people was no different from committing suicide, and besides, they were the last line of defense. Davy still tried his best to convince him. As long as he didn't fail, he would come along too, so there was no need to worry. Even though they didn't say it, Davy heard it through the system's readings, and he understood why they thought that. A young prince who only knows how to rely on bloodline and cannot do anything. To reassure everyone, the young man continued his psychological manipulation. I am not a prince, but the Lord of Hines, and whether you are born noble or lowly, you are all my people and family. I will not be the one to let my family die. If you still do not believe me, then believe in the holy seal that God has given me. If even that is difficult to do, then follow me believing that you are only being oppressed. I value life and I protect you, so don't even think about any of you dying without my permission. And so with his literary speech, Davy moved the people to go with him to the demon forest to rescue the kidnapped people, though bringing exhausted, untrained guards to subdue the goblins would be suicidal. Exactly 150 names, definitely not enough strength to succeed. But Davy had his plan, a perfect plan, so there was no need to fear any of them. It didn't take long for them to reach the place where the goblins were gathered. It was an abandoned village, more specifically ERC and Goblin, who should have been sworn enemies. But they were together, partying, dancing, singing, and debauchery in a carefree manner. Seeing the enemy who had caused their loved ones to die, the soldiers began to regain their spirit to take revenge. On cue, Davy's powerful arrow shot out. They began to charge forward, releasing all the anger they had accumulated, as if waiting for a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They fought with the utmost excitement as they swept away the goblins. The battle soon turned into a one-sided massacre like the rage of a madman. Oh, and as for why a bunch of exhausted, untrained soldiers suddenly confidently attacked and wiped out an entire monster village, in a moment we'll have to ask our Davy. To clarify the situation, it is necessary to go back a few minutes before the disaster occurred. Davy used all the knowledge and skills he learned from Apollo, a master archer who loved to flirt with women, shooting the most accurate and well-aimed arrows, causing the goblins to panic. It is usually used in guerrilla warfare traps or when going all out, but Davy had no intention of wiping them out in such a grueling manner. I just use whatever is most convenient. Davy cosplays as a genius. General uses a level 6 buff amplification spell. Enhances all the stats of the soldiers and all sorts of other things. Like high-level defense buffs, increased, recovery morale, enhancement, blah blah. Makes them like they are injected with doping, magically becoming gods. And even those wounded in combat were treated immediately. And so in no time there was not a single goblin left and the captives were all rescued. Davy intended to instill fear and respect in the soldiers towards Jack, but the result turned 360 degrees. Things weren't going quite as planned in their eyes. He was now like a Korean idol, sparkling like a star in the sky. In the following days, countless other battles took place. This time Davy only brought 10 men along for the raid. Made the people who stayed feel that he was really crazy. The first victory had blinded him. The prince was only 16 years old, not old enough to understand reality, and was about to welcome the corpses back. But before they could finish complaining, reality slapped them in the face. Davy successfully brought the others back without a single injury. But the people at this time were like being hypnotized, or biting grass, continuously cheering the young man without stopping. At this rate they'll really form a cult, and the saint they worship will be none other than the venerable Lord. Davy thought that in a few days they would be back to normal, just a little different, but the truth is, here no one is normal. After a while Davy successfully gained the people's trust as their lord. Though one might wonder what use they are to a noble. As the conqueror of the Palladia Empire, Astraea located in the Board continent always told him to never forget, no matter how small the land you rule. What you lead are people, not animals. Dictatorship cannot be punished. Make them follow you willingly. Even though I didn't learn politics from him, the things he occasionally said to Davy were somewhat relevant. Davy continued his journey to clean up the kingdom, asking Purcell to look over the remaining data and make a judgment for him. She felt very suspicious if the curse could be removed, and only for the sake of satisfaction, then the land could probably return to normal within 5 years. And within 20 years it would become like what the young man was celebrating, because this dead land would not recover immediately after the curse was removed. Purcell continues to make his point as he navigates the book. The land has no underground plumbing, so the water supply is terrible, and crop failures have led to low food supplies, as well as loss of agricultural jobs. The large amount of platinum obtained from the Messenger Guild was only a temporary measure. The biggest problem was the lack of funds. What Purcell said was perfectly reasonable. The profits in this area had always been close to zero. If money was the concern, then Davy had a way. However, there are still a few young men in the area who in desperate situations hunt monsters or small animals to survive. The second is to cultivate regional specialties, but this is difficult unless the land issue is solved first. And the third and final way is trade exchanging grain for diamonds. With this third way, Purcell was a bit puzzled. No city would choose to trade with a place like this when there were no special products. But Davy says that trading partners don't have to be. People, we have to use what's available. So just in case Davy took Purcell out to investigate first, in front of him was a large area of land once farmland, but because its owners lost ownership and left, the entire place was now his. Hidden somewhere in this land is the medium where the curse was established. In the old days long ago, Davy could have cast a spell to remove it, but in the current state, no, never. Davy had a fleeting thought in his mind at this moment, which was to send a request to Princess Elena. Quickly borrow the Candiraz and pretend to glide over for a bit and restore the lost bar's energy. But that was just an intention. Everyone knew that the princess hated him so much that she wanted to tear him apart. Well, it's better to do it yourself. And besides, Davy's 3 energy sources have been complaining about not being used lately, so now is the chance. Then Davy knelt down and began to chant the spell that corrected the curse. From another continent created, or also known as the language of curse spells. Accordingly, curses are specially programmed spells that use additional mana. And the dark magician must have used a lot of artifacts or spent a considerable amount of time to cast a curse, and this is the magic that complements that mana arrangement. Looking at what appeared before him, Davy had some doubts whether it was really a curse or an electric heating room. After a while of searching and repairing, the young man found the location of the hidden intermediate object. There are 7 of them, and they all border Hines and surround the land. Davy's debugging has only found one effect of the curse. Although it is unknown what purpose the curse was set for, it succeeded in destroying the land in the worst way possible. Davy secretly thought of a bright future if he could control, reprogram, and adjust the curse. Then this place can be turned into a tourist attraction that makes young people very happy. But strangely enough, before them appeared a ruin with a structure built before the Great War. If alchemists and historians saw this, they would go crazy. What's more, this place isn't the base of dark magicians. Maybe even they don't know about this place. Davy was bored and complained to Purcell usually there should be at least a guard or something on guard. But as soon as he finished speaking, a magic golem with a mana stone as its core appeared. Looking at the huge animal in front of him, Davy suddenly froze for 5 seconds. He jumped on it and laughed happily, then snatched the mana stone from the golem's head. Then scream in joy, "I can smell it! I can smell the money, it's magnificent!" While the prince was struggling to go out and survey the situation, the people were leisurely enjoying the feeling of peace. Many people still did not believe in such an amazing feat, unable to believe that the 16-year-old crown prince could do so well. The current country, the Roan Kingdom, is being usurped by the nobles to a serious extent, although no noble would dare to come all the way to this remote area to find a place to live or exploit the people here. All the kingdom has done for this territory is reduce taxes. There hasn't been any relief for a long time. Meanwhile, they suddenly sent a boy to take up the position of lord. The adults told each other that he was being held at gunpoint because of a power struggle, which only added to their anger. It would be a lie to say that no one was worried, but the truth is that there was nothing anyone could do. Not only that, the constant goblin attacks made people have no mind to pay attention to anything else. The goblins eventually broke through the walls and kidnapped the villagers. And then in this wretched territory, that person came the new Lord of Hines, who was also the Grand Prince of the kingdom. Is a teenager with a gentle smile on his face, but cannot be clearly understood. He was angry when he heard the situation of the territory, quietly observing the situation. It both captured the goblin attack and gave them the opportunity to get revenge. Call the people family and find the kidnapped people. All are favored by the word and power of the Lord. He complained that he wasn't that kind. Yet he became a special existence that was even more than a god in the hearts of the people. Even though this might be a case of being arrested for disrespecting the gods, there would be no one who would change their minds compared to the gods who were always watching. Then, the one who created the miracle before their eyes was more trustworthy. Moonstone is naturally created, so it is a stone filled with mana. If compared to the same size, it has 100 times more energy than a mana stone. Most of the moonstones on the continent were discovered in ancient relics. Just one can be traded for hundreds of silver coins, but there are 30 moonstones this size here. And right now Davy was looking at it right before his eyes, a giant stone, the core of the curse. If this gets out, war might break out between countries that want it. Davy then cast his magic. After a round of searching, the young man found the mistake and successfully filled the bottle with water. A misty shower poured down on the dry land as if to wash away all the impurities. At the same time, in the capital, the kingdom of Roan, the nobles were discussing and fearing for their future, when many low-ranking nobles were purged by Marquis Peltris. They thought the queen was paying too much attention to Davy, whom they considered an incompetent half-brother. Duke Variata was determined to fight back, even if it meant bloodshed, and find a way to regain the secret information. With a hunch over decades, he knew Davy was anything but simple. Once he gains power or any political foothold, he will not hesitate to bare his sharp fangs and seize the opportunity. Even though he wouldn't be able to do anything about the Hines region, a hopeless dead land, where countless mages of the continent had been unable to find a solution, and even with his mysterious abilities, it would be difficult to handle. But little did they know, the barren Hines was happily burying itself in a downpour, the wettest ever. Davy leisurely lay on the chair and checked the environment of the land through the connection with the spirit stones scattered throughout the area. Although it was a bit unstable, he could still control the mana arrangement from a distance and change the weather of the area. Since humans are a species that evolved through laziness, the youth couldn't always go to the ruins and then start casting magic, and Davy temporarily decided to use the remaining precious spirit stones to expand the storage. What a waste of resources. A week later, Davy had soldiers mark out the boundaries around the areas and had everyone gathered. There were about 60 men and women, young and old, big and small. Then he ordered everyone to clear the land within 4 days, and he would calculate the exact work. If they couldn't do it, they could just give up. The young people are assured that they will have time off, but it depends on their performance. At least, they will not go without pay. The manager was afraid and spoke up for the people because they thought it was impossible to tree all this land in 4 days. It was too much. Below, people began to talk. Some thought that the prince would show another miracle, others did not believe it. But not to disappoint, Davy showed them what the male lead's halo was. Immediately everyone was empowered to the point that even the person filming could walk again. And then in order for this poor land to develop successfully, the young people came up with a way to make money in the shortest amount of time, which is to rely on the huge supply and rarity. The thing that can satisfy either of those requirements is moongrass. Nothing sells better than rare items. Due to the special weather, soil and temperature conditions required for cultivation, moongrass is not a plant that can be grown on the eastern mainland. But they are used in alchemists' research in magic towers and as medicine in temples. It is exported by the western continent at a very high price, sold in small quantities but very expensive with overwhelming competition in the market. They are truly the blue ocean of the agricultural sector. And of course the young man already had a plan, just needed to change the environment settings and set up this place, and that was it. So a great place to grow is born. Now just need to find a supplier of seeds and it's done. In the Heroines forest where the elves dwell, elf leader Yuria Helishana is welcoming Medith, her master. Medith said she had a dream that the spirits had placed a curse on the forest. So this place is drying up, so he advised her to go back, return home to the holy tree and take the people here away, so that they would not be affected by the curse of the spirits. If they stayed here, they might die. Faced with such a warning, Yuria did not fear, but believed that it was part of the natural order. She figured that maybe someone would save this place. After saying that, she turned around and bragged about the tea she brewed according to her own special recipe from grasshopper wings. Made Medith almost choke. He is indeed the one called heretic or insane in the clan. Yuria gently enjoyed the cool breeze passing by, waiting for the special guest to visit. And that guest was none other than Davy, who was lurking outside the forest with Purcell. The youth discovered the presence of some spirits while raiding the goblins. If there are spirits, there will also be elves because they are symbiotic species. The elves are a rare race, hard to find even in the continents. Records say that since the Great Chronicle about 300 years ago, they began to go into hiding, and now not many people know of their existence anymore. Yet Davy was entering the elf forest. What a male lead's aura, extremely lucky. He also attracted the species here and was loved and guided by the guardians of the forest, which was amazing. But that attraction is not easy to obtain. The boy had to climb mountains of knives and down seas of fire to practice day and night without stopping to increase his fiery attraction. A hero's training that surpasses the elf race is performed by Queen Yuriana, who signed a contract with the 13 elf lords. Davy's purpose here is to find the moongrass seeds, and he can't do it alone. But with the ability learned over the past 1,000 years, he was guided by the spirits to the garden of the moon goddess, the Weeds. Here are enough to make the entire continent drunk and forget the way back. Since the foundation of spirit power lies in mana, divine power, and dark mana, as long as there is enough power, spirits can be summoned. The only difference is the level of attraction to them. So it can be said that there is no spirit that Davy cannot summon. It's just that summoning the Spirit King will be a bit more difficult. But this is the garden of the moon goddess. As the name suggests, it is part of the spirits. So if one takes the flowers without their consent, a disease will strike. Davy then opened Purcell's eyes and revealed his special ability to speak to his own species. So no problem, they agreed to let the young man take them without any hindrance. Davy looked at Purcell happily, with a cheerful face, helping her. They agreed, "Hurry up before the elves find out." The reason why the young men were afraid of encountering elves was because this garden was their holy land. If they were unlucky enough to encounter one and get into trouble, it would only make matters worse. But the young man, who knew that what he had just done to easily fool the elf was clearly seen by Uriah, receiving the blessing to enter the forest, communicate with nature spirits, and gain permission without suffering any consequences, all the while being just a human and a kid. This was so extraordinary that she didn't know what to do next and could only quietly observe from afar. Uriah hesitated for a moment, then asked Medith what she thought was more likely: a human fooling the elves' eyes into entering the moon goddess's garden and then communing with nature spirits, or a great creature awakening from its slumber. Medith confidently replied that the latter was more likely, for although dragons had long since disappeared and were now considered mere legends of the past, they certainly did exist. But humans cannot. No one has ever seen nature spirits. It would be difficult for a creature so close to chaos to have a higher natural appeal than the elven race. From her master's reply, Uriah had no objections or opinions. She just said that she would have to leave the village for a while because she found someone who could save the place. Davy happily returned home to check on the progress of the digging after successfully stealing the moonflower. The work that should have taken 4 days was finished in half a day, which surprised him a little, but that was what the young man wanted. And then the preparations were done now. It was time to sow the seeds. The Heinz land was now completely in moongrass production. Earlier, when Davy had hired workers in town to plant grass, or rather to sow moongrass seeds, he started hearing some chatter around, like, "What are we planting? Will it grow?" Blah, 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 blah. Questions like that keep popping up. It takes a long time for the grass to fully grow, about 4 to 5 months. It requires the spirit's power to bloom, but the only thing that can be sold is its leaves. But as long as the requirements are met, everything will go according to plan. The area manager is always worried about everything going over them, from the smallest things to the leaves slowly wilting, or the disaster that is coming due to the rising temperature. The old man made Davy have to reassure him over and over again. And so while others had no idea how things would develop, 4 months in Heinz passed in a flash. Rumours that the eastern lands of the Rhone kingdom were growing moongrass quickly spread, but no one believed that they would succeed. Only sarcasm and admiration. Everyone regarded Davy as a fool, trying to cling to the impossible, a fool not worth paying attention to. But these things were all arranged by the young people, thanks to which the business was carried out very smoothly, without any outside interference or disturbance. In the blink of an eye, the barren land grew into a vast flower garden. Although the increase in production was due to the fact that only a small number of healthy seeds could be used to produce the next generation, it did mean that the number of leaves released to the market had increased. Amy is now like the boss's secretary. She has a headache reporting. We currently have about 20,000 moon clover leaves in stock and plan to take out about 10,000. According to current market standards, the price of 4 leaves is 100 gold coins. 10,000 leaves will be 250,000 gold coins, equivalent to 5,000 platinum coins. To put it simply, an average family can live for 2 weeks on 1 gold coin, with a little bit of resourcefulness. They can live comfortably for 1 month on 4 to 5 gold coins. Davy was lost in thought about how he would become rich after selling all the leaves in his warehouse. What a perfect scene. Preparations are complete now. There's no need to turn the continent upside down. Something smells like money. Moongrass was then released to the market for sale about twice a month. The amount released was not small, but still not enough for both the eastern and western continents. It is a key ingredient in catalysts used for magic and alchemy, and is a necessary ingredient for making potions in the church. For them it is good news, but to manipulate market prices when you are the exclusive supplier of large quantities. Davy spread a rumour that the lord who pursued the expansion of the moongrass business, Davy Arone, had fallen ill and was bedridden. Sometimes a little break is needed, and because a product is expensive due to limited supply, it is normal for the supply to suddenly increase and the price to go up. So if we keep distributing it without limit, even moongrass will turn into trash and we'll have no choice but to eat dirt in this country. In the days after the news spread, the whole area became chaotic. Merchant groups, alchemy organizations, and even some priests from the surrounding area flocked in somewhere over 200 people, causing this small land to be on the verge of a population explosion. Even though he was a young man who was bedridden, he still had to go out to do some work because there were too many things on his mind. First of all, there is the problem of the militia from the Monmeda position. The soldiers are very hard-working, but they are seriously understaffed. Next came the paperwork from the housekeeper, which was a complete mess because there had never been any guidelines or precedents. Finally, there is accommodation. Although abandoned houses have been adapted for use, it is still far from enough. So with this mess, Davy gave orders to each person. Security kicked out anyone who looked suspicious because they had the upper hand. No reason to know each of them personally. Of course, still had to be polite enough to maintain the relationship. As for accommodation, take advantage of previously purchased shacks, turn them into small farms, and sell them at any price. When everything was settled, Davy dismissed everyone and called Monmeda back to remind him of a few things. The old man then dragged his body home with a tired look on his face, immediately fell down and went out into the forest, secretly lamenting that in the morning he had to train with Berman, in the afternoon he had to manage the team, and in the afternoon he had to learn etiquette with the headmaid. It was too busy. Just then someone came and asked to meet privately. He introduced himself as Hallas, a 4th-level expert of the 6 laws. Hallas flattered Monmeda for a while, then took out a bag of gold, silver and jewels and asked him to give him a private meeting with the Lord. Monmeda was not surprised because this had been planned and reminded by Davy just now. The youth told him to take note of those who tried to oppress him and report them and to accept bribes. It was quite a sum since they were all from the Tower or the Alchemist Guild. Instead, pretend you're giving up and show them your new product. Magically treated for 100 gold coins a bottle, but not to sell, just let them take a quick look to spread the word. The ultimate goal would be to increase the value of the product to the highest possible level, while keeping them on the land for as long as possible. So as planned, Monmeda took the item out and presented it as a finished product from harvest to packaging, and would soon be on the market. Hallas saw the glittering thing in front of him and couldn't help but be surprised. It was a first-class, highest-grade item, something he had never seen before in the Western continent. Hallas thought to himself that he had to get priority in buying this, even if it meant bribery. Monmeda continues to pump up the hype for the product. Our Lord personally produces it. Most of it is of this quality. The inferior ones are thrown away as fertilizer. We have 10,000 available. From what I heard, the Lord plans to auction off the goods. I don't know the details, but it seems he also plans to continue producing them. With valuable information, Hallas was overjoyed and planned to take priority at the auction. The next day, Monmeda happily brought the money to Davy, recounted his experiences, and praised the young man for being extraordinary. Looking at the money in front of him, Davy happily advised, "Just consider this as a bonus for the guard you've worked hard. Divide it yourself, use it however you want. No need to be touched or anything. You're simply being rewarded for working hard. Most of the profits from producing moongrass go into your pocket anyway. Building good relationships like this isn't bad. Once word spreads, many people will flock to the area to trade long-term branches from various towers. Alchemist groups and regional authorities will come to the area. Vacant areas will quickly be filled and developed." Davy had a share, of course. Profits grew with population, and moongrass was what made this possible. It made the young man almost grateful for the ancient curse placed on this land. At the same time, somewhere, the head of the Ruby Tower, the wise man Harrison, and the elder Ulyss, the 5th-rank expert, were also having an analysis report on the recent events in the Heroines region. According to information, other magic towers are discussing the investment fund in the area. Heroines also intends to set up a branch, but because he is still cautious, he cannot make a decision. He was still wondering why the young lord insisted on auctioning when selling directly would fetch more money. It felt like he wanted to get rid of them. Harrison saw that his student was too stupid, so he began to explain it might sell for a lot at first, but as long as there was no fixed price, the price might drop lower than the products from the Western continent. That was why the moongrass was not auctioned, but sold directly in the West. However, in Heroines it is different. Trading can only be done within the region. The Lord is optimizing the development of that region while saving maximum investment costs. It's rare to find a city with so many groups gathered in one place, from magic towers and alchemists to countless merchant groups. They will not increase production in the short term, they will save as much money as possible and also plan for the future. More specifically, the prince is acting like he has nothing to lose, even if things go wrong. That is, for him, producing moongrass is not just the beginning. Ulysses was stunned after hearing that, wondering if he was that stupid. Now he wanted to meet that talented prince right away and talk to build the best relationship possible. And so, as expected, a large number of requests for long-term residency came in, as well as an increasing number of land transactions. Any conflicts that arise are resolved by the youth through auction at the highest bid. Davy is a money man and real estate is his most profitable business. Thanks to Monmeda's success in laying the foundation, competition at the new moongrass product auction became extremely fierce. One paid 100 gold coins, the other paid 130. In the end, we fought to the death and got nothing. But all of them fell into the hands of the Alui merchants at the exorbitant price of 150 gold coins, and the rest are sold on the market in combos of 500 to 1,000 for 130 gold coins, distributing the products to each organization so as not to offend either side. Davy was successful from the first day. The profits were huge. The houses were bought back at a rate that could compete with those in the capital's development. If this continues, the annual revenue of the Heroines region will be around 105 million gold coins, making it the richest region in the kingdom. Davy ordered the continued planting of moongrass, but not to increase the quantity. Too much of anything is bad, and supply and demand had to be maintained. And he also let Monmeda and Leatherpants discuss to repair the unusable places, setting up a large area as soon as he returned. The young man went back a few days before the auction, while he was lying on the sofa with his evil laugh that smelled of money. Then Amy ran in panting to report that a letter had arrived from the royal family. The content inside was very simple. First, praising Davy's achievements because they had not realized it, and to properly commend him, Davy was allowed to visit the kingdom for a while. After reading the letter, the young man immediately burned it into the red-hot fireplace. He was sure that the nobles were fighting with Marquis Paltris and wanted to find a way to relax a bit. The young man was thinking about taking the next step of his plan anyway. And his destination is also on the way to the kingdom, so it's convenient for both sides. And so Davy set off alone on his horse, not forgetting to tell the butler to take good care of the maid Amy. If she were to overwork herself and faint, no one would be worried. Along the way, the young man stopped by the blacksmith Surat's hometown Valashad region, one of the few beautiful landscapes in the kingdom of Raun, which was also the region that the Continental Alliance jointly maintained and researched. While in the Hall of Fame, he asked Davy to complete his legacy, which Surat created using the same material as the holy sword Kandiras. But that place, according to him, is not good. Mountains and rivers change throughout the decade. It was his homeland over 1,000 years ago, but is now the domain of Queen Linnaeus, the domain of the Varietta house, his enemy. The security here is very strict. To get inside, you need to prove your identity. Anticipating this, Davy created a new identity for himself as an F-rank freelancer. It would be useless if someone recognized his face, but here it didn't matter. The soldiers examined for a while and then approved the young man to pass. However, it seemed that something was wrong. As soon as he reached the door, the group of soldiers stopped him and chased him out. Davy sat there stunned and sighed. The old man next to him saw that he didn't understand what was happening, so he showed it to the young man. Then give him 2 gold coins to give to the guard as the entrance fee. Davy looked at them with an unprecedented coldness. Return the 2 gold coins to the old man and say that you don't need it. 1 forbearance is 9 humiliations. The young man just walked up to the soldier and forced him to hand over all the money they had collected from the people and explained to them about the law. But these guys must have cried until they saw the coffin. They patted Davy's head like a child and laughed gleefully in his face like this guy was crazy. The leader pointed his sword at Davy's neck and threatened him. "Who the hell do you think you are? Do you think anyone would care if you disappeared?" Davy asked politely again, "So you have no intention of obeying the law?" Taking advantage of the situation, they became even more pleased. "Ha. We are the law according to Duke Varietta," he said as he swung his sword to attack Davy, but the old man came to stop him. However, this fox did not distinguish between children and adults, and kept changing targets to slash the old man. But before he could even take a single hair from him, Davy executed him without hesitation, according to the law, and immediately executed him. The cool young man ordered the rest of the group to call their superiors out to discuss peacefully. But these guys are still very brave, not afraid, and continue to attack. They say that only when you are determined will you get things done. Without further ado, Davy will act on behalf of heaven and send a few more men back to their ancestors. The situation became more and more chaotic. The surrounding crowd began to noisily discuss. Only then did Viscount Garetta drag his fat body over. Watching the necklace Davy threw at him slowly fall down, he was shocked to realize that it was the mithril identity pendant and quickly knelt down to pay his respects to the prince. However, he looked down on the young man and said that this was impossible because there was no kingdom or royal family around here who would come to prosecute without warning. Coming here without orders is an abuse of power. Duke Varietta will never let this go. Since this is the state of most of the region, even investigators are afraid to do their jobs for fear of punishment. Davy looked at him like, "What the hell, this pig likes to play like that with me?" The young man looked at him coldly and asked, "But haven't you heard the rumors that I'm very bloodthirsty?" Varietta had just raised her head to ask what he meant, when her head was separated from her neck. In an instant, a very short and concise denial indeed. After everything was settled, Davy was guided to Valashad by the old man. On the way they talked about many things, and it was a sad story. The place was peaceful until the death of the royal Baroness Alisha, and when the Hines region began to fill with refugees, exploitation became fierce, and those who sided with them were purged. And the old man lost his son like that. Looking at the young Davy's spirit reminded him of his late son in the past. Before the two parted ways at the historical site of the 1000-day night market, he expressed his sincere thanks to Davy for saving him and avenging his son, and promised that he would never forget this debt. Looking down from above at the whole area, the young man began to write something down. In Purcell's eyes, this place was nothing but ruins and trash, and continuing to search would not yield any results. "But who am I? I'm Davy, with the male lead Halo girl. I'm buffed up to the point where no one can imagine. Although he is not handsome, he has a good brain." Immediately after that, the young man got the passcode. The whole place was encrypted. Is a cipher created independently by ancient Surut himself. While few people knew about it before, Davy is probably the only one who knows about it now, and I bet no one but him can find it when it's hidden like that. Quite simply, the code meant one thing, only that there was an entrance next to the anvil in the center that required a special code to enter. Of course, as a young man who hacks games, Davy already has this password in the palm of his hand. It is said that Surut left a will to his companions that he would give all his wealth to the person who found his legacy, like One Piece or something like that. He put a lot of effort into building this underground dungeon, including magic spells, to counteract the pressure, and it was designed to allow air circulation. If the young man had not met Surut, this place would have been buried forever. After a while, we reached the destination. To Davy's face, this place looked more like a home than a dungeon. Surut came here after his friend passed away and dedicated the rest of his life to a single plan until his last breath. Even though the body is dead, everything is still intact as it was when it first breathed. Suddenly, the chest in the distance suddenly started to glow, a strong, attracting force, just like the thoughts of the blacksmith himself had left behind. The nickname 1000 Days Blacksmith was given to him after hammering continuously for 1000 days without rest. But his race, the dwarves, called him by another name due to the devil blacksmith. Unlike ordinary blacksmiths who take pride in forging iron, Surut played with mana to cross the line, and he went too far into the realm of depravity. And this is the final piece he asked Davy to complete. A pair of nameless swords. The red sword cuts the living, the blue sword cuts the dead. A sword with an ego, like Kandiras. The Kandira sword is the strongest sword, created by Surat in his life, but it is a sword that is only suitable for the swordsmanship and master, Haris. These twin swords are the unique work of a genius blacksmith, without regard for their users. They were created to find their own masters. What a wonderful harvest. Davy would finish them with fire, but not ordinary fire, but fire that could provide much more heat, namely dwarven fire. The treasure has been found. Now let's go back to the royal palace. The prince was received by the grand steward Vespers, who out of courtesy offered the young man a few words of praise for his success. Then he told him about the situation in the palace. The secret books were leaked out. The king was extremely angry, and all the nobles involved were stripped of their titles, and the execution date was set. Davy pretended not to know that something so serious had happened, although the young man understood that quite a lot of information had been gathered, with the core being Marquis Paletris. But it couldn't have progressed like this without the king's cooperation. Perhaps he had been holding back all this time and finally exploded. I was thinking about going back to my room to rest before tomorrow's audience with the king when I met my half-brother Carlos. The boy approached his older brother and spoke defiantly. Looking at him, he was acting arrogant just because he was successful in business. If a commoner like you succeeds, then anyone can be rich. Don't be too complacent. You're just lucky. Davy looked at his younger brother like these few words made me angry. The young man instead insulted Carlos, making him go crazy and raise his fist and charge straight at him. But somehow the one who got hurt was him, was beaten to the ground. Eat a few knocks until your mouth is crooked. Then took a basic flick to that not-so-handsome face. The boy was so full of onions that he was afraid his pants would tear. He quickly stood up and ran away, but he still had the nerve to leave a few threatening words. Just you wait, I will take away the things you are proud of. Seeing Carlos running away, Davy was so happy he couldn't describe it. He pulled out his usual creepy laugh that sent shivers down Purcell's spine. The next day the royal meeting was held with Davy present. However, the nobles have been talking and talking nonsense all this time, saying that they use the profits from the moon business to invest in national defense, civil affairs, etc., without mentioning the real owner of the business. Davy didn't really care. The young man sat down with Purcell to brainstorm his next business plan. Hearing these nonsense talk so much that his hands and brains hurt, the king had no choice but to tell them to shut up. First he honoured his son for his contributions, and then asked him what reward he wanted. Davy felt like no matter what he asked for, he would be given an excuse, so he just answered that he needed time to think a wise decision. As soon as the prince finished speaking, the nobles continued to talk nonsense, discussing business investments with the moon. What a bunch of brainless people. Just then Duke Varietta, the leader of the noble party, spoke up. You guys are all into the moon business. But shouldn't we talk about the basics first? Should we discuss how to use the moon grass to best benefit the kingdom? So why do you want to tie this business to the country and not consult Lord Davy, who created it? Are you more noble than the royal family? Everything will be decided by the Lord, Prince Davy. It is not your business to interfere. The situation was now starting to calm down on the surface. It seemed like he was helping Davy, but in reality it was full of dirty tricks. Before the people could calm down, Varietta started acting up again, pulling out a letter from her person and saying that it was from the Holy Kingdom's High Priest of Literature. The content was roughly that they asked the prince to move to the Holy Kingdom to verify the Holy Seal on his back and reward him with the title of Saint. As soon as the Duke finished speaking, some people stood up and protested fiercely, saying that this was disrespecting the kingdom, and wasn't it the same as giving away the prince as tribute? There was so much talk about him that Davy had to stand up and ask, okay, so they mean that my Holy Seal is proven, and so I have to go to the Holy Kingdom. If I accept the title of saint, then what will the Holy Kingdom protect our country or something? When questioned by the Grand Prince Duke, Varietta acted as if he were all high and mighty and replied in a preachy manner, My lord, you must look at the whole forest, not at one tree. It is your responsibility as royalty. Don't forget that angering the Holy Kingdom won't do you any good. The nobles, after hearing this, stopped paying attention to Davy and turned to wanting to know what would happen to the Heroines area and the moongrass business. Varietta then showed her true colours, saying that when the prince became a saint, he would no longer be able to rule the region by himself, by law, and would immediately have to appoint a new lord. Heroines has become a more important place than any other place in the country, and it is not possible to just appoint anyone to such a position. There was only one suitable person proposed to take over that role, and that was Carlos, the second prince of the kingdom. It turned out that was the reason why he did not agree to nationalize the moongrass business. He wanted to privatize the business and hand it over to the queen's son, his nephew Carlos, and profit for himself. Going around and around like those nobles, all just to show Davy's face that it will not belong to him. As he planned, the second prince was already waiting arrogantly. From outside, come in, kneel down to receive orders, without knowing that he was about to become a laughingstock when Davy placed a curse on him. So the fun part is behind. As soon as he opened his mouth, countless words uncontrollably came out. Woof, woof, quack, quack. Meow, meow made everyone shocked. The king was extremely angry and immediately had Carlos imprisoned for his son's actions, mocking the royal family. Davy then spoke up to turn the tables first, questioning the old duke if his status was higher than the king's, or if this country belonged to him, but brought a letter from the Holy Kingdom that even the king had not seen. And most importantly, what did he gain from today's debate? Sell out the country at the request of the Holy Kingdom and then take the opportunity to take over the Heroines region's business. Hit right in the heart. Varietta couldn't even muster a word of resistance. He asked him back how to solve the problem. Davy, of course, there is asking, that is like asking a stupid question. After all, even though the Holy Kingdom was built on the territory of the gods, it was still just a place where humans lived, so they also needed to do business. Young man used the magic ball to directly contact Bishop Viliam, the budget management department of the Holy Kingdom, to quickly resolve the problem in just a moment. The whole thing was the Grand Priest's doing alone, and he assured that nothing similar would ever happen again in the future. Davy was so confident because he had foreseen everything and had already made contact with the one who held the highest authority in the Holy Kingdom, the Pope, and told him one thing, that if either of the two factors is the Heroines region and he is out of the picture, then it will be impossible to cultivate moongrass. And of course, not only that, Davy also sent them special portions of the product and promised to clear out a special plot of land to cultivate more moongrass to sell them to the Holy Kingdom. This deal looks materialistic and has some hidden agenda, but it doesn't matter. If you want special treatment, you have to give us something in return from the beginning. This deal was set up with that in mind. If everyone is in trouble, no one can blame the other. Everyone is in trouble together. Davy really has a head full of sand and thinks like a god. Although Davy has restored the land that was nearly destroyed and escaped the influence of outside forces, this is only the beginning. Because this territory has been rotting for so long, it is technically difficult to improve the underdeveloped areas. The estimated time until completion of improvements can be up to 10 or 20 years, and this is not something that can be solved with money. Davy came up with a second idea for his business, which was a corn for diamonds opportunity. There is nothing better than an item that can bring high profits with low risk, that is stone. Davy had previously proposed his reward to the king, which was trade with the dwarves. Although he had naturally objected, he had eventually agreed. And of course he couldn't avoid the suspicious eyes of the nobles and sent a group of soldiers to monitor. It didn't take long for the group to reach the Golden Stone tribe, a tribe of dwarves in the northern part of the kingdom. Dwarves are considered poor engineers, with an average height of about 100 to 100 cm, and are famous for their strength, many times that of humans, and their ability to withstand high temperatures. In other words, they were born to be engineers. Unlike the elves, who are only known in legends, dwarves still maintain contact with humans. They live in a tribe near the volcano and dig for rocks. However, they do not like other races, so there is a limit that only those with power equal to the king of a kingdom or their representative are allowed to enter the clan. Davy requested to waive this limit as a reward for his successful moongrass business with the king. With the title of the first prince, Davy was easily let inside by the dwarves. However, the gatekeeper also warned him that because the clan was having some problems, they had no time to trade. Welcoming him was the 8th elder of the Golden Stone clan, Golda. With minimal courtesy, Davy respectfully greeted the elder and introduced himself. He seemed very pleased with the young man's polite attitude and the small gift he brought. However, when Davy offered to cooperate, Golda refused, citing the tribe's difficulties, and allowed the young man to rest for a few days due to the long journey. He also warned him not to cause trouble. "Otherwise, I will kick your ass out at any time and just leave." Watching the elder's figure leave, Davy had to use the system board to check the information. Nothing special except that he wished to participate in the creation of the primordial fire, famously known as the Sword of the Dwarves. The primordial fire is called by Surat the sword that does not cut. It was created by a collaboration between the rested craftsmen and the dwarves, and it was also the first collaboration between humans and this tribe. According to Davy's story, they applied many different powers to the sword as a symbol, such as unity, growth, blessing, and many more. It is also an item that holds Surat's memories. The twin swords that Davy was holding were more like prototypes and could be called the first product. Although the way they were made was slightly different from the other swords, the overall manufacturing method was still the same. A special crafting method that utilizes mana, a method that combines the material and immaterial worlds, and because it is so special, it requires the blacksmith to go beyond his own knowledge in crafting. But dwarves with one-dimensional thinking usually don't try to create something like that, which is probably why they're racking their brains, trying everything they can to figure out that method. Davy decided to carry out his next plan, ostensibly to borrow the dwarves' skills to develop his territory. But the young man came here for another reason, the great furnace created by the dwarves with powerful techniques. As planned, first of all, they had to get on good terms. Davy went to the pub, so they often sat down for a few drinks to clear their heads. Fortunately, Elder Golda was also present, and so to start getting close, Davy suggested they have a drink together. As soon as he made the suggestion, everyone around was extremely surprised because dwarven wine was considered very strong. Few humans dared to try it. But without saying much, the young man finished the whole glass and put on a calm face. After drinking, he also praised the wine as delicious. The reason he pretended to be a high alcohol drinker was because gambling and alcohol were two of dwarves' favorite things. And so Davy proposed a drinking contest with the elder on the condition that if he defeated him, he would be granted one wish, and if he lost, he would have to leave immediately. So the fish took the bait according to the young man's plan, drinking cup after cup, drinking from late night to tomorrow morning. In the end, Golda had to give up in defeat to Davy's drinking. Not only that, after the fight, the young man continued drinking with the other dwarves. As for how the young man became such a heavy drinker, it was because of one of his 2 swordsmanship teachers. The hero who unified the martial arts world of the Central Plains, Cheonma Doko-jun, and it seemed he was an object of fear in that world. Even Daphne, a wine-loving immortal saint, wanted nothing to do with him. But the problem is that when Davy learned swordsmanship from Cheonma Doko-jun, drinking became a daily habit. If you don't drink, you won't be taught anything, and if you pass out, you'll be punished by running 100 laps for 100 consecutive days. A terrible time. He considered alcohol as a god, and compared to such a person, dwarfs were nothing. The bets lost, Golda kept her promise to fulfill Davy's request. He explained that the reason for the chaos in the tribe was because the ancient sword that protected the dwarves had broken. It was a sword that was passed down through the clans in rotation to guard it, and they promised each clan would be in charge of protecting it for a period of time. Golda's father was responsible for protecting the sword in this generation, but he passed away earlier than expected, so the job was passed to Golda in the Golgoda clan. Knowing the situation, Davy said that he also had some blacksmithing skills, so he offered to join the project to restore the sword as an assistant. Then the young man was led by Golda to the central workshop of the Golden Stone tribe for a visit. His presence made the others seem to dislike him and strongly object. Even Elder Golgoda spoke up and wanted his younger brother to explain this matter clearly. When everything was finally cleared up and on behalf of the elder, Golda asked permission to let the young man stay and observe, promising that he would not do anything to disturb them. Before returning to work, Golgoda did not forget to warn Davy that if he went too far, he would immediately crush his head. They were trying to repair the sword that could not be cut, or rather the sword that could not be cut. A great sword that was 2 meters long and 30 centimeters wide. Although it was called a sword, it was nothing more than a large decorative item. Davy knew very well that the thing could not be repaired, because it was not a finished item like a sword, so its lifespan was not very long, although it was regrettable, but it was the truth. At this moment, Thors of the Black Rock tribe outside barged in with an unpleasant expression, opening his mouth to start kicking. "You guys broke the real sword for someone who breaks a sword item. You did pretty well, Golgoda. I didn't like what you guys in the mountains said from the start. It's not too late to hand it over to the Black Dar tribe at least. Our blacksmiths are better than you." The insulted blacksmiths began to protest back, but it seemed that what he said was true, because they had been repairing for a long time without any progress. Golgoda threw the hammer to the ground with force, silently watched them prepare to take the sword away. At this moment, Davy stepped forward, picked up the hammer, and asked him a question. "Are you really a master blacksmith?" Seeing the human Thors became even more sarcastic. Golda also advised him to back off and not get involved in this. However, Davy continued regardless. A true master blacksmith would feel the soul in each piece and respect them. But from the very beginning, he abandoned that way of thinking. Then he threw the broken sword into the furnace and started to knock, making everyone who witnessed it extremely confused. Along with that is the brainwashing that the solution is like a master from the young Davy Elder. Do you really want to solve this problem? Why do you keep acting like this? Do you really think your ego will solve the problem? You must have realized about 3,000 years ago. Reset imposes unnecessary thoughts on this sword and tries to forcefully repair it. You dare treat the village's pillar like that and call yourself a master blacksmith. Since when did dwarves become so shameless? The continent's best craftsmen don't know the condition of this irreparable item. It's absurd, watching the sword being thrown straight into the fire. They were all extremely agitated and wanted to fight to the death with the young man. But this item was created by Davy's craftsman, which meant it was somehow related to him, so Davy couldn't just stand there and watch. Golgoda was helpless and didn't know what to do. He could only scream in despair. Perhaps they realized that the life of the primordial fire was over and that trying to repair it was futile, but cannot be recreated with one's own skills. They don't want to admit that fact and end up justifying that the item won't have any meaning if it isn't passed down through generations. That's the worst thing a craftsman can do. Thors angrily questions him for taking the holy item lightly, as it has nothing to do with humans. Even the most skilled craftsman can't recreate it. Don't get cocky when you can't even create this damn holy item. However, Davy took them from one surprise to another. Directly let them see who is the one who can't do anything. Because Surat was a gifted teacher, Davy's skills improved very quickly, becoming the most proficient of the countless skills he had learned. Though there is still much to catch up with the exact progress of his beloved, but he created countless items like the primordial flame that was just a prototype. Finally, after breaking the common sense imposed by the dwarves, changing the way they handle fire, combining different methods to create new things, which they call desecration, Davy has succeeded in producing a product that sparkles even more brightly than their original fire. Everyone looked at the sword in front of them and were extremely surprised and couldn't help but admire his talent. Davy then handed the sword back to them and said that he could only do so much. For even 1,000 days' time could only accomplish so much, and it was left to the dwarves to complete. Golgoda was quite surprised and quickly replied that they lacked the skills to complete it. The saint just coldly said that if you don't know, you have to learn and he will teach you, but for a fee he can't teach for free, and pulled out his twin swords as a bargaining chip. Seeing the sword that Davy had just taken out, the dwarves immediately went forward to observe. They surrounded it, their eyes filled with curiosity and interest, looking at it for a long time. None of them could hide their surprise. They all exclaimed in unison, "This is a sword! Oh, my very impressive, truly extraordinary." The exclamations created a lively and admiring atmosphere. Meanwhile, the demon king, Purcell, who was sitting on Davy's shoulder, gently flew out floating in the air. She glanced at the group of dwarves and said in the most mischievous tone, "Why do they react the same way no matter what you show them? At this rate you'll be accused of blasphemy." Hearing her say that, Davy immediately responded. His voice was calm and full of confidence. "Do you really think I'm afraid of God's punishment?" At this moment from the crowd, Elder Golgotha, the red-haired leader of the dwarves, came forward with a curious expression and asked Davy, "What is this sword?" Davy shrugged when he heard the question. The tone was as if everything was very simple. "Answer, what is it like inside?" After hearing this question, the craftsman's face showed a troubled expression. Stammering in response, "Are you seriously asking?" Beads of sweat began to form on the dwarf's forehead, and so it was impossible to find anxiety. He continued, "This sword. Do not say." But understanding the meaning in his unfinished words, Davy immediately interrupted firmly, "I didn't create it, but now I will complete the final step." His words caused the atmosphere to change. The other dwarves who were standing around could not help but take a step forward. They cautiously asked, "Then the blacksmith who created this sword?" However, before Elder Golgotha could finish his sentence, Davy interrupted him. He quickly replied he had passed away a long time ago. Hearing this information, everyone was surprised. Meanwhile, Elder Golgotha let out a soft sigh. He bowed his head and said in a low voice, "Ahem, I'm sorry." However, Davy did not respond to him. He seemed to be lost in his memories. He muttered in a thoughtful voice, "It's been a long time, probably thousands of years." Hearing this, everyone's faces were blank. This information was like a bomb, exploding, shocking all the dwarves present. They were constantly talking about it. A few thousand years. Don't tell me, is that it? Our male lead heard these words of gossip. He smiled slightly and then spoke up. His voice was clear and strong. "Yes, it has been a few thousand years." Davy looked at the sword thoughtfully. This posthumous work had always aged while being stored for such a long time, and because of that, its power had increased by more than 10 times compared to when it was created. Sitting on Davy's shoulder, the demon Purcell heard this, and her eyes widened. Her voice was full of questions. "You just said the sword is getting old, like leaning on a star." Davy heard that and nodded slightly. A smile appeared on his lips. He slowly replied, "When using this type of mana processing, the sword must be processed within a certain period of time." Then he added, "You can only complete the new primordial flame after a few months. Well, the difficulty will vary between different items." After saying that, many thoughts crossed Davy's mind. He thought to himself, "That's why I'm worried. How to complete the final step for an item like this?" While Davy was lost in his thoughts, paying no attention to anything around him, Elder Golgotha, who had been standing nearby for a long time, suddenly spoke up. "Hey, do you have the ingredients needed to complete the final step?" This question pulled Davy out of his thoughts. He stroked his chin. A thoughtful look appeared in his eyes as he replied, "Of course not. I was thinking of borrowing mithril as a raw material." Speaking of which, another thought appeared in his mind. It would be best to use orichalcum or adamantine, but I don't have much of either right now. But since this is dwarf medicine, maybe I can get some high-quality mithril. Standing behind Mr. Golgotha was silent and thoughtful, calculating and weighing, as if searching for a solution. After a moment, he raised his head. His expression became more determined, and he spoke with sincerity. "Yes, if it were you, then perhaps," he suggested without hesitation, "you can use this repair shop to work, because my skills are still lacking compared to yours, but I guarantee that I will create good conditions in the repair shop. I think this repair shop is enough for you to use." Hearing the other party say that, Davy was surprised. A look of surprise flashed across his eyes. He began to secretly calculate in his heart. "For blacksmiths, their workshops are off-limits to others. I thought they wouldn't lend it to me, even to repay me for teaching them a new technique." While Davy was still thinking, the surrounding dwarves started to become noisy, their faces filled with anger. They spoke one by one. "Elder Gondola, what do you mean? Are you serious? You never showed it to us, even when we asked you." Hearing that, the dwarf elder's expression remained calm, heedless of the objections of those around him. They walked to a corner of the renovated house and took out an old but sturdy-looking antique box. Davy and Purcell stood there, both of them unable to hide their curiosity and confusion, silently observing his every move. As he opened the box, a strange object that looked like a large bone appeared before Davy. The light from it seemed to confirm that this object carried some mystical power. The elder held the box towards Davy and said in a deep voice, "Take it." The demon Purcell hovered over Davy's shoulder, her eyes narrowed in suspicion, trying to raise her voice to ask, "A bone?" Meanwhile, Davy, as if shocked by what he was seeing, his eyes widened in delight. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my God, these are the bones of an unknown old dragon." The blacksmith Golgoda remained calm, continuing to explain, "You will not find anything as perfect and pure as this. It is a family heirloom passed down from our first ancestors. We kept it because no one was skilled enough to use it, but if it were you, you would probably ignore his words." Our male protagonist's mind was now filled with unspeakable emotions. His eyes seemed to be shining brightly, and the thought rang out in his head. "How crazy, I never thought I would see a cactus in a place like this." Great, while Davy was still admiring, from behind a dwarf suddenly called out loudly, "Look this way, master." The voice made Davy startled and turned his head in surprise. Master the little devil Purcell on his shoulder couldn't help but sigh. Their attitude changed so quickly, the dwarf just called out and walked towards Davy. He said softly, "If you take everything Elder Golda has, including the old cactus and his workshop, don't you think it will cause trouble for him?" Then he added with a determined voice, "So I would like to give you my factory to use if you need anything. Just tell me, I will find anything you need." The angry dwarf elder shouted loudly, "Hey, who do you think you're interrupting?" As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd immediately exploded. The sound of arguing was warm. Everyone wanted to speak their mind. They were all agitated. It was unfair for him to take all the honor. He was right. That was tyrannical. What did you say? Standing on one side watching the debate, Davy helplessly thought, "What is this?" After a while, the dwarves suddenly came and surrounded our male lead. They enthusiastically brought all kinds of precious items to him. Their faces were all radiant. While giving them, they talked to each other. Although there weren't many, I also had a few pieces of O-Chan Kung, so I would be very happy to present this heirloom to you. It was medicine that had been stored for more than a century. 100 grams of adamantine. "This is my family heirloom," was suddenly approached by the enthusiastic crowd. Davy did not have time to react. His eyes flashed with confusion. He reluctantly spoke, said, "Really, you guys? How can you give away a family heirloom so easily?" Hearing these words, the dwarves laughed happily and waved their hands in unison, saying, "It's okay. I've never been able to use it. At least I can brag that it was used to perfect the posthumous work of a 1,000-day blacksmith." Hearing them say that Davy could only sigh in his heart and apologize to his dwarf ancestors. Scene change. After finishing everything, the two people's eyes looked over the pile of precious materials stacked on the roof in front of them. Purcell turned to Davy and said in a slightly sarcastic tone, "What did you say just now?" Not enough ingredients, he heard that and replied with a helpless smile, "Well, I guess it's not a problem anymore." Impressive, the blacksmith's willpower. Then the dwarf riggers came forward, their faces full of hope, and asked, "How was it?" So Mr. Davy turned his head, smiled slightly, and replied, "Very good." Hearing this, the elder, although somewhat pleased, still looked a little sorry. Then he added, "I really want to help, but riggers must keep to principles with each other." So a dwarf behind whispered, "Stingy old man." Understanding what Elder Golgoda meant, Davy then thought to himself, "I don't mind if he stands there watching the elder," then continued speaking. "Feel free to do your work. In the meantime, we will learn the process of forging the holy item you taught us." He replied, "Thank you." Soon the dwarves dispersed, each returning to his or her work in the hot confines of the forge. Davy gently took off his coat, hung it on the rack, patted the mountain of ingredients in front of him, and said softly, then... Davy then rolled up his sleeves with a determined look in his eyes, said, "Let's get started." The scene changes to the past on a paved road, with rows of green trees rustling in the wind on both sides. A blue-haired guard hurriedly chased after her. Blocking the path of a blonde young lady, his face showed a pleading expression. He said, "Hey, Miss P, get out of here." Hearing this, Miss P's stubborn eyes filled with anger, and she immediately cursed, "Who are you calling a flat-chested P? You bastard!" The servant who was scolded waved his hand and hurriedly explained, "What are you talking about? I never told you to be abusive." The blonde lady suppressed her anger, her face flushed, gritted her teeth, and said, "Shut your mouth, I will burn Davy right now." Hearing this, he was stunned, his voice full of confusion. He cried out, "Why did she burn an innocent boy?" At this moment, our Davy came from afar, walking slowly and helplessly, thinking to himself, she was the one who teased her, so why did she burn me? Looking around the scene here, Davy couldn't help but sigh. The Hall of Heroes was almost like heaven. Created from the subconscious of heroes, he thought this place gave heroes a chance to rest after all the hard work they had done while alive. Thanks to Odin, who could create dragons, I had the chance to touch the bones of the nameless old dragon. Meanwhile, the Bean Lady was now sobbing, making him think that the poor Mage Lord had been suffering for a while. Davy approached and held a piece of cactus in front of her. Seeing this, the guard lightly tapped the young lady's head because her crying was too loud. Looking at the old cactus in his hand, Davy said thoughtfully the dragon joke was one of the ingredients to create the holy sword. The guard laughed, not joking. "I think you can't do it," and Miss P kept muttering in anger, "I will burn you." Then the guard added, "But in case you find the real ancient relic, at least you will know how to use it." Recalling the old story while forging, Davy thought at that time he was very frustrated, having to use an ancient relic that he thought would not exist in the real world. But I was wrong. Just as he was reminiscing, the fire in the forge suddenly flared up fiercely. The rising temperature made sweat run down Davy's face. He looked at the red-hot forge for a moment and thought to himself, "It's hot." He held the hammer firmly, indicating that he wanted to use fire-resistance magic, but if he mishandled the temperature even a little bit, he would fail, and he could still hold on. Then the sound of hammering continued to echo throughout the forge. The little devil stood in a corner watching the sword forging process, with eyes full of admiration. The sword, with its occasional flashes of light in front of her, made her unable to contain her surprise. Purcell exclaimed, "So beautiful! It used to be crimson red, but has now turned a transparent ruby color." The blue sword looked like a meteor in the sky, as if it was interfering with Davy. Meanwhile, the sword forging process continued. The hammering sound is sounded in a certain rhythm. The little devil admired the meaning. What an impressive concentration! After a long while, our Davy smiled after a hard time. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared in front of them, and both of them couldn't stop looking at it. Wait for the light to fade. Everything gradually becomes visible. Davy and Purcell were both shocked, their eyes looking straight at each other, with expressions filled with anticipation. Two perfect swords finally appeared before him. One pink bar, one sky blue bar. It looked very eye-catching. Davy smiled happily and exclaimed, "It's done!" Looking at the two completed swords that had just been forged lying on the table, Davy let out a soft sigh. Phew! A look of satisfaction crossed Davy's face. Sweat still beaded on his forehead from the tense hours, but his eyes were still shining with excitement and pride. Then he mentioned the next step. "Now we should name them." Purcell was still hovering nearby. Hearing this, he immediately became curious. His small wings fluttered slightly. He leaned closer and asked, "Have you thought of a name yet?" Our Davy nodded slightly with a thin smile on his lips. "Yes, actually, I have already decided on a name for them." Hearing Davy's words, Purcell couldn't help but be surprised. Her eyes widened, shining with curiosity. Oh, in Davy's mind, he was thinking of the name he had thought of since the first time he saw a pair of daggers. Then Davy stepped closer, with a calm yet majestic look. The two swords in front of him seemed to sense it as well. The blade reflected the light from the fire in the furnace, emitting dazzling rays. Davy reached out and lightly touched the two blades. A feeling of power was transmitted straight to his palm with a deep and firm voice, resounding in the now quiet space. "What are your names?" Scene change. System voice sounded. The first sword is called Hong Chi in the state of completion, double-edged dagger shape, 80 cm long, 6 cm wide, signed by Davy A. Rowan, completion 99. 9% other details are the posthumous work of a great blacksmith who used mana to nurture the product. He devoted his last breath and strength to creating this piece, the great blacksmith's sole disciple inheriting and perfecting the first sword work to extraordinary standards product. Second sword named Lam Kai, in a state of completion. Double-edged dagger shape, 80 cm long, 16 cm wide. Signed by Davy, around 99% completion. Other details, second sword, with extraordinary standard second sword in a pair of swords. Name, Honkai status is under construction. Signatory Davy A. Rown. Other details, elemental mana and spirit mana. Both flow in the sword, has the right to cut. Living people cut through all physical damage. Resistance properties when used. Together with the remaining sword, the effect is greatly increased. Name Lamkai state is under completion. Signer Davy, a Rown. Other details, a large amount of spirit power and holy power flows. In the sword has the right to cut. The dead can cut the ground. Anything that does not belong to the material world, extremely effective when cutting evil creatures. When used together with the remaining sword, the effect increases greatly. Hearing the two names Purcell had just given Davy, looked displeased. Strange people's naming skills were terrible. Even though he was criticized like that, Davy still didn't pay any attention to her words. He just kept silent, picked up the Hong Chi sword, feeling the power radiating from it. A moment later, when he felt the energy in his hand had stabilized, Mr. Davy suddenly tightened his grip on the sword. Then he swung a powerful slash towards the large whetstone lying in front of him. This sudden action made Purcell jump slightly, the small wings behind her fluttering slightly. "What are you doing?" Purcell asked in confusion, but Davy still did not reply. His eyes sharpened as he looked towards the rock. At that moment, Purcell was shocked by the sight before him and was cut off. The slash from the Hong Chi sword left a deep watermark on the whetstone, as if it had been cut through by a supernatural force. Unable to hold back, she immediately exclaimed, "What is this?" The mithril stone was cut off without using any strength or mana. Davy still did not say anything, his expression calm, but he was a little proud. He gently put down the red flag, then picked up the blue flag that was lying next to it. Looking at the sharp blade, he lifted his lips slightly, revealing a confident smile. Without hesitation, he swung his arm and slashed again. This time it was gentler, but the slash carried a terrifying force, causing the surrounding air to tremble. As soon as Davy stopped, the blue flag emitted a brilliant emerald light. From the blade, a blinding surge of mana energy erupted. Then it spread throughout the smithy. Even Davy was momentarily startled by this sudden outburst. "It can also cut mana," he muttered, his eyes sparkling with surprise. Purcell, standing beside him, completely overwhelmed by what just happened, she exclaimed, "Didn't you just swing it?" At her question, Davy smiled wryly, replying briefly, "Yes." Then he turned the blade, taking a closer look at its surface. The light from the blue flag gradually dimmed, revealing a flawless surface. Then he added, "The sword was not even scratched. I see it can cut through anything that does not belong to the material world." Then Davy just smiled slightly and said, "Phew, I think I might have accomplished something extraordinary." Moving aside, Davy and Purcell opened the door and stepped out of the forge. The air outside much fresher than the stifling heat inside. Before them, a group of dwarf blacksmiths sat huddled, dozing off from exhaustion. The creaking of a door opened, woke a dwarf. Seeing the male lead coming out, he immediately stood up, his face bright, and greeted, "Oh, you're out, Master Davy." Nodded slightly, answering and asking, "What are you guys doing here?" The dwarf heard the question and smiled as wide as the morning sun. He replied proudly, "I was just keeping an eye out so no one would bother you. Master, seeing this?" Davy laughed, his eyes filled with satisfaction as he said, "Ha ha, thanks for your hard work." Then he tilted his head slightly, wondering how long had I been inside. The dwarf calculated for a moment and replied, "About 4 days." Mr. Davy heard it and was almost shocked, shouting loudly, "4 days." The dwarf looked at Davy's embarrassed expression, then continued to speak. "You don't know how worried we were when you didn't eat or respond. When we knocked on the door, Davy kept repeating the same words 4 days, still unable to digest the information. As for the demon lady Purcell, who was floating beside him, she also nodded and spoke. Her concentration was just like that of a madman. Then she flew close to Davy's ear and whispered softly, but it was quite interesting to watch. Hearing this, Davy's face turned red and he stammered, "Watch what?" At this time the dwarf beside him continued to speak. "I will call the elders." Davy only nodded perfunctorily, but his hands quickly grabbed the flying little devil, asking what he meant by hope, while the little devil Purcell on this side shrugged, looking mysterious. What was it? Not long after, the dwarf elders quickly arrived at the forge, seeing the two swords that had just been created. All of them opened their mouths wide, their eyes lit up with amazement. Wow! The group of dwarves were talking, their eyes never leaving the two swords, Hong Chi and Lam Chi, an atmosphere filled with admiration and criticism. He stood to one side, arms crossed, with a proud voice, a dwarf who couldn't hide. His surprise said, "Amazing, the sword is glowing." Next to him, another person had tears streaming down his face. His voice choked up. He didn't expect the materials I gave him that day to be used to create something like this. Davy quietly observed them. At this moment, a feeling of satisfaction crept into his heart, but he couldn't help but laugh secretly. When the dwarves saw Hong Ki and Lam Kai, they were like believers meeting their god. Suddenly, a dwarf stood up, his voice filled with emotion. "Now I can die happy. Me too!" Hearing that Davy was startled, he slightly exchanged glances, speechless, but they must have gone a bit too far. Beside him, a sliver of laughter, both hands clasped together and mouth smiling, not bothering to hide his delight. After this incident, it ignited the passion for blacksmithing in their hearts, giving them the motivation to perfect the original fire. A few weeks later, inside the forge, the fire was blazing brightly, but the atmosphere was not stuffy, but full of energy and vitality. Davy stood in a corner watching the group of blacksmiths working hard. A dwarf was hammering intently. Seeing Davy approaching, he stopped and asked him, "Master, the fire around here seems a bit weak, right?" Davy bent down to observe for a moment, then shook his head. "It's okay, we have to lower the temperature for this part." He then continued to explain. His voice, clear in short steel, was harder and absorbed more mana than mithril, and could be made stronger by controlling the temperature of fire. Suddenly, Davy turned away and said clearly, "Elder Romney, don't try to force the structure. You have to follow nature, like letting water flow." Elder Romney was busy hammering when he heard this. He stopped. He slowly followed Davy's instructions, hammering slower and lighter. After a while, he raised his head, his eyes shining with understanding. "Is this what you mean?" Davy nodded, replied briefly, and made his hand a little lighter. Romney immediately adjusted his strength, then looked at Davy gratefully, loudly saying, "Oh, I understand. Thank you, Master. Our brother Davy." Just smiled lightly, not saying anything. A sense of satisfaction rose in his heart. He thought to himself that they had now controlled their pride. They were passionate craftsmen. Then Davy glanced around. The hammering sounds were steady in time with the crackling of the fire in the hearth. He smiled, his eyes shining with joy, their passion as if they were new to forging. Leaving the forge today was a beautiful sunny day. Our brother Davy took a deep breath. The fresh air caressed his chest, then he stretched his muscles. His body seemed to be filled with more vitality. Looking up at the high blue sky, Davy muttered, "This isn't too bad. There's also a sense of accomplishment." At this moment, Elder Golgoda suddenly appeared from behind. He turned his head and saw him walking towards him, holding a bottle of wine in his hand. His eyes bright and his face solemn. He held the bottle towards Davy and said, "Have some." "This is my brother's favourite. I heard you like it." Davy took the bottle, nodded in thanks, and opened the cap. He brought the bottle to his nose to smell it, then took a small sip, smiling with satisfaction. He said, "Thank you very much. It doesn't smell too strong and I like it very much." Golgoda heard that and squinted his eyes and smiled. "I'm glad you think so, because not all dwarves like strong alcohol." He paused for a moment, his expression becoming a little more serious actually. "I came here to talk about something else." Brother Davy was a little surprised. He raised his head and asked something else. Golgoda nodded, intending to continue. Actually, Davy was shaking the wine glass in his hand, feeling a sudden pang of guilt. "Ah, I apologize for the grindstone." He silently recalled the scene of the sharp blade destroying the rock. His expression slightly embarrassed, he softly said, what do you mean? Hearing that, Golgoda frowned in confusion. Oh, isn't that it? His curt reply made Davy breathe a sigh of relief. It was nothing really. He hid. His embarrassment took another sip of wine and pretended to be calm. Golgoda ignored Davy's embarrassment and continued, Ahem, from what I heard, it seems like you also want to repair our private facility to complete the posthumous work of the 1,000-day blacksmith. Davy breathed a sigh of relief that he didn't come to ask for compensation for the other day, then smiled and said, Oh, that's right. Elder Golgoda was pleased, but his voice was low and solemn. So I will tell you this. We dwarves never forget to repay a favor. Although we are not as good as you, we will help no matter what you ask. Hearing this, our brother Davy opened his eyes wide in surprise. Then he asked doubtfully, Are you sure it might take a long time to do? The dwarf Elder Golgoda replied in a decisive tone, We owe you a lot. Master, the entire Golden Stone tribe will follow you. He said in a determined tone, We swear to the Iron God that we will always follow you, Master, in the peaceful space of that clear blue sky day. Under the old tree, our brother Davy officially had a group of dwarf disciples following him to the meeting. Then a gentle wind rustled, and in the distance another dwarf's voice suddenly rang out. The man called out in panic, Elder! It was Romdy running over in panic, Elder Golgoda. Waiting for the person to arrive, Elder Golgoda asked what happened. Romdy replied breathlessly, It's an emergency. An intruder has entered our village. Hearing this news, Golgoda opened his eyes wide and asked worriedly, An intruder? Romdy nodded and replied, Yes. Golgoda was about to say more and was about to come here when a sharp sound of wind came from afar. Davy was extremely alert. He quickly pushed the two dwarf elders aside, avoiding this surprise attack. Then Davy's face looked horrified as the sharp dagger sliced through his arm. He looked at the sharp weapon and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, a red assassination dagger. The image of the castle appeared hazy and grey. Someone shouted loudly, "Ooh-ah-ah-ah-ah!" The maids were trembling in fear because of the scream. Around the broken objects, the servants were cowering, hugging each other. Someone's voice shouted again, Davy. It turned out to be Carlos. The shout rang out again, Davy, Davy. He stood in the middle of the rubble. All the objects around him were scattered on the ground. He shouted loudly. Carlos seemed to have gone mad. His head was bald. His eyes were glowing a dazzling red. Carlos walked unsteadily, holding his messy hair. He groaned. Damn it, the servants standing behind all looked at him. Carlos covered his face. He stared blankly. He thought Davy, it must be him. Then Carlos recalled the events that had happened. He continued to reason in his head. The strange animal noises I made and the loss of my hair all happened after I met that lowly prince. Carlos looked back at the maids and asked, "Yes, you must be very happy." The maids were terrified when they heard this, their whole bodies trembling. One maid replied, "Of course not, Your Highness." Suddenly, Carlos grabbed one of the maid's hair. He pulled it up and said loudly, "You dirty lowlife," the maid screamed in extreme pain. "Kia!" Carlos grabbed her hair and dragged her across the floor. The maid could only scream and beg, "Your Highness, Your Highness." Then Carlos gave an evil smile. He grinned and said, "Even you guys look down on me." Carlos used force again. He squeezed the maid's neck and asked, right croaking. Carlos continued to torture the maid. He pinned her to the ground, and she was dragged outside with her shoes off. The image of Carlos strangling the maid, the red color of blood covering both of them. Suddenly someone's voice rang out. What an interesting sight. Blood fell on the floor, probably the blood of that maid. Suddenly a hand picked something up from the ground, and Carlos looked up and saw the person. The figure of a noble man with a smile on his lips appeared. Carlos asked, "Who is there?" Then the man licked his lips. His face looked handsome. His eyes were ruby red, and his hair was silver, saying that the person threw the thing he had just picked up behind him, smiling brightly as he said, "Oh my, it seems I haven't introduced myself yet." Then the man approached Carlos. The maids standing behind saw the man's aura and were terrified. Seeing the man step forward like that, the two remaining maids were so scared that their faces turned pale. One of them even had her mouth wide open. Turning to the man after approaching Carlos, who had behaved very elegantly, he smiled. bowed and said, "My name is Face, I hope you remember." Then the man added, "From what I know. We have disappointed you recently." Carlos heard this and hurriedly said with a surprised expression what the maids took the opportunity to run away. After hearing Carlos say that Face snapped his fingers, he smiled and said exactly. The scene was very creepy. Carlos was sitting on the dead maid. As for Face, he stood next to him inside, not looking scared at all. The image of Sariel with one eye blindfolded, surrounded by thorns, wrapped tightly around her body. Carlos's voice rang out again, "You are my mother's." Then suddenly Sariel's eyes glowed, and the thorns reacted accordingly. Now returning to reality, the appearance of the gentleman from earlier had disappeared. Only a strange smile remained on his face. Carlos shouted in fear, "You, who the hell are you?" Face said, then smiled again. He put his hand on his face and said again, "It seems someone has played a trick on you." Then Face said, "I'll delete it right away, immediately." Face snapped his fingers. "Well, this is for me to pee on." Seeing that Carlos was startled and unconsciously touched his face, it seemed like he had woken up. Then Carlos stood up and asked, "Who are you hearing?" That Face replied, "Is that important, more importantly?" Then Face patted his chest and confidently said, "Why don't you sign a contract with me? We will take care of the human you hate." Hearing this, Carlos was surprised and startled, as if he had realized something. Then Carlos gritted his teeth, crossed his arms and said in a jealous tone, Davy had the holy mark engraved on his body. On top of that, he had someone to protect him. Then Carlos looked towards Face and said, "He is not an ordinary person." Face heard that and just smiled faintly, then said, "But he is still only human." Face held a wilted flower in his hand, and Carlos said again, "You talk as if you're not human. Face is just gentle, right?" Face turned away smugly. He said proudly, "You will know sooner or later." Face then added, "Because I have already sent one of my servants to him." Hearing this, Carlos finally smiled. Face suddenly threw the flower in his hand. The flower branch immediately turned into bushes. Face said again, "Then it must have dealt with him." Suddenly a hand rushed out somewhere now, only to see Davy rush forward and fight the two men. Suddenly, while running, Davy seemed to see something. He widened his eyes to see more clearly. Purcell looked at the strange object on the ground. She thought deeply and said, "It's not a normal assassination weapon." She picked up that object. It was a villager. The edge continued. It was blood. There was only one power that could do this. Davy looked in that direction, holding the strange object in his hand, and thinking silently. The clawed monster appeared again, its hand on the rock. Then the monster bared its sharp teeth, and then it growled and groaned. Looking towards the direction of the monster, it was standing leisurely on the cliff. Without any fear, Davy thought to himself, the power to use various abilities through blood. Everyone around was scared and sat down on the ground. Only Davy was holding the strange object in his hand. He thought to himself, the power of a vampire. The blood energy suddenly. Someone's voice rang out. "Master, are you okay?" Suddenly the person behind spoke. He pointed in front of Elder Golgoda and said, "Elder, look over there." Purcell also looked up. She quickly said, "A mystical creature. Moreover, a high-level one." Davy also looked in that direction. He just smiled and said, "A mystical creature with blood, huh?" The monster from earlier roared its eyes, extremely cold. Then suddenly it howled. A beam of light came out of its mouth. Its sound waves spread out from the direction. Everyone who witnessed the scene before their eyes was extremely scared. Everyone's eyes widened. The monster roared again, red magic circles appearing along with the monster's sound waves. Then the monster turned back to the direction of everyone standing. It roared. A powerful shockwave struck, creating a beam of magnified light that shone straight at where everyone was standing. Its roar shook the earth. The ground split in two, and clumps of cracked earth flew into the sky. Everyone was trying to cling to the ground. Some were blown away, but Elder Golgoda was still trying to hold on. Suddenly, a blue light appeared. Elder Golgotha was still trying to endure the shockwave just now. Davy waved his hand using magic to surround everyone, forming a protective shield. Davy looked at the monster again with icy eyes. Then the monster slowly landed on the ground with one hand. Then the monster smiled, revealing sharp teeth. Davy stood frozen, staring at the monster in amazement. Then the monster suddenly appeared from behind. Davy turned his head to look at it. He looked at it with contempt. He smiled faintly and said, "Haha, look at it." The elder and the other guy fell to the ground in a pitiful manner. The high-class mystical creature was approaching Davy. How scary did it look with its huge body and dark grey fur? He calmly observed the high-class magical creature. He looked really cool at the moment. The mythical creature with a ferocious face roared its eyes, looking at him as if it wanted to devour him. It roared, revealing its sharp fangs. Just looking at it would make a normal person terrified. Seeing such a mysterious creature, his face immediately changed colour. He raised his hand and sighed. Right now, he was probably thinking, who is this mysterious creature trying to scare? Does it think it's doing this to scare him? Davy said with a helpless face. "You're so enthusiastic. Do you think you're a scent hunter?" The mythical creature with a ferocious face rushed towards him. It jumped forward and opened its sharp teeth, as if it wanted to swallow him. He watched with a calm face to see how the mysterious creature would eat him. Suddenly the Purcell girl appeared with a worried and frightened face. She said, "Blood spirit," while he looked at the high-class mystical creature with a smiling face. She looked at the high-level mystical creature and told him that even if it was a vampire, only high-level ones could use that skill. He told her that it had to be at least an expert level. Looking at the mystical creature with its proud posture, it raised its head to the sky, showing that it was the master of this area, surrounded by a mysterious red aura of power. She was worried about him, so she carefully warned him, "Be careful, it's on a different level from a normal magical creature." He calmly raised his leg and ran towards the magical creature, while the magical creature was approaching him with a majestic stance. Davy, with a sly smile, was poised. His arms outstretched for momentum, his legs spread out for momentum, he said, though different. His feet with terrible force cracked the ground beneath his feet. The land exploded, a blinding light appeared, and pieces of land flew into the air. The power was truly terrifying. Davy approached the mystical creature and looked at it. His face and its face looked at each other fiercely, neither willing to give in. He looked at the mystical creature with a fierce face. Sharp eyes gritted his teeth, raised his fist, looking at his muscular hands. One could tell how strong that punch was. Not willing to lose to him, the mystical creature also looked at him with eyes that wanted to eat him alive. Its mouth opened to reveal long, sharp fangs. This battle was really interesting. He shouted loudly, but it was just a beast that acted on instinct. It seemed that the things the mystical creature had done up until now did not scare him. When he finished speaking, the mystical creature opened its mouth angrily and roared, looking very scary at this moment. He did not hesitate but used his terrible strength to mercilessly punch the mystical creature into the sky. When he finished punching, his stance looked so cool. On the contrary, the magical creature was miserable, knowing that it flew into the air and fell uncontrollably. How pitiful! The mystical creature fell towards where he stood. He watched its falling speed. He looked at it and thought, this is the perfect opportunity. The magical creature fell down in pain. As the mystical creature was about to fall towards him, he took a running start. His hands spread out in preparation to grab something. Looking into the eyes of the mystical creature, he saw him in a majestic pose, pulling out something to attack it. He pulled out a knife and poked the magical creature's eye, causing the light to appear again. He said, "Let's see." He looked at the mysterious creature with a sinister face and a sword. He said, "You have to drive the car to know if it's good or not." He pointed the tip of the sword at the beautiful green circle. He jumped up, raised his red sword, and slashed at the mystical creature, causing it to cry out in pain. The sword move he just used to slash was the 24th form of the demon spirit sword. He slashed at the mystical creature repeatedly. The sword strokes were soft but extremely decisive. The power of the sword, along with his skillful use of the sword, caused the high-level mystical creature to scream miserably. Looking at it now, it looked so pitiful still with the same fierce face, but now screaming in pain. He drew his sword back and watched the creature cry out in agony, surrounding his battle, and it was a fiery red. In a mystical way he shouted, "Eight-way destruction slash." Suddenly there was a bright light emitting the image of two swords with two colors appearing. One side is a blue sword, the other side is a red sword. They look like two powerful magic treasures, but it turns out they are sells storage space, replacing the 7th level storage spell. A special spell created by Davy, who has not yet reached 7th level, that can store a small amount of items, used to store red and blue flags. He recalled the previous incident. The scene of the royal palace appeared. The ancient houses, the sunlight shining down on the balcony, was so poetic. Below were the clear blue lakes that just looking at them made anyone want to stay. But during the golden age of the Chinese martial arts, the high-ranking officials of this sect were all bribed, hindering martial arts and driving people into poverty. "This is sad," he said, that memory sob. The red-haired old man holding a jug of wine shouted, what am I saying again? It's true that when you're drunk, it makes you not normal." He looked at him with a helpless face, holding a small cup of wine in both hands, probably feeling very angry with the red-haired old man right now. He looked at the red-haired old man with a look of discrimination. He helplessly sighed and said this unreliable drunkard had unified the entire martial arts world with just one sword. It was unbelievable. That old man created the 88 sword styles he created, and left behind are quite interesting. The red-haired old man said, I give up. Let's drink." But his hand still held the wine bottle and drank, looking so hateful. Each sword style was as strong as the ultimate moves of other swordsmen. After he finished speaking, he and the red-haired old man stood up to say goodbye to each other. The two shook hands, looking at how warmly they shook hands. The old man shook hands with him with one hand, and with the other hand he held a wine jug, smiling while he shook hands with the red-haired old man with one hand, and with the other hand he held a sword, looking so majestic. The two of them spoke to each other, and it matched with the holy sword Harris, and evolved into its perfect form. After speaking, the two of them left. He stood walking away, probably because of the cold. He hugged himself and shivered. The red sword with its brilliance appeared. The bloodstains on the sword were mysterious. He said clearly, "Humans must use tools." Davy stood tall and proud in the pit, where he had just fought, one hand holding onto his shirt, the other hand carrying his sword, looking so cool. He drew his sword out and pointed it at the ground resolutely. He exclaimed, "Amazing!" There were still pools of blood on the ground below, and the cracked ground in the scene was haunting. He spoke, "This should be enough for ready to go." The girl Purcell, with a panicked and worried face, pointed at the monster and said to him, "This monster is not dead yet." He, with a calm face, looked at the monster and said, "I know." Suddenly, where the monster was lying, a bright red light appeared, very mysterious. As for him and Purcell, they stood there looking at it without fear, as if this scene had been predicted. He looked at the monster in it. It was terrifying. He said, a survival tool similar to a corpse. By hiding the source of their immortality somewhere nearby, they were capable of infinite regeneration as long as the source was not destroyed. The image of the monster was no longer intact as usual, but had now turned into black shadows that rose up in a ghostly manner, as if it would explode at any moment. He told her how to destroy them once and for all. Of course, he said, if you cut them to the point where they have nothing left to regenerate, or destroy them with holy power, they will die. However, using this move in battle is much harder than it looks. The image of the holy sword that appeared was dazzling, and one look at it told you that the holy sword was no ordinary one. He turned to look at her with a curious and questioning face and said, "Purcell, do you know how a mystical creature has the immortality of a high vampire?" She said to him with a sinister face, from the very beginning, it was abnormal to use blood energy. He and she both turned their eyes towards the monster. The two of them were deep in thought. He sighed helplessly and said to her, although I also want to check, but I have no way to do so. The scene has become more tense now," he said to her in a helpless voice. It had revived after Reddy's slash. "This level of immortality must be a trick of the Lord Vampire. Why is it attached to a monster like this? The monster lies there with its eyes still closed, but its body still has a red, ghostly blood running through it. This monster looks so cute, completely different from when it was awake. It was fierce and looked very scary." He looked ahead at the scene of devastation, the exploding debris, and in the distance was the image of a tree. It looked so desolate, he thought sadly, he didn't have time to investigate in such a situation. He had a worried face, his eyes filled with sadness. He held the holy sword and thought about what was about to happen. Would his next move be as he had predicted? He no longer hesitated and decisively held the holy sword and slashed towards the monster. He slashed a blue light and a pair of monster children appeared. The power of the holy sword, combined with his power, created something terrifying. He slashed the monster, and the tree far away from him broke in half. Not only that, the ground also cracked into many membranes. That power was truly terrifying. His sword was stained with blood. The image looked dark and mysterious. And on the ground below, the monster's blood was splattered in streams. Davy and Purcell looked at the monster. He held two swords, one blue and one red. Looking very cool, he told her, "Did we destroy the source?" She told him, "I feel it. It feels like it distorts the system itself." She and he turned to look at each other. He lifted the holy sword onto his shoulder, and she stood on his holy sword. He looked at her with a confused face and said, "System." She gently said yes. Looking up at the sunset sky, how beautiful is the sun slowly setting? He asked himself, can this holy sword kill even a god? He looked up at the blue holy sword that had just destroyed the monster and wondered, all the time, what did he put into this holy sword? It had been a long time and it was finished with the best materials that must have increased its power. He walked forward with one hand holding the holy sword and the other holding the sword, looking really cool. The sunset scene was even more obvious with the red sky. He sighed, thinking about complicated things later. He said with a gloomy and thoughtful face, it seemed. The scene changed suddenly. The wind blew loudly and leaves fell continuously. Davy looked around suspiciously, thinking a dirty rat is hiding nearby. He watched the leaves fall to the ground. The silence was so eerie that it seemed to hold some hidden danger. He used his sword to slash, causing the ground in front of him to explode, looking very scary. The Duke was startled by the light and immediately covered his eyes with his hand. Davy said to the Duke with disdain, "Next time hide better." The Duke was startled to learn that Davy had spotted him, his eyes widening in disbelief, revealing shock and fear. Davy suddenly appeared in front of him, making him jump back in surprise. His face was so scary and demonic at the moment. He said to him, "Oh, you bastard!" The sunset scene is so beautiful. The ruined land combined with the sunset light is so eye-catching. Panting sound suddenly rang out. Suddenly there was a sound of hurried footsteps, combined with the sound of rapid, panting breathing. The Duke appeared with a face full of fear and sweat. He must have just experienced something terrible. Suddenly his face changed color. His eyes widened and turned red. His mouth opened in anger, revealing sharp fangs. He shouted loudly, "I will die." Suddenly from the darkness appeared a set of white teeth, smiling sinisterly in a truly terrifying way. The scene showed an interesting image. He was being chased by Davy. He was really scary at this moment. His face changed color into a different person. His red eyes lazily looked at the Viscount as if he wanted to eat him alive. His mouth smiled savagely, making anyone who heard it scared. He held two swords in his hands and chased after him, causing his face to change color, with fear sweating profusely running, while thinking, "I will really die if he catches me." He suddenly raised his sword and said loudly, "I told you so. Wow, I wonder what he's trying to do." He used the power of the sword combined with his own strength. He slashed towards him, causing a red slash to appear in front of the road he was running on, when he suddenly saw a red light appear in front of him, causing his face to turn pale. He looked so pitiful. The path ahead of him was blown up by his slashes. His strength was truly terrifying. Just a few slashes caused the path ahead to explode. Because the road ahead had just been destroyed, he couldn't run anymore. He stopped covering his face because the road ahead was too dusty. He must be very scared right now. His face changed color, his eyes opened wide, and he fell to his knees as if he had just seen something terrible. Mixed with his emotions was the fear that came with being caught by him, and he still relentlessly chased after him. He turned his head to see if he was about to catch up. Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. Why can't I play with him a little? He's here to kill me." He shouted with an angry face, "You have to make me look like a bad guy, really. I must be helpless right now." The other guy looked at him with a blank face, probably not understanding what was going on. He looked at him with a puzzled face and said, "Is he crazy? Is he talking to himself? Whose side are you on?" His thoughts at this moment were nonsense. He must have had overthinking to be able to deduce like that. He suddenly clenched his fist and thought to himself, "I will seize this opportunity to—" Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly stepped forward and grabbed his arm, causing his face to turn pale. He must be very scared right now. With a bewildered face, he asked him, "What are you doing?" He turned his head to look at him and said in confusion, "When did he get behind me?" The scene between him and her at this moment was interesting. One side was standing with a proud posture, the other side was worried and sat down on the ground. His face became happy at this moment. He smiled so big that his eyes narrowed. His two hands held the sword. He said to him, "Dear customer, you must pay before leaving." He slashed at him, saying as he slashed, "Are you going to eat and laugh?" He was also very alert when he saw him preparing to attack and quickly dodged. It was a beautiful dodge. Even though he dodged, his face was still pale. He said with a trembling voice, "Damn it." He looked at him with a sinister smile. He said, Damn. He was talking about the power of his family. He just said, "Among our species, we are the most prestigious nobles." In other words, we are generally far superior to humans. Just as he said, picture a noble man sitting very leisurely with his chin in his hands, and around him were servants standing to serve him. Normally this person would be scared out of his wits when encountering a mystical creature, but not only did he corner me, he also intended to play with my life until he got bored. The image of him fighting the high-level monster appeared. He stood very upright now, seemingly without any fear. If ordinary people were to encounter this high-level monster, they would definitely be scared out of their wits. Face stood with the proud posture of a noble. He smiled contentedly, holding a glass of wine to enjoy. Then he shouted, "Mr. Face." His slashes were delivered continuously, but a bright light appeared again. Davy's slash across his neck sent him flying. His face turned pale, his eyes widened, his teeth clenched in fear. I think we've misjudged him. Davy jumped up to attack him. He looked so cool, and he was so scared he couldn't stand. He said this guy is absolutely not normal, because Davy's attack on him was so strong that it caused that place to emit a bright light. He pressed down on him in an active position. The opponent with a helpless face because of being in a passive position, he knelt on the ground with his face down, looking really pitiful. Davy sat on him arms crossed and said to him, "You finally behaved." He said to him with tiredness and discomfort, "I couldn't move sitting still without trying to resist. It was a pity for him, a noble family member, to have to suffer like this." He angrily said to Davy, "What the hell did you do to my body? Human, you lowly species, do you want to die?" His face was very angry at this moment. His eyes were wide open, his mouth was open, and he was screaming. He looked like he wanted to eat him alive. He calmly replied to him, "You should be grateful that I didn't kill you." Davy said to him in a serious tone, "I need to confirm something with you." He replied to him in the hardest tone, with a provocative tone. Sorry, I regret to say that I'm the most verbally abusive person in the clan." He said to him in a firm tone, "You won't get any information from me." He took the initiative to say to him in a sarcastic tone, "Sorry, but I never intended to hear it from your own mouth. I'm sure he won't forget it when he hears you say it now." Davy pressed his hand on his head. Suddenly he said, "Actually, I accidentally have a perfect magic that I can see into other people's minds. It must be because my power is too great that it made him confess in pain." His face at that time looked very miserable. His eyes were wide open and red. His teeth clenched pitifully. He thought he would believe him if he answered. Like that, did he think he was a child or something to trick him like that? It was so funny. Davy, with a calm face, smiled at him, his hands still on his head, and said, "Such a thing cannot exist. Well, there is only one way to find out." He looked up at him with a bewildered face when he heard him say that. Davy used his power to ignite samadhi, causing his hand to heat up like fire, causing him to cry out in pain. Looking at the image of Davy and him in another dimension, it was so eerie. The space was covered in a mysterious purple color. He said the black magic, cursed mark merged. Davy continued confidently, the fire interrogating him. That sentence made his power increase, causing him to scream. Miserably, the scene became even more ghostly. He was burning with pain, screaming, "Too hot, too hot. Please put out the fire." Davy said to him with a sinister smile, "You're fine, don't make such a fuss." Purcell stood aside and saw him doing that to him. She felt sorry for him. She said, even if he was an enemy, doing that was a bit much. He answered her with a calm face, "Don't worry, he won't die." It seemed like he had the situation under control. She and he looked forward. The scenery was beautiful with dreamy purple color. She gently said to him, "You know, the person who is worried is not him." He still kept a calm attitude and said to her, "Miss Demon King, do I really need to be lenient with the person who tried to take my life?" She said with a shy and awkward face, "You're right." But she only said that because she was worried about him. She was truly a girl full of tolerance and compassion. He shyly rubbed his head and said, really?" Davy said the good man was useless. He had a tired face. He collapsed on the ground because he had just been through terrible things. Davy, with a serious face, crossed his arms and said to him, "We don't need to know too much about people, so let's hurry up." When he heard what he said, his face changed color. His eyes widened, his mouth opened wide as if he was about to say something. Davy wondered and started asking him first, "Who are you?" But the other person was not afraid and said to Davy in a provocative tone, "You think I will?" He was really bold to dare to say that to him. When he heard him speak in a powerful tone, he smiled sinisterly, raised his hand to the purple flame and said, "Want more?" When the other party saw this, he was so scared that he stammered, "I am Pedkid and I am a Viscount." Davy said in a calm voice, "Oh, so you are around intermediate level." Pedkid stopped and looked up at him with hatred in his eyes. He said, "Okay, I'm pretty sure I'm your target. It's because of that vampire maid last time, right?" Davy answered him with a calm smile, exactly he thought proudly in his mind. A person who was supposed to be a talkative person like him confessed quite easily there was nothing that could stump him, so this was the real question. Viscount Pedkid asked him with surprise, "Including the person and the magical creature just now, why do you have the power of immortality?" He was extremely curious about that. Davy around stood looking at him with a proud, slanted posture, but in contrast to him, he sat watching with a timid, guilty look. He looked at him and wondered, He still didn't move. Maybe he should provoke him. More cruel people often live leisurely. Viscount Pedkid's face suddenly changed to anger, as if he had just suffered something terrible. He clenched his teeth, his eyes shining with determination. When Davy, Aaron, and Purcell saw him like that, they were both extremely curious and confused, not knowing what he was going to do. Viscount Pedkid suddenly shouted loudly. He decided to choose an extreme solution for himself. "I choose death." When Davy, Aaron, and Purcell heard him say that, they were extremely surprised. He said loudly, "What?" when she saw something unusual. She shouted loudly to him, "Hide quickly." Suddenly, Viscount Pedkid's body swelled up. His body was covered in red, and a very surreal-looking cage of light appeared. It was taboo when he saw such light. He found it very dazzling, so he covered his eyes with his hand. He shed tears. His voice was helpless as he said, "I don't want to be like this." The light grew brighter and brighter. Davy Around and the female demon king watched in amazement. Viscount Pedkid sadly called out the last words. Then he called out someone's name. When his body couldn't take it anymore and exploded, everything was left in a sea of flames. The scene was terrifying. Prince Davy Around stood before the ruins, a taboo, and the punishment for it was nothing less than death. He did not want it to be like that. But perhaps that is all we can know. Purcell said, "Sorry, it's me, Davy," and comforted her. "Don't worry, I expected something like this to happen. When the curse is lifted, the one who placed the curse can feel it. I mean, one of the curses we put on the seals has been removed. It has been put into a dormant state, to be exact. It should have been difficult to find that curse, yet they did it. The power of immortality, huh? The person behind this must be quite dangerous. Night falls in the land of the dwarves is still bustling. Everyone worked hard to try to fix the house. Purcell felt sorry for them. Just one magical creature was rampant, and this place was destroyed to this extent. Davy kept passing the busy dwarves who were calling to each other to the north. "Yes, hurry up." At this time, Davy met two people, Golda and Golgoda. "Ah, Master, I'm sorry you had to go through such a difficult time, it's okay." Davy asked him psychologically, "Are you hurt anywhere?" "You see, I am perfectly fine, but dozens of houses were burned down and a few people suffered minor injuries." Seeing Davy just kept quiet and didn't say much, Golgoda noticed it seems Master has something to tell us. Davy bowed his head and smiled. "Go inside first. I see the guards outside are very busy. What's going on?" The two of them were silent for a moment, then Golda looked at Golgoda. "Brother, I'm afraid it's nothing serious. A child from the orphanage has gone missing, and the guards are looking for him, but we haven't found him yet. Speaking of which, I think it's not safe for you to stay here any longer, Master." Davy then said, "Actually, I have something to tell you. Please take this," and he pushed a black book towards them. "Here it is. It contains the information needed to restore the holy item. Since it will take quite a while before it is completed, we plan to return soon." The two dwarf brothers expressed a slight regret. I don't know how we can repay you." Davy refused. "I don't want you to have to repay me. Actually, I am the one who should repay you for your kindness. I have been rewarded enough. Most importantly, there's a high chance that the mysterious creature targeted me when it entered the village. So once I leave this place, all the problems will disappear. I apologize for not warning you in advance." The two cousins slammed the table and stood up ridiculous. Then it could be the Master's fault. Prince Davy saw their attitude and smiled gently, although people would have different attitudes towards this. If they had a hostile attitude towards him, they would take this opportunity to criticize him. I then explained the accident, telling them that it was the result of the seal carved on my body. After all, it was true that the mysterious creature was targeting me. The only thing that still worries me is whether the vampires will be a little angry here after I leave, but the current situation doesn't allow me to worry about such things. Davy saves a lost boy crying in a tree. He held out his hand to the boy. "Here's what I can do for them. The sooner I leave this place, the safer it will be. The birds are flying in the sky." In front of the citadel, the guards were dozing off when they were startled by a group of people arriving. "Stop and say your name." Prince Davy rode up. "I am your lord." "Saint, I told you I'm not a saint. My father is back. Come home." After returning to extremely busy Heisman territory, although I received reports while in the dwarven village, more people wanted to migrate to our territory, so by the second quarter we had about 4,000 residents. That number is about 20 times the current population. There will be a lot of problems if the population suddenly increases, but now is not the time to be afraid, because we have strong helpers. Davy stood with Golda looking at the new construction. "Master, the state of this territory is exactly as you told me." "Yeah, even your mansion looks like that, which scares me, haha." Golda patted his chest confidently. "This is my chance to repay you. Please leave it to me. I will turn this place into a place worthy of the title of Master Craftsman that represents the entire continent. Please don't refuse my offer, no matter how great a leader you are. If you don't take care of yourself, no one will follow you." Davy happily replied, "No, I won't stop you. Actually, I have a few more requests. I think the other dwarves would like them too." Some people felt uneasy and suspicious because he was so close to the dwarves. What did he do that the dwarves who were barely seen would behave like that? Davy knew, although some people looked at him with doubtful eyes, thinking he wasn't good enough. Well, that was understandable, but the reconstruction of the territory was proceeding very smoothly. At the end of the day, Davy was finally able to return to his beloved room. He lay flat on the president's 500mm bed. "I much prefer fighting with magical creatures." Purcell encouraged him. "Good job. I think now I understand why the kings in Joseon, Korea didn't live long. Being a leader isn't easy." Davy happily hugged the bed. "This bed is so soft." Purcell reminded him, "You should change your clothes before going to bed. This must be a comfortable bed recently created by the alchemist department. This bed is really big. This thing will definitely be considered a high-quality product on Earth." While rolling around, Davy touched something under his feet. He sat up, rubbing his eyes. A dark shadow emerged from the leg, making Davy's skin crawl. Prince Davy was extremely confused. "I entered the wrong room. It couldn't be." Davy looked at the moving mass on his bed, which meant it had been quiet for a while, but it was starting again. Revenge doesn't always involve money. As the business of the territory grew, I began to encounter many people sneaking into my room with illegal demands. In this medieval hierarchical world, that was not uncommon, but for me it was different. Daphne once smiled brightly and called Davy's name, but then her face darkened, and she held an axe to threaten Davy. If you dare to use the nightingale so carelessly, I will hunt you down and kill that nightingale, even if that means I have to leave this place. I am a saint who keeps her promises. Understood. A warning from a sinful saint is more dangerous than one can imagine. I have received so much bribe money that I did not investigate the people who sent it, but the bribery went so far that they sent people every day, so I warned them. If you let people into the room, I will kick them out. They will wrap themselves in blankets and run away. If you do this nonsense again, I will turn against you regardless of our agreement. You eunuch daring to call Davy a eunuch makes me so angry that I am speechless. Thanks to that, I have been able to enjoy peaceful nights ever since. Davy slowly pulled the blanket back to see who was under the blanket. Is a very cute pink-haired girl. Davy helplessly covered his face. What the hell was this? They wanted to appeal to their hidden feelings by taking advantage of a child, or... Davy sighed. Hey kid, who are you? The pink-haired girl smiled out like the sun. Davy and Purcell kept smelling it. It hurt their hearts. Davy gritted his teeth in anger. Those bastards even spared this innocent child. Davy called Amy loudly. She rushed in. Yes, what's wrong? Before he could breathe, he saw a little girl sitting on the prince's bed. Amy was so shocked that she covered her mouth. There must be a misunderstanding. What happened, Your Highness? Davy doesn't want to hear it. Don't say useless words. I told you not to let others into my room, right? Amy insisted. I wouldn't let anyone in. Your Highness didn't bring her in that day. No. Davy deduced that if Amy didn't know, then one of the other servants had secretly placed her here. I seem to be a joke these days. Amy heard that and hurriedly ran to the girl. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I should have guarded your room better. I will find this child's guardian immediately. The little girl pointed her tiny hand at Davy and called out to him, Dad? Everyone was petrified on the spot, huh? The little girl jumped out of bed and ran to hug Davy's leg, happily calling Daddy. What kind of Davy is that? He looked into the corner of the room where there was some light coming from and was startled when another girl with blue hair appeared. That night they had a very long silence. The next morning the pink-haired girl was running around the castle grounds. Ha ha ha! Amy was struggling to catch up, Miss Wait. You'll get hurt. This pink-haired girl is named Hong Chi, in perfect condition. Double-edged broadsword shape. HCC Tawaneti is long, 6 centimeters wide. Davy a round contractor, 100% complete. Davy sat in a corner looking at the data table. What a gift. I really didn't expect you could have checked her information from the beginning. Besides, I hope you feel very guilty. Davy is helpless. He has already named it. And how can he change it? Who knows? The sword can also turn into a human. Actually, these two girls are the two swords that Davy brought back, named Hong Ki and Lam Kai, in perfect condition with a wide, double-edged sword shape. Note they have consciousness. They awakened consciousness very early, so their awareness is still very immature. They consider Davy a Round who created them as their parents. Their awareness will grow over time. Lovely warning. Suddenly confused. I told you, I can't resist. Amy here couldn't stand Davy anymore, and now she had 2 kids, so she had more experience in dealing with him, so she changed her plan and didn't chase him anymore, but instead brought out food to lure him. Miss, look at this cookie, try it. Hong Ki turned around and ran towards her. Ha ha ha, Miss Lam Kai, hurry up. Davy's eyes were opened. Swords can be eaten. They are literally human. 2 tiny hands came from somewhere and placed themselves on Davy's legs. Little girl Lam Kai lay down. Davy touched Lam Kai's head. The little girl raised her head and whined, Daddy! Infinity and Davy's hearts immediately stopped beating. As cute as they are, they're really not good for the heart. Davy, let's test the 2 Hong Ki Lam Kai first. Can Hong and Lam return to their original form? The 2 girls looked at each other and nodded, seeming to understand what they said. The 2 immediately flew up and quickly returned to being 2 swords like before. Davy held them in his hand and looked at them. Their nature was still swords. They did not hesitate to return to their original form. They transformed very quickly. It seemed like this was their instinct. The density of power within the swords also increased the fact that they had consciousness, made them stronger. Okay, you 2 can go back. The two kids kept hugging Davy's legs, one calling for Daddy, the other asking for cookies, and Davy was wondering if he should announce that he was protecting them. Wusoo suddenly interrupted. "Aren't they? Your daughter's in this case the original daughter." Davy sighed. "You're not going to let me get married. Wasn't that the original plan?" Hearing that Davy pouted and pouted, Honki asked for cookies, but he said no. Having cavities like that was what a real father would do. At this moment, Amy hurriedly walked in. "Amy, what's the matter? His Highness is a guest who has come to visit." Davy wondered who would be coming at this hour, an Asian guest unannounced. Amy replied, "Princess Winley has arrived." Princess Winley was fascinated by Honki and Lam Kai so cute. She hugged the two children and asked, "Who are these children?" Davy was helpless. They were the children he was taking care of. "They look like your daughter." Winley's eyes widened with excitement. "Oh my! Every time I come to see you, I see something new." "Oh really?" Princess Winley looked around. She was so worried when he said he was going to a wasteland. Princess Winley looked around. She was so worried when he said he was going to a wasteland. "The dwarves in that village are so nice. I thought they wouldn't appear in the outside world. Well, they've always helped me. It's wonderful." Davy looked a little regretful. He wanted to pity you carefully. "But you see, the territory is in such a state." Winley shook his head. "Please don't worry. I just feel relieved to see you." Happy baby Davy was confused. "So what?" "Wow, you are quite a busy person. I didn't realize I was so busy lately." "Happy, huh? Surely the girl is right." Davy smiled and said to Winley, "Why don't we go inside?" "Yes." On this side, Amy leads the guests who are with Princess Winley to the resort. "Those who are with her, please come this way." Winley is still chasing the two Hong Kai Lam Kai kids. "Come play with me." Davy noticed a man with red ponytail in the group of people who came with Winley. "I think I've never met him before and find him a bit strange." Entering the house, Davy asked about his sister's life. "How is Boris?" "How do you have time to visit when your territory is so busy?" Brother, the number of bandit attacks has decreased recently, so the territory has become quite peaceful." "Am I being too heartless?" Davy just smiled stupidly. "Haha, I'm sorry." Winley rubbed her hands together and said hesitantly, "Actually, the reason I came here is because I have something to ask of you." "Brother, do you know how to use the power of the Holy Seal?" "The power of the Holy Seal," Winley said tremblingly. "I know I shouldn't ask that when you're busy, but the only person I can count on right now is..." Davy ran to her side and said, "Tell me, what do you think?" Winley burst into tears. She cried, "I'm so sorry, I'm sorry." A moment later, Winley was fast asleep on the bed. The butler beside him reported he was just exhausted. That must have bothered him for quite a while. He would be better after a good rest. Davy looked at his little sister with heartache. This place and the Ordem territory, where Winley and Varys lived, were quite far apart. She must have been travelling for days without stopping. People must be very important to her. Back to the conversation between the two brothers. Winley could only hold her hands and cry. She was really sorry. Her friend was about to collapse. Even the doctor and the priest had given up. The summary of her story was like this. Potner is Winley's bodyguard and close friend who took a poisoned arrow from the robbers for Winley. Since Winley fell into the trap after being exhausted from being chased, if Potner had not taken that arrow, Winley would not have survived. The priest removed the poison from her body with an antidote spell, but then dark green stains appeared all over her body. This was the problem. After the poison from the arrow was released, she showed unusual signs. She had a high fever and dark blue marks appeared all over her body after coughing up blood. Potner gradually lost her vitality. The priest and many doctors tried to save her, but her condition did not improve. And while unsure of how to cure this unknown disease, Winley, after hearing something from the priest who was treating Potner, that perhaps a great priest with the Holy Seal could cure, it travelled all the way to the Hines territory to seek luck. Winley helplessly cried, "What should I do because of me?" Potner Winley hick. Sisters Hong Ki and Lam Kai stood by Winley's bed, wondering if she was sick. Davy reassured the two kids. "She'll be fine after some rest. Let her sleep some more." Hong Ki heard the first thing, "She can't be sick. I will stay with her." She climbed into bed and snuggled up to Winley's feet. Davy melted so good. Lam Kai was more timid, standing there confused, then climbed up too. Also, she was so cute just now. She seemed to dislike Winley, so obedient. Davy pulled his legs up for the three of them. Normally I would have stopped them, but they were full of energy, so having Winley lie next to them might help her recover. Davy stood looking out the window at the moon-blue stains and coughing up blood. "Davy, what's wrong?" "Oh, nothing. I just thought the symptoms were familiar." Intuition tells us that there are times when you feel like something is about to happen, even though there is no evidence or sign. Davy called the manager out there. Our information guilds in the territory find the best and most reliable place, obey. Davy confided to Purcell, "I have a feeling this is going to get complicated." Purcell sympathized with him and comforted him, "But I think you will have no problem. You always turn danger into opportunity." "I know, but I don't want the number of victims to increase. Besides, based on the symptoms alone, I can only think of one disease." Purcell speculated dark blue marks, coughing up blood, and losing vitality. "There was no such disease in our time. Is there really such a disease?" Davy replied immediately, "Yes. But the problem is that the disease shouldn't have appeared on this continent. This is what confused me the most." Princess Winley Hong-ki and Lam Kai played happily in the yard. 3 little girls ran around the yard. Prince Davy stood from inside the house watching the 3 children playing cause and effect. "Wait. The principal says everything has a reason." I summarize the situation as follows. Someone who was given an antidote after being hit by a poisonous arrow showed unusual symptoms and gradually lost vitality, a disease that even the priest had never seen before. Something was very unreasonable. Purcell looked at Davy's face. He didn't look well. "I'm thinking a lot. It's understandable. There are many suspicious things in your sister's story. It was strange that those who lived by thievery on the outskirts of the kingdom should have such a deadly poison in their possession. Although there are more suspicious things, it is still too early to come to conclusions. We need more information. So that's why you called the guilds to gather information. Yes, understanding the situation, no matter what kind of disease, the solution always lies in the cause. This is the first thing I learned when studying medical techniques." Davy sat down in the chair and smiled. "Just mention Tao Thao and Tao Thao will come. Since you're here, come in." A silence fell. "Just wondering who are you talking about?" Davy pointed to the empty space ahead. "Don't waste time like that." The gap gradually revealed a mysterious person wearing a cloak. Davy was pleased. "Oh, he looked different," the man asked him. "I heard you needed something from us." "Yes, thank you for taking the time to come here when I am so busy. Please sit down." The man in the robe just looked at the chair and didn't bother to move, just doing whatever he wanted. He must be wary because I saw through his disguise. "I will say straight out that I want to buy information. How much can you provide?" The person was silent for a moment and then answered everything. "Everything has a price." "Yeah, I agree. Nothing in this world is free." The man said to Davy very seriously, "As long as you can pay us enough money, we can even learn about the harem of the neighboring kingdom. We can even get you a pair of royal underwear, Prince Davy spray." "That's a bit far, my friend." "What a strange thing to say." "What about the princess of the Palan kingdom? Can you do it?" Purcell is annoyed, perverted. "You don't need to go along with him." Seeing Davy's sparkling eyes, the man looked away in guilt. "Even I value my life. That's a bit understandable." Davy stood up. "Very good, that's enough." He gave me a bag of gold coins. "This is the deposit." "There is a woman named Potner, who is my sister. Winley's knight. Investigate her recent activities." At this time, the game board just displayed the parameters of the mysterious person wearing a helmet to tell us this person's name is Jack, or full name is Aina Helishana. Age 124, both male and female. Dark elf official race. Title star assassin unusual. Other details. Have basic assassin skills at the expert level. Working for the Information Guild as one of the 4 leaders. Known as Jack in the guild. Current status is messy. Looking at the information about Jack, Davy was startled. Was it a woman and on top of that a dark elf? How could that be? She doesn't look like a dark elf at all because she's disguised as a human. Jack was a little hesitant investigating the background of an Asian woman. Davy preferred another way of speaking. "I prefer people to call it medical practice. How about that, okay?" Jack was silent for a moment and then said, "I will not accept the money." Davy asked, "What do you mean you're willing to do it for free?" "Not really, the total will be calculated later." Davy jokingly asked, "What would you do if I defaulted?" "I make this offer because you don't seem like the type to break a promise." Davy understood Jack's meaning. "Oh, so you're trying to build a relationship. A bit arrogant. But I like it was that your group's decision." It's a personal decision, very well, do whatever you like. Well then, goodbye, Jack said, blowing white smoke and leaving. Going out normally is fine, is it because of her pride? Davy looked at Jack's information. She was a dark elf and was hiding the fact that she was female. More importantly, isn't it considered a very famous guild on the continent? That proves that merchants aren't the only ones who know how to make money. By the way, do you know about the Helishana family? Davy doesn't know Helishana. No, that's the dark elf's last name. What do you know? Purcell saw that he didn't know, so he stopped talking. No, if you don't know, it doesn't concern you. Forget it, it's boring. After hasty preparations for departure, Davy officially departed 2 days later. Prince Davy scolded sternly. No, it turns out that Princess Winley insisted on coming along, so I'll go with you too. Davy stepped in first. I know how you feel, but don't think you've had enough rest. Winley doesn't give up easily. But only Davy understood that this was a very urgent situation. I had prepared to go to the Ordem territory as soon as possible, but trouble would come before I left. He scolded Winley harshly. Don't be so stubborn. It would take us at least a few days to reach the Ordem territory, and even longer if we took a carriage. To check the patient as soon as possible. This is the only way. I'm just in the way. Riding a horse costs a significant amount of mana. Even if the twins stayed with her every night, she wouldn't last the entire journey. Above all, there is something wrong with this, Purcell asked. Is it human intuition again? Probably. Winley is still making a fuss and won't stay home. I can come with you. I'm not weak. At this moment, a stranger approached the two brothers. I see you are in quite a difficult situation. Oh, Lord Eulis, what the hell is this halo? He asked politely. May I ask what is going on, and then Princess Winley will explain it to him. Yes. Look at those two chattering away. Davy knew it. How could his instincts be wrong? This was going to be another problem. The red-haired guy happily introduced himself. Nice to meet you. My name is Eulis, a level 5 mage. Although someone like me is not suitable, I work for the Red Tower. Prince Davy politely extended his hand. I am Davy Arone. I have heard a little about you. It is an honor to have you visit this small land. I just smile like that. But actually, I don't know him and I'm not interested. There's no reason for us to meet like this. No matter how famous he was on the mainland, he still came from the central magic tower of the central continent. Knowing him would only bring trouble. Purcell thought Davy was overthinking. How could the person who knew he was famous on the mainland be intuitive? Eulis praised this land as not small at all. It is the most unsightly land in the eastern continent. Most importantly, Princess Winley talked so much about this place that I always wanted to visit. Princess Winley was so embarrassed that she scolded Eulis. How could you say that in front of him? Ahaha, why not? The two of them did this in front of Davy the Fox. He is a very dangerous man. Should we kill him? Purcell had to run out to stop him. Don't be rash, you can't act hostile towards him, just because he's close to your sister. No, that's enough reason. Who the hell does he think he's talking to? From what I know, he is called the prodigy of the Magic Tower, has a very good personality, young and already a master, so his skills cannot be denied. And his background is not bad either. Background, wealth, personality, appearance and ability. He is an ideal person with no flaws. But the question is, why is he so close to Willy? What's on his mind? Davy asked Eulis directly. But how does someone like, my sister Willy was startled. She was even more confused than Eulis, even though Davy didn't ask her. Well, Eulis wasn't mad. No, I understand. Even if I were, I would have acted the same way. As I was on my way to the Hines territory, I happened to meet Princess Willy and began to accompany her. Davy smiled brightly and thanked Eulis. I don't know how to thank you for coming with her, but he hid his fist so he wouldn't beat Eulis up. I can't stand this guy. I'll take care of him right now. Eulis replied that it was not necessary. Actually, she helped me more than I helped her. When I was attacked by bandits, Princess Willy used magic to save me. Davy's long face actually looks very inviting. Oh, of course you. Eulis said that, so I wanted to repay her. Actually, I know space magic too. I can create a small mana gate to transport items. Hearing that Willy was very excited, a small mana gate. Is it that great? Eulis was happy, of course. It was more portable than the large gates that had to be set up to use, and it was a super high-grade artifact that only a few people in the Magic Tower possessed. You have to be familiar with the theory of level 5 spatial magic to use it, and only mages with mana on the same level as a great wizard can use this continent-sized treasure, Willie pointed. It looks like this, brother. I didn't expect the Red Tower to have one, it was just a coincidence. I kept it simply to make sure it didn't get damaged. Princess Willie kept leaning on Euless to praise her. It was so great that she could use 2 different types of magic, and Davy's face was full of praise. Purcell said to Davy, "Isn't that a good thing, because it's hard to move people around Samani?" Davy sighed with a headache. "I guess I'll deal with him later." Prince Davy held out his hand. "Then I'll leave it to you, of course." Then the two shook hands and cooperated. At Princess Willie's territory, 3 people, Euless, Willie and Davy, were able to teleport there. Davy assessed the situation around him. "Oh, so this is it." It felt a little creepy. A heavy smell came. Purcell covered his nose. This smell. It had to be the distinct smell of burning protein. This smell is very similar to the smell of a living creature being burned. Another raid. Willie was confused. Impossible. We just wiped out the bandits. There was not a sound. "OT, isn't this Princess Willie? She has returned." A well-dressed man with a monocle walked up to them. Who was he? I was supposed to be. From the Central Epidemic Control Organization, the Earl of Lington. Central Epidemic Control Organization. Earl of Lington praised Willie. "She is even more beautiful than I heard. I guess the rumors will die down a bit." His master seemed suspicious. Willie shyly avoided him. "I'm sorry, but we're in a hurry, so I think we'll continue this conversation later." She was about to leave when the knight stopped her. Earl Lington said I would like to do so too, but unfortunately the current circumstances do not allow us to do so. The knight surrounded the 3 of them. "What's the matter? Please follow me for now," Count Lington said. "The castle Princess Willie will be staying in has been isolated with an artifact of the Holy Kingdom. Please follow me." The 3 were then admitted into the castle by the Earl of Lington. He sat in front of them and explained. "First of all, I would like to apologize for mobilizing troops without your permission, but please think about our current situation. Willie is strict. The Lord of the Ordum territory is Baris, but if he is absent, the authority is transferred to me." Earl of Lington calmly held his teacup. "I know that. Well, using force to certify something after coming without notice is an act of giving up the cup. But as I said, we are from the Central Epidemic Control Organization. I'm sure someone in your position knows what powers we hold." Willie grimaced. As for the Central Epidemic Control Organization, it was an organization that had obtained the Emperor's approval and supervised the 3 kingdoms on the mainland, including people from all 3 kingdoms holding special powers. Their main purpose is to provide medical assistance throughout the continent, similar to the Volunteer Medical Organization on Earth. Earl Lington presents. "I'm not sure if you are aware, but a terrible plague is plaguing this land. And in the organization we call it Blood Demon, Blood Demon." Dark blue marks began to appear on the victims' bodies. Eventually they began to cough up blood and lost their lives. "This disease is also very contagious." Hearing those words, Princess Willie stiffened. Those symptoms. Then Princess Willie remembered her friend Potner, who was waiting for her, and shouted loudly, "This is not the time to talk about this, brother. We must take Potner." He took off his hat and greeted Davy. "Oh, sorry for the late greeting. Prince Davy, I've always wanted to meet you. I heard you received the Holy Seal and successfully planted the moongrass. Davy, you're a guest. It's just a coincidence. Nothing in this world happens without a reason. Those things are possible because of your greatness. Haha, come to think of it all, the rumoured celebrities are gathered here." Princess Winley couldn't wait to slam her hand on the table. "I'm sorry, but Earl Lington, I think I need to go out first because I have urgent business to attend to." She was about to leave and call the butler, but no one answered Princess Winley. Earl Lington announced, "I regret to say that everyone in this building, including the soldiers, has been evacuated." Winley was upset. "What did you say?" "We had no choice but to do so. Demon blood is very contagious. We can avoid the worst by controlling it, but if just a few people get infected, this can get out of hand. Davy has no idea. Well, he's not wrong. Princess Winley was stubborn, but doing so was beyond his authority. The Earl of Lington had given birth to a princess, so there was no way he would give in to this little girl. You are right, but as far as I know, this is a treaty of the Alliance of Kingdoms. Even the Queen of the Roan Kingdom has approved. And in times of emergency like this, it has happened before, that a lord's authority has been exceeded in the territory. Winley heard this and was helpless. What was going on? And it was a pity that this disease could not be cured. The holy power had no effect on it. Impossible. With that, Earl Lington laughed. It was time for him to show off his power. That's why we're here. Please leave it to me. We'll definitely find a cure and report the good news. A moment later, Prince Davy Aran went to the treatment room to check on the situation. As soon as he entered, he heard desperate cries. "Oh, it hurts! Please, save me!" Purcell was horrified, Davy. This place looked more like an isolation ward to prepare for the worst than a treatment room. Davy judged that although it seemed dire, it was very practical. Purcell covered his nose. This was horrible. I had never seen anything like it in my life. And what was this strange smell? An unpleasant smell filled the room, probably coming from the sick people. Prince Davy found a bed. The person lying there had no face left, but relied on the name tag hanging above the bed. Patient number 02155, named Potner, found her Princess Winley's friend. A scent rushed straight to Purcell's nose, making him feel disgusted. Rhinitis flower? Davy explained rhinitis flower. If I'm not mistaken, it's called tostus flower. In this world, I've never heard of it. It is a rare flower that only grows in harsh conditions. This flower contains deadly poison. Davy checked Potner's temperature at 39.7 degrees. At this rate, her brain cells would fry. Her body was in a state of imbalance. When she came out, it was cold as death, and her organs were extremely hot. The horrible symptoms, the cause, and the way they died. I had imagined when I heard Winley tell it, but when it was happening before my eyes, I felt it was more complicated. Davy muttered, "I really don't understand why this disease appeared in this world." "What do you mean?" "This is the accelerated melting virus. No matter what stammering, what melt, it's a virus that accelerates the melting. A disease that is common in another world, and it was created for a specific purpose. Very different from a cold cancer or the plague. The process of death is brutal and extremely contagious. One infected person can kill millions in a short period of time. It took 10 years to find a cure, while 280 people died from the disease. After the cure was developed, 18 million lives were saved. Davy looked at the tray of instruments nearby. "We need to create antibodies before it's too late." Davy was holding a knife and was about to do something to Podner when someone grabbed his hand. "What are you doing? Outsiders are not allowed in this place." The knife fell to the ground with a clang. The masked man continued to ask questions. "Who are you, and why are you here?" That person was Baron Gorneo, an employee of the Central Epidemic Control Organization. Davy calmly replied, "My name is Davy Aran, the first prince of the Roan Kingdom." Baron Gorneo narrowed his eyes. "I received reports that you were here, but the prince is not allowed in here. I'm sorry, but I must ask you to leave." "Davy is not going to leave easily." "Can't I stay here?" Baron Gorneo looked around. "As you know, a plague is raging in this territory. And what we learned is that this disease is transmitted through the respiratory tract. Please cover your nose and mouth immediately." Davy took the towel in confusion. "Well," Baron Gorneo breathed a sigh of relief. "Who? I know you have a holy mark engraved on your body, but that has no effect against the disease. The Great Spirit, a person with high-level holy power, has come here." And then, while speaking, a scream came. "Damn it, hold him back! Since when did he get like this?" Baron Gorneo rushed over with painkillers immediately to stabilize the situation first. A doctor tremblingly took medicine from the bottle into a syringe. Davy put his hand on his shoulder and stopped him. "The patient will die if you inject that into him now, huh? Give me that tube over there." Baron Gorneo shouted. "Listen, you think you are doing—" Davy didn't care. He pulled the patient's shirt off and looked at the purple body covered with swollen sores. Blood was blocked in his lungs by the virus. His heart will stop beating if it is not removed immediately. Davy held up the tube and ran his hand over the body to calculate 8 mm from below. 3 mm from the right. Would it be close? Davy let out a breath to calm himself down. Phlegm, holy mantle, pain relief. Then he inserted the tube into the place you had calculated to let the blood flow out, gurgling. just a little more. Baron Gornio was now furious. What do you think human life is? He lifted Davy's collar. Stop it, what do you think you're doing? Stop it, what do you think you're doing? Davy didn't bother to answer any of the questions. Say what at this time the blood in the patient's body has flowed out. He was able to cough again. The patient's pulse returned to normal. Baron Gorneo was bewildered. What do you mean? Please come and see. Davy was released by the Baron and went to find another doctor to borrow something and lent me one. Davy then collected the patient's blood sample into a small vial. Done, he put it in his pocket and then showed the doctors there. You just need to stop the bleeding and stitch up the wound. If you inject painkillers when the patient has these symptoms, they will die of shock. So remember that, yes. Prince Davy turned and walked out. The work here is done. I'm leaving. But reaching the door, Davy did not forget to turn back and say, and also Baron Gorneo, those who bear the holy mark are granted resistance to most diseases. Please don't compare me to someone like the High Priest. With that, Davy left the Baron Gorneo still standing there in a daze and left. Prince Davy, after leaving the treatment room, returned to Winley and Euless. I'm back, oh I'm back. Seeing Winley being so intimate with Euless, he flew away shyly when he saw him. Davy angrily put his hands on his hips. People say raising a daughter is useless. Don't protect Winley, she's not your daughter. Davy asked, have you not been able to contact Boris yet? Well, their situation is not very good either. Davy sighed and sat down on the couch. Winley was curious, how was the treatment centre? Well, they were doing the best they could. Euless told the two of them what he found. I did some investigating. 2 officials from the Disease Control Organisation have now arrived in the territory. They are the Earl of Lincoln and the Baron of Gorneo, and their titles of nobility are past. They are now officers of the Central Epidemic Control Organisation. Winley asked, were they officials exactly? Euless drew on paper. This is the hierarchy in the Central Epidemic Control Organisation. There was a governor and 3 presiding officers, and there were 15 officers, under whom were numerous knights or medical men. Davy looked at the diagram. So these 3 seats are 3 emperors. I knew you would figure it out quickly. And the only governor is the Pope of the Holy Kingdom, and armour. Prince Davy thought teasingly, foreign injuries are quite easy to cure, but the weakness of this world is disease. So the reason for establishing this organisation is quite clear and easy to understand. The 15 officials are mostly individuals of great achievement or people with outstanding medical skills, Euless said. But in order to eliminate the private matters in this organisation, the details of the officials have all been covered up. It seems that I can feel the level of their madness. But the matter is that the houses are the trustees of the 3 emperors and the alliance of the kingdoms. So what Earl Lincoln said is reasonable. The kingdom is always part of the alliance. And if we oppose this, we might make the empire our enemy and be seen as traitors to the alliance as well. Winley said anxiously, but the people were very scared. Euless didn't know what to do either. They hadn't been here for long. We could only sit and wait for now. But the knights who were sent were knights, and their captain was Count Coleo. Winley was quite surprised. Count Coleo? You mean from the western territory of the Kingdom of Brandisar, right? They are one of the royal knights. Only Prince Davy doesn't know who is who is who. Euless said, I heard he retired a few years ago, but it seems like he came here. I think it's not bad to leave things to them for now. Winley bowed his head dejectedly. If I knew there would be danger, I wouldn't have brought you 2 here. Prince Davy touched Winley's hand. Don't worry, Winley, everything will be fine. He even sincerely cherished his sister to comfort her brother, but I'm worried that you'll get into trouble, Euless. Euless replied with no energy, not at all. Actually, the woman named Potner is a magician from the Red Tower. I was just doing what was natural for me as an elder. The Abyss appeared and said that he really wanted to help. Davy pouted, already wanting to chase him away. Oh, right, so you are the elder of the Red Tower. I know that he is the type of person who looks diligent, but why do I feel like he has another reason for being here? Purcell sighed. Don't trust the power of the Abyss too much. It's a status window, like in that game. As night fell, Purcell asked Davy, why don't you stay at the treatment centre to help? I can't help there either. This is the key, a vial of infected person's blood sample. Davy held it up to look at it with interest. Now that the Disease Control Organization was trying their best to contain the disease from spreading, we needed to create it while we still had time antiviral. In other words, vaccine per cell was confused antibodies. I find it a bit confusing. It's quite common in the medical field. The CDC must have tried many times to create antibodies, but since creating antibodies for this disease is beyond conventional methods, they probably didn't succeed. Purcell was curious, but how do you plan to create antibodies with just that? Since we're here, I guess I'll have to ask them for help. What are you doing? You should have said it. Just then around the corner Jack appeared, and it was so annoying that he found me because I could see you. Seeing that Jack didn't bother to say anything, Davy chuckled. She probably didn't like that such tricks don't work on me. You don't know how much experience I have as an assassin. Jack gave him what Davy needed. This is the information he requested. Well done. You still don't want to get paid. Not yet so stubborn. Jack pulled out another scroll that looked like it was something very useful. Please take this too. What is this? I brought this because I thought you might need it. Prince Davy teased. You'll be fired if you keep doing your own thing like that. Never mind, I expected these actions. No way, I didn't expect this to come from the guild. Davy then took the scroll off and read it for a while. He asked Jack if this information was reliable. Seeing as Jack didn't make a move for information, buyers' credibility is their lifeline. So she didn't lie, this information is reliable. Davy, help me open the book, sorry, but I have one more request. Please tell me Davy wrote something on a piece of paper. Bring me a large quantity of the items listed here. At least a cart full of supplies for each type. I think it's better to give this to people than to mercenaries. As for the cost, right, let's just say it's under the name of the Epidemic Control Organization. Jack hesitated. You really did that. Davy was calm. The Epidemic Control Organization is here. There's no problem. Let's just say that Baron Gornio bought them. Jack was still a bit hesitant. But Davy came close to flicking his forehead to correct him. Even though you are a man of the underworld and you consider human life as a fly. But I don't think you are crazy enough to sit and watch others die for trivial reasons. Hurry up and consider it a good deed for humanity. That's what I ask. Jack was still in a daze because of saving Prince Davy's life. I wonder what he was thinking. The next day, Prince Davy went to meet with Earl Lington and Baron Gornio to negotiate. No, Baron Gornio slammed the table and handed over the medical authority. Do you think this is a joke, Your Highness? They are patients who need to be treated as soon as possible. We don't have time to give it to others. Prince Davy just drank his tea slowly, yesterday's patient. He probably would have died if he had been 2 or 3 minutes slower. Baron Gorneo could not resist any longer when he heard that, so Davy put down his teacup. I am very grateful that you prevented a bad situation from happening, but let me ask you this. Do you really have a way to cure this disease? Earl Lington smiled. It seems you have a way to cure, Your Highness. Davy was determined. Even if it is the smallest possibility, we must try. I didn't come here to discuss business with you. This is my kingdom's territory, and also my sister's territory. I think I am qualified to ask you this. Baron Gorneo, of course, still disagreed, standing up to continue speaking, but Earl Lington happily praised it as very good. Baron Gorneo was annoyed. Earl Lington wiped his sweat, interrupted Baron Gorneo, and explained to him, think of the Sanha territory of the Kingdom of Kontas in the south. In the end, the people all died. 10 members and knights from our organization also sacrificed themselves. And you were there, Baron Gorneo. What do you think? Don't tell me you're going to let your pride get the better of you in a situation like this. Even though there is only a small possibility, it is worth a try. Baron Gorneo heard that and immediately lowered his head and cursed under his breath. This damn pride. He eventually put it aside, and it seemed Davy had achieved his goal. Night fell. A man came to see Earl Lington to talk. Is this okay? Earl Lington turned back and smiled. What are you saying, Count Coleo? Count Coleo is the captain of the night squad of the Central Epidemic Control Organization. Count Coleo was concerned. I mean the Crown Prince of the Roan Kingdom. If something really happened that day. Count Lington sat down in his chair leisurely. Then the Central Epidemic Control Organization would lose face. Count Coleo questioned him, and who would probably question our duty. You could have refused that day, like Baron Gorneo. So why? Earl Lington held his glass of wine in his hand and swayed it back and forth. You are right, Earl Coleo. But if we could somehow find a cure for this disease, wouldn't it be great? Now that it has come to this, I sincerely hope that the prince will find a cure, which would be beneficial to both him and us. Actually, he is much more cunning than we imagine. Count Coleo stood looking and asked again, really. Laughter then came from their room. I wonder what these old men were plotting. The next morning, Princess Winley was very excited because Davy had told her the story. When Winley found out she was going to be officially involved in the research for a cure, she was so happy. It was such a relief, even though I thought she would be skeptical because I didn't have much medical knowledge. Winley was both happy and moved to tears. Thanking him, Davy secretly guessed, but perhaps Winley trusted him more than the Central Epidemic Control Organization. Then the treatment with Davy's participation took place. Baron Coleo advised him, but Lord Lington said the Central Epidemic Control Organization would follow his instructions in developing a cure for the disease. But you must remember that I will always watch over you. Davy saw the Baron's suspicious gaze towards him, which was understandable. People often say a rolling stone will replace a stone that is lying still, perhaps to them. I'm just a pile of dirt pretending to be a stone, so I can guess that they do not like me, and they even tell others not to follow my decisions. Davy sighed, so tired. He began his work moving towards the patient in pain. The disease is a variant of the virus that causes the body to overheat uncontrollably and melt internal organs. When the virus first enters a person's body, its symptoms are no different from those of other diseases. Similar to viral diseases, they become active after a certain period of dormancy. Davy lifted the patient's hand. First they would melt the muscle, then continues to melt the joints and cartilage. Next, the whole body melts. If only that happened, it would be fine. At this moment the person cried out in pain, "Ah, it hurts, hang in there!" Davy continued to explain gently. Once the bones melted, the internal organs would also melt, from the rectum to the testicles, the kidneys, intestines, and then the small intestine. When that happened, the fluids from the melted body parts would start to ooze out of the body's orifices. Those were the blue-black spots, and those blue-black spots were the reason why this disease was called the blood demon. Baron Gorneo was stunned as he heard this. How could it be? He understood exactly how the disease progressed. Blood demon is a disease that even the Central Disease Control Organization considers incurable. I didn't expect a prince who had just arrived to know so much about this disease, let alone that he could actually do it. Davy suddenly turned to ask Baron Gorneo, "Do you know why I'm explaining to you?" Baron Gorneo stammered, "Prince Davy, you really can." Davy nodded, "Yes, I know it's called something else, somewhere else. Where that means this is the important part. Usually when doctors see this disease, they will try many ways before coming to a single conclusion. Medication alone cannot cure it. The worst case scenario is we have to find the source and cut it off from the rest of the body." The Baron was still surprised by what Davy knew. Yes, so what was the result? From my guess, 9 out of 10 patients will die during this process. The remaining will die from the virus, Baron Gorneo thought to himself. Does he know that much? At this time the patient whispered to Davy, "Your Highness, I feel better." Davy comforted the patient. "I know it hurts, but please bear with it a little longer. If you have the will to live, I will definitely save you." The person who received the will to live thanked him very good. At this moment, a shadow appeared behind Baron Gorneo. Davy also asked that person, "What about the items I requested?" It was Jack. He came to report that I had prepared it at the place I told you about, and as for Baron Gorneo, I'm not sure where he came from. Where did he come from? Davy was pleased and praised. "Good job, just credit me. We will finish this in 4 days. Time passed. 4 days later at the medical camp. Potner looked in the mirror and saw that her face had returned. Winley was also extremely happy and jumped up. It was amazing. Her skin was recovering. Amazing, recovering so quickly. Winley couldn't help but climb up and hug Potner. "Potner, I'm so happy." Baron Gorneo still couldn't believe his eyes. "How did this happen?" Davy was very relaxed. "I told you we'll finish it within 4 days. Gorneo sat down unsteadily in his chair, muttering in disbelief. "None of the drugs we used worked against the virus. The antibody you speak of is an antibody, and anyone who wants to develop a cure has given up on creating the first antibody." Davy agreed with him. It certainly wasn't easy. Baron Gorneo sadly recounted 3 years. It's been a while since we've been trying to find a cure for this disease. Who would have thought it could be cured so easily? Seeing him so disappointed and sad, Davy had to ask him to see something. Baron Gorneo, would you like to hear something interesting? Davy took out a round tray, and there was a liquid in it. This was the patient's blood that we had collected. Now we're going to add the cure to this blood, which is the medicine used in the cure vaccine. As soon as the vaccine was injected into the blood droplet, the infection washed aside. It just moved later. It's too early to be surprised. Or should we observe what happens next? At this moment, the bit of blood in the tray from pitch black instantly turned bright red. Oh my God, its color. Can the human eye see it? Prince Davy explained the melting point. Virus is actually a living thing. What? Oh, so that's it. It is precisely a parasitic biological weapon that has a living consciousness and strategically attacks the human body. So before we can do anything, we need to draw all their energy into it. We need some herbs and poisons that have never been used as medicine. This world calls them by different names, so it's hard for me to find them. Davy left the Baron in the room and instructed that 1 bottle would be enough to inject 50 people. I left the ingredients in the backyard. Feel free to use them, the Baron asked excitedly. Is that okay? Okay, because we owe them to people. Princess Winley is so proud of her brother. Brother, oh brother. She praised Prince Davy with sparkling eyes. Do you know what people are calling you? They call you a saint. They call you a saint. Ulyss also joined in. How wonderful. I didn't know you were so knowledgeable in the medical field. Your Highness, Davy humbly replied, I'm only average at this. In his mind, he actually didn't want to be called a saint here. As for Purcell, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed like a miracle to them. Davy didn't think the treatment would go so smoothly. I developed the remedy in 3 days as promised, and the patient's condition started improving. Although no medical staff suspected me anymore, I decided to leave most of the treatment to Baron Gorneo. Davy trusted the Baron very much. It's hard to find someone as honest as that honest, huh? Earl Lington seems to be an extremely generous man, but I could sense a strange feeling behind his smile, even if it was just an intuition. Purcell saw that he was using his intuition again and shook his head in secret intuition. People shouldn't judge others based on such an unscientific thing Davy saw, and above all, he felt that he was more like a researcher than a doctor. On the other hand, although Baron Gorneo is very stubborn, his sincerity towards treating patients is something that makes me respect his profession. Maybe that's why I treat him well, even when he has an attitude towards me. At this moment, Ulyss interrupted Davy's train of thought. But Prince Davy, can I help you with anything? Winley was also very interested. That's right, brother. We could only watch you do everything. Let us contribute too. Davy saw them begging so much and softened so ambitious. Then control the temperature of this boiling solution, since both of you know magic, so it won't be too difficult. Maintain the current temperature using heat magic. I'll go check on Baron Gorneo in the treatment room. Leave him to us. A moment later, Princess Winley and Ulyss sat among the jumble of jars and bottles using heat magic to keep the medicine stable. Ulyss asked Winley who really likes her brother. Winley was very proud. Of course, he's always been a great guy, even though we have different mothers, he was always by my side and treated me like family, although he was a bit hot-tempered Varys, and I will never forget the warmth of our brother from that time. I still remember the story about the moon and the sun he told us when we were kids. Ulyss smiled. I was so jealous. Ulyss just sat beside her, watching this little girl intently looking extremely happy and excited. Something was stirring inside Ulyss that made her blurt out, Your Highness, if it were me. Princess Winley turned around, not understanding anything, realizing that she had been distracted by Ulyss. Stood up and told me to excuse myself and go out for a bit. Winley happily agreed to go. Ulyss turned away and breathed a sigh of relief, almost revealing herself. Only Princess Winley remained humming happily. Hey, I will bake some cakes for my brother when things get better. Ulyss, after running outside, looked for some open space so he could contact his master. Master Ulyss asked, Yes, sir, how is the situation where you are? Ulyss recounted, Yes. Prince Davy was a very extraordinary man. I didn't expect that day to be able to solve the Epidemic Control Organization's father's conundrum in just 4 days. What's wrong? You don't look very well, it's just my feeling. Ulyss did not forget to emphasize one thing to the teacher, but the most remarkable thing was the confidence of that day. how to say it, that confidence can only be found in a person with a lot of experience. Being so young and confident means there is something about that day that we do not know. The teacher agreed. If you think so, then you must be right. Yes, like I said, there was a lot to learn back then, and I started to explore. Ulysses' master was bewildered. Was he being too harsh? Yes. If it was that person, then maybe we could be real friends, regardless of age or interests. Master laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, you must have met a wonderful person. There are many things in the world that a 3-year-old doesn't realize. There are still things a 3-year-old can learn. Remember that, Ulysses. Listen to me obediently. Yes, sir. Also, I investigated what you told me. Did you find anything? He told Ulysses yes, about the people in charge of special projects in the disease control organization. Most of the information was lost, but somehow we investigated. Let's go straight to the conclusion. Or should it be? As I predicted, he is a rare talent in this era, but the person who goes with him is a bit different. That person was not knowing what Ulysses' teacher had said. His expression looked extremely surprised to the point of falling. Was talking to the teacher from the starlight, blew a series of strange sounds. Ulysses stood up and looked into the distance. The medical barracks behind is on fire burning. He also remembered that was where Princess Winley was sitting. Ulysses left without saying a word to go save the princess. His teacher on the other end of the line could only call out in vain. What's the matter, Ulysses, elder Ulysses? Ulysses rushed straight to where they were sitting, holding her nose and running inside. He called out loudly into the blazing fire, Princess Winley. You don't seem well. Ulysses then used magic, taking out her wand to create empathize, communicate whirlpool. The room was immediately extinguished. Ulysses breathed heavily, looking around the room from side to side. She is not here. Ulysses knelt down to see what was going on. He suddenly realized, don't tell me, it's like what the teacher said. Thinking so, Ulysses immediately jumped into the sky to chase after the people who kidnapped Princess Winley. Even though his situation is unusual, I never thought he would get into trouble here. Only I can do it. Even though Prince Davy has a lot of medical knowledge and has a holy seal, he can't fight. I can't drag him into this. Ulysses was determined. Please don't let anything happen to you, Princess Winley. On this side, a group of armored men surrounded Prince Davy's group in the middle of the hall. Davy chuckled. This is Baron Gorneo. What's the problem? A voice rang out in the mountains, half hell, created a huge explosion that burned all the nearby trees. Ulysses used magic to stop the strangers. They must have taken Princess Winley away. Ulysses stood firmly before them, extremely serious. Have I ever used such advanced magic on a human? Magic can easily take a life, so the user must be extremely vigilant. That's what I was taught, but now is not the time for that. I learn magic so I can know about mana and protect people. What good is it if I don't use it when I need it most? Thinking of Princess Winley waiting for him to save Ulysses made him even more determined to attack straight to where they were hiding. Ulysses looked around and muttered, I didn't expect them to build a place like this in their territory. This story is beyond what I heard from you. At this moment, a person from a nearby rock ledge stepped forward and looked down. Ulysses looked up in surprise. Count Leo, where are you keeping Princess Winley? The scene shifts back to Prince Davy, Baron Gorneo, and several doctors surrounded by hooded men. Baron Gorneo was stunned, not understanding what was happening. What do you think you are doing? One of them stepped forward and said, We have no personal vendetta against you. We are just following orders. Orders, Baron Gorneo. We need you to die here, and Prince Davy, we need you to come with us. Everyone was extremely confused. Why did they do that? They're holding a sword. He approached the two of them. Don't try to resist in vain. Doing so will only cause you more pain. After saying that, the guy jumped up, preparing to end Gorneo's life. The sword slashed down on the knight's sword, but Davy quickly blocked the knight's sword strike. Using only his bare hands, Davy cut the knight's sword in half. Oh really, Prince Davy? Davy smiled. Are you hurt anywhere? Oh no. The knight was being held by Davy, with his sword in his hand, trembling in fear. A knight, right? Well, that guy pisses me off, but he's dumber than I thought. The knight was being held by Davy, with his sword in his hand, trembling in fear. A knight, right? Well, that guy pisses me off, but he's dumber than I thought. There, I didn't expect him to do something like this. Davy gripped the sword tighter, his other hand gathered the lightning, and attacked straight into the middle of the knight's body. The thunder didn't accumulate. The knight died before he could close his mouth and was burned black. Davy watched the guy fall to the ground. If you're going to kill someone, you should know you can get killed too. That is the minimum preparation when wanting to take someone's life. The remaining knights immediately became more alert and raised their swords, while a servant stepped forward to help Baron Gorneo up. Purcell worriedly reminded the Prince Davy, "You shouldn't cause bloodshed in a place like this." "Davy didn't make anyone bleed, that's why I didn't use the sword." Purcell was annoyed. "That's not what I meant, but this name..." But Davy just used his thunderbolt to burn all the knights. After a while, inside the fortress were scattered black corpses. Prince Davy called Jack. He appeared out of nowhere. "What do you mean, dispose of the bodies and cut down anyone who enters this place?" Jack's eyes lit up upon hearing that this will also be included in your expenses, or I see what kind of compensation you will ask for, instead of money. Davy raised his finger and said, "Okay, approved." Before leaving, Prince Davy told Baron Gorneo, "Please stay here and focus on treating the patients. Baron Gorneo is feverish, but what about you? I think I'll go and destroy those inhuman creatures." "What do you mean?" Davy flashed out of the castle. He ran like the Flash outside. Glide past all the knights, breaking the door. Davy had just run outside when the shockwave he had just created exploded behind him with a boom, boom, boom. "Purcell thinks this guy is crazy, Davy." Yeah. There was a jolt of electricity. The image of Princess Winley tied to a chair appeared before Davy's eyes. The tracking spell on Winley has started to work, which means Winley has been kidnapped. I used a tracking spell because defensive spells weren't very effective. But this is the result. Purcell looked at the remaining guys outside. Each of them were at least swordsmen, if I remember correctly. They used to serve the Empire. Even if I cast a defensive spell on her, it would be useless against a swordsman, but that was still my mistake. Prince Davy landed right in the middle of them. They stared at Davy and someone shouted, "He has no weapons, all kill target." Prince Davy heard and grinned. "I don't have any weapons, let me show you." Davy pulled out the red and blue flags. That's just what you guys think. A spiral-like beam of light was rushing forward vigorously. The knights were fearless, each one holding a sword in his hand. Suddenly one of them opened his eyes wide in surprise. The spiral-like golden power just now, it pierced through their bodies one by one. From person to person, they cried out in pain. In just a moment, a series of knights lay on the ground. The atmosphere became quiet and terrifying. One man looked at his dead comrades lying on the ground. He trembled with confusion. "What is this?" The sharp beam of light did not stop. It kept moving faster, piercing through each person, one by one. They screamed fiercely in despair. Someone felt something and exclaimed as if. It turned out that the light was made of a red flag. It was suspended in the air, pointing the sword straight down at the soldier who was babbling below. The man felt it and exclaimed in fear the sword was alive. Suddenly Davy appeared beside the other guy without knowing when he was scared and on guard preparing to fight. He gritted his teeth and replied, but he was alerted by the situation, so he could only reply and move on his own. The soldier's oxygen tank was removed, his teeth clenched in anger. Davy quietly assured him yes. A light source emitted from the pink sword. He slowly explained that it was because of this technique, the sword blast, that allowed them to fly around in the wormhole. It took advantage of the ego of these brats. After letting the soldier understand everything, Davy shouted loudly, "Dual swords! Sword energy blast!" Sweet slash passed through his body. He grinned smugly after all. He looked at his firm hands, holding Hong Chi, at eye level. His voice firm. As he continued to speak, the divine sword moved. Next was the sword dance move. Hong Chi and Lam Chi took turns rushing forward, creating an extremely great force. Davy stood tall and said with a hint of sarcasm in his tone, "You guys said you guys are at the level of veterans of the Imperial Knights." Really, I can't help but laugh. They were being pushed around until they were helpless and cried out. The trees were hazy and misty. Davy looked down on this group of people. "How are you guys any different from the assassins we met on the way to the Palisti Kingdom?" He rushed over like a moth to a flame next to Lam Kai and Hong Ki. A voice asked, in wonder, "I don't understand." The Demon Queen Purcell, sitting on Davy's back, kept asking impatiently, "Why are they targeting Winley?" He fought fiercely while smiling in response. "I don't know." He hit the soldier in front and then gave his own guess, perhaps as an excuse. Purcell muttered doubtfully. What's the reason? He assured her without any hesitation. Yes. His slash was flying wildly. Those soldiers were no match for Davy. He guessed they couldn't carelessly eliminate us because we had titles. He quickly finished the ritual and grinned happily, explaining that Ulyss was the elder of the Red Tower and that I was the royal family of this country. If anything happened to us, they would definitely investigate. The best excuse would still be that we were attacked by bandits or monsters. He thought that if it was within the Ordum territory, it wouldn't be a problem. Hearing this, Purcell's face still showed confusion. She frowned and asked, "What does that have to do with Winley being kidnapped?" Davy coldly replied, I don't know the details." He raised his head and continued speaking as if he had to tell a story. Taking advantage of his distraction, a soldier rushed towards him like a moth to a flame and attacked. Purcell discovered it and shouted loudly to remind him, Davy ahead. He easily avoided the opponent's attack and used the red flag to stab him to death. The sword pierced the soldier. Davy continued leisurely, and these men would discover Winley was missing. Davy patted Lamkai's head. Honky was also jumping over from afar. Davy didn't hesitate to explain, and that was why there was an attack on territory without a guard of knights. He thought, well, if they did that, they would be able to escape responsibility. Hearing this, Purcell nodded and said, I understand. At this moment, Hongqi was climbing on his neck and playing happily. The lush green forest suddenly had a beam of light, like a lightning bolt, flash across, and a loud scream rang out. A moment later, Davy continued to climb up the mountain, Purcell flying beside him, constantly asking him 1,001 questions. But I still had doubts, and he was ready to answer them, so I asked, "What about them?" Purcell crossed his arms in front of his chest, his face extremely serious, as he asked if that was the case, then did they really need Winley? They could take care of everything. His feet suddenly stopped at a distance. Daviva Purcell juamatn hin shuong thi honjon banduoi. The skeletons were soaking in the test tubes, looking very creepy. And there were not just one, but many. They were soaked in some kind of liquid and covered very carefully. Purcell's face turned into panic as he exclaimed, "Oh my God!" Davy calmly asked again, "Do you remember what the knights said just now?" He repeated the previous content. They asked us to follow them, and the lion Baron Gorneo. He stood tall and explained clearly, since they were doing this, they wouldn't let anything get in the way of getting their hands on a rare high-level mage who possessed a holy mark. Elsewhere, Ulyss was studying with a bloody mouth. He was whispering something. Ulyss was quite badly injured. He stood up straight with difficulty. The person opposite spoke in a sarcastic tone. "You endured longer than expected." Baron Gorneo, with a cunning face, he continued, "You should not have come here in the first place." Ulyss was not afraid at all, he replied firmly. "I came to protect someone." Baron Gorneo heard that and was curious. Protect? He stood tall above him, looking at him slowly, and asking who to protect: the Princess of Rhone, or the people of this dying territory, or Prince Davy, who was about to be dragged here. Ulyss's eyes were filled with surprise, sweating profusely, as she questioned, "What are you talking about?" Baron Gorneo sighed, or Elder Ulyss. He landed on the ground coolly and slowly explained, "Do you think we gathered here without any plan? The knights must have killed everyone in the territory." Ulyss heard these words like a bolt from the blue. He exclaimed, with a face full of doubt, "How is that possible?" Without a word, Baron Gorneo drew his sword from his body. He charged forward forcefully and stabbed Ulyss through the body with his sword. He was still full of confidence, telling him it was too late. Ulyss's eyes became full of surprise, wide open in confusion. His glasses also fell to the ground. He was seriously injured and fell to his knees. Baron Borneo's sword tip was bleeding. He spoke in a mocking tone. "If you wanted to protect everyone, then you should have run away." Baron Gorneo grinned and continued, "Then at least you can get one person out of this territory as quickly as possible." Ulyss gritted her teeth in anger, glaring at him with hatred. Suddenly, someone else's contemptuous voice rang out. "Do you think a fifth-rate like you will be able to protect everyone if you stand up?" said as an attack to Ulyss. He embarrassedly lowered his face to the ground. The Count suddenly mentioned Winley. "Or you have feelings for this princess? If so, then you are really stupid." Ulyss's eyes widened in shock. He was speechless, sir. Seeing his anxious expression, Earl Lington appeared with a most amused smile. He suddenly stood beside Winley while she was unconscious, and continued, "From what I saw, it was probably the latter." Ulyss looked towards her and called out, "Princess Winley, please open your eyes," but in response to his words, she remained still sitting there unconscious. Earl Lington reached out his filthy hand and began to caress her face. Well, she was pretty sloppy inside. Ulyss was angry, his eyes filled with panic, as he didn't know what he would do next. He used all his remaining strength to draw his weapon. Ulyss rushed forward without hesitation, like a moth to a flame, shouting out his name, Lington. But before Ulyss could reach him, someone's hand from behind was about to stop him. It turned out that Leo's Baron standing below his head let him go easily. He quickly pressed Ulyss's head to the ground painfully. His face was not stupid. Earl Lington's voice rang out again reassuringly, "Don't worry." He stood with his arms crossed, as if he had lost all reason, declaring that he would turn you all into useful, experimental subjects. Being suppressed by these two people made Ulyss angry and cursed, "Damn it." Earl Lington's real name is Lincoln Bonetiat. He was born in the kingdom of Rayutis, a medical kingdom that existed on the eastern continent before it became a feudal state under the Lindis Empire. He was a genius who showed extraordinary potential in the medical field from a young age. However, due to his eccentric personality, he was once punished by the Rayutis kingdom, forbidding him from performing any medical activities, and his story goes like this. Lington had a big ambition to develop a cure for a rare disease. He captured 200 people in his territory and performed thousands of experiments on them. This happened when Lington was only 15 years old. He was quite young at that time. At the same time, although he had successfully created the medicine, only 10 out of 200 survived, and yet they were all half crippled. In other words, he was the type of person who would do whatever it took to achieve his goals. A person who kills another person is a murderer. A man who kills 10 people is a serial killer, and a man who kills 100 people is called a butcher. But a man who kills 1,000 people is called a hero, as Lington did to develop the cure. Can only be seen as the work of a demon who killed 1,000 people. The demon of ambition seemed to have taken hold of Lington's mind, making it difficult to explain everything. Back to reality, Count Lington chuckled. "I never thought you would take the bait so easily." Ulyss lay on the ground and spoke in a harsh tone. "Earl Lington, do you know what you are doing?" Earl Lington did not have the patience to listen to him finish. He reached into his shirt, leisurely took out something. "Let's not talk about things that are only beneficial to us. What is good will be good." He had a power fantasy that Prince Davy would die and the medical field would progress. "And I will take his achievements and gain fame." As he spoke, he spread his arms wide as if enjoying the taste of victory. Ulyss lay prone on the ground, listening to his every last word. The one who would become a great test subject and a contribution to humanity. Earl Lington affirmed what could be more reasonable. Hearing this, Ulyss was extremely angry. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "You are crazy." But he was shameless. Even took a towel to wipe the sweat on his face and provocatively replied, "Thanks for the compliment." He took out his gun and ordered, "Let's finish this, Baron Coleo." Count Lington's evil voice continued to ring out, giving Coleo careful instructions. "He will be obedient if we cut off 1 or 2 of his arms, as long as he doesn't die again." Coleo was ordered to hold his sword and approach Ulyss. He was seriously injured. There was no way he could resist. He was angry, gritted his teeth, and cursed in his heart. "Damn it." Baron Coleo used a towel to gently wipe the sharp sword in his hand. He calmly said, "I will do it." Standing on the border between life and death, Ulyss looked towards the princess and whispered, "Winley." He also remembers his respected teacher, Ulyss teacher. Ulyss's hand clenched helplessly in his head and whispered to Prince Davy. Count Lington was standing to one side, laughing gleefully, and Coleo was also ready to raise his sword and strike down. He said, "In this world, there are evils that an individual cannot do anything about." Count Lington pointed to Ulyss and said happily that it was his mistake to realize it too late. The sword began to slash down with great force. The group's laughter rang out happily, "Ha ha," while Ulyss's eyes widened helplessly. Thinking to herself, "Please don't forgive my shortcomings." While Ulyss was lying face down, waiting to die, suddenly a familiar voice rang out. "You're wrong, that disgusting guy." It turns out that Davy has appeared. He brazenly pushed Baron Kaleo back. His face puffed up in surprise. Davy said loudly, "You guys are not in." The painters that one person can't do anything about the words just made him grin sinisterly, and Ulyss, lying behind, was also excited by his cool appearance. Davy clenched his fist so hard that it turned red. Like in the legend, he continued slowly, the way of the Demon King Ugray. Davy yelled. The punch was destructive. The penetration transformed instantly a punch, like heaven punched straight into Baron Kaleo's body. He also smugly stuck out his tongue and licked his lips to tease the other person. Then he punched him hard in the stomach, making him unable to counterattack, and was beaten to the face by the male lead. A mouthful of blood was sprayed out, accompanied by a scream. In another development in a luxurious place, suddenly there was a group of soldiers lying on the ground, beaten. Baron Kaleo was on the ground, his eyes filled with surprise as he asked what happened. He glanced at Jack, who was standing with his weapon beside him, and asked, "What are you doing?" Baron Kaleo was speechless. Jack calmly replied, "I don't do deals half-heartedly. Do what needs to be done." He was embarrassed for half a day. He couldn't say a complete sentence that matter. Baron Kaleo said with a tense expression, pointing around and saying, "Man, really don't see anything wrong with this situation." He kept scolding. How could one act like this in this situation? But in return it was Ina Helishana's indifferent attitude. Otherwise what? His tone became urgent. "You are going to abandon the patient because your soldiers caused trouble." Jack tried to explain. "That's not it." But before she could finish her sentence, the Baron continued to use his martial arts to scold her. "Then why did you stop, since you have entrusted the treatment of the patients? To you today, you have to do it properly." While the two were still arguing back and forth, a soldier suddenly appeared. Jack quickly pointed his sword at that man's face. She was quick as lightning and used her sword to pierce the soldier's head. Baron Gorneo looked at her as she fought enthusiastically. The voice still echoed steadily like knights breaking rocks. He became really worried and said, "And if Baron Gorneo was also an accomplice, then Prince Davy was in danger." After finishing off the soldier, Jack glanced at him, but she still didn't respond. "The day Baron Gorneo was so angry, shouldn't you have helped him?" That day, Jack replied indifferently, "Who do you think you're worried about?" She slowly explained to him, of course, each knight was at a veteran level, and their captain was a once very famous swordsman. "I understand how he felt, because he went alone to face people like them back then." Jack calmly continued, "But let me tell you, the Baron listened attentively in amazement." She calmly frowned and affirmed, "Worrying about that person was the most useless thing in the world." Back to the south side, Davy. He was clenching his fist to break Baron Kaleo's attack. A source of light exploded. Two great streams of power met, creating a loud explosion that illuminated the dark sky. Davy stood tall and unharmed in front of Ulyss. The explosion was so loud that the surrounding ground shook, and Earl Lington, who was standing above, was also affected. He swayed unsteadily as if he was about to fall. He finally knelt down on the ground, his face filled with astonishment and admiration. What a breathtaking scene. Below, Davy retracted the move, his hands still pink with energy. He was also surprised by his own strength. "Damn, even I didn't realize this move was so strong." If he finds out how to create this technique, he'll probably be traumatized. Suddenly, the Demon Lord Lady Purcell appeared. She looked towards the injured Ulyss and called out Davy. He indifferently turned back and replied, "Ah." Ulyss lay gasping for breath on the ground with wounds all over his body. Ulyss opened her eyes slightly, her voice weak and respectful. "Prince Davy," Davy gently teased. "Calling me Prince at this time, there is no reason to be so respectful." Davy smiled mischievously, then he sat down to treat Ulyss's wound. He said gratefully, "Thank you, Sir Davy," silently chanted the incantation. "Your little gong asks for a favor, borrows powerful blessings. Your prayer is truly unique." As soon as the words fell, a beam of angelic blue light from the sky descended on Ulyss. Davy shouted loudly, "Seventh level, holy magic of the Holy Temple." In just a moment, Ulyss was healthy again. Davy happily exclaimed, "Wonderful, and as the holder of the Holy Seal, I always return the favor." Hearing that Eulis showed obvious surprise, and his eyes widened. Without a word, Davy tiptoed forward. He rushed up to Earl Lington's place and said slowly, "And I am also vengeful." His eyes suddenly widened in shock. His face was covered in sweat, as if he had seen something terrible. The Count and he stood on a cliff, and something of unknown shape was falling from the sky. It turned out that Earl Lington's arm had been sent flying by Davy. He was in so much pain that his mouth was watering. He kept screaming, and blood was splattered from his injured arm. Earl Lington could not bear it any longer and knelt before him. His face was extremely miserable. Davy said coldly, "Go away." Little Winley was in his arms, and he swung his leg and kicked him away. Hong-Chi and Lam-Chi stood shoulder to shoulder with Davy. He stood up high and said coolly, "The blood of the person would splash on Winley." A moment later, Princess Winley also opened her eyes and woke up. She heard someone screaming. She looked at Davy and weakly called out, "Hey, brother!" He smiled and replied, "Are you awake?" He pressed the button to ask her if she was hurt anywhere. Only then did Winley startle and reply, "Oh yes." She looked around her face, showing surprise as she asked, "But this is—" Suddenly Winley's eyes widened as if he saw something dangerous coming. It turned out that Baron Colio was plotting to attack Davy from behind. Winley panicked and shouted, "Hey, you're behind me!" His eyes were filled with a heavy aura, and a light source flashed across his face. Hong-Kai quickly blocked his sword strike with ease. The two swords clashed together, creating a clanging sound. Baron Coleo yelled angrily, "Damn it!" He stared at Hong-Ki. Only then did he realize that he had a magic sword. Davy was not worried at all. He smiled contemptuously. The swordmaster wanted to hit from behind again, doing something like a ghost. "Don't you feel ashamed?" The Baron was having a hard time fighting Hong-Chi. He slashed and slashed, but could not do anything to him. Hong-Ki and Lam-Kai escorted him down. Eulis worriedly asked, "Prince Davy, are you okay?" He wondered into that sword as Davy did not reply, only carefully advised, "Please take care of Winley, stay by her side so she doesn't get hurt." Winley called out in confusion, "Hey bro!" Eulis still didn't understand his actions and asked curiously, "What are you saying? He urges us to run now." Davy quickly put his hand on his other arm and said, "Everyone don't worry." He, Hong-Ki, and Lam-Kai returned to fight. He confidently said, "I am not as weak as you think." Very quickly he stood before Baron Coleo. He was kneeling on the ground with difficulty. Coleo stared at his sword warily. This sword was too dangerous for someone as young and inexperienced as him. His eyes became determined, and he slyly declared, "So I will take that sword." Davy remained calm and replied slowly, "I think we should listen to the sword's thoughts first," he said as he glanced at the injured Lington 3 feet away. "But first I think you should take care of your superior." Hearing that, Coleo was startled and gritted his teeth as he turned back to look. Teacher Lington was about to run away. He immediately swung his sword and easily cut off the man's leg, causing him to cry out in pain and helplessness. Davy questioned, "Where do you think you're going?" Coleo stood aside, frowning indignantly, cursing, "Damn it!" But without waiting for him to counterattack, he rushed forward like a moth to a flame. He said to the other party in unison, "Here we go again." As soon as he finished speaking, Davy immediately activated the power in his fist. A terrifying power source was formed. He punched Coleo 3 feet away without missing a single punch. He didn't even get blood from his mouth. Davy landed coolly, and Coleo fell to the ground, groaning miserably. Ah! Baron Coleo did not give up. He struggled to stand up with his sword. He praised. He was really persistent. Davy sneered at him with amusement and said, "Well, if you really want to be my punching bag, then fine." Having said that, a series of punches were thrown at Coleo. He seemed to have to take them all. He smiled contentedly. Baron Coleo bit his lip to endure the pain, his face contorted in pain. Aha! Finally, Davy made his final move. Extremely strong and terrifying, it hit him straight in the stomach. There was a loud boom, and his internal organs and bones were also broken. He learned to bleed from the mouth, struggling until the last moment, stammering out, "You..." Coleo held the wound on his stomach and continuously yelled and cursed, "You dirty bastard, don't aim at my upper abdomen anymore. That's the stomach area." The male lead's unconsciousness surprised us. Davy clenched his fists, stood straight, and replied clearly, "There's no such thing as fair play in real combat, just win at all costs." His eyes fell, thinking to himself, "He's quite strong, but it's a bit disappointing that he's a swordsman." Davy stared at Koleo, who was gnashing his teeth in front of him, and exclaimed, "I noticed it the first time I saw him." The person standing beside him, observing, also spoke up to evaluate. He must have tried to force himself to become stronger, but failed. Davy calmly analysed, "In this world, there is no such thing as gas overload. But I'm sure he's been through something similar, someone who's reached the limits of their swordsmanship." He looked at the other party and asked confidently, "Is it useless to ask why you cooperate with someone like Lington?" He recalled the human tubes he had seen, and told him he had seen on the way here the one who had grafted monster cells into human bodies. His face turned serious as he slowly questioned, "You did that to restore your destroyed body, right?" When he said that you were black-hearted, Leo's Baron angrily shouted, shutting his mouth. His whole body shaking, Davy continued his story. "Now this is getting kind of silly." He recalled the crimes they had committed. The one who gave the bandits the disease to spread throughout this territory was him, right, Bar, that is Lington. Everything was meticulously recorded in the information I received from Jack. When Davy told him Lington, covered in blood, opened his mouth in amazement. Just as she agreed with this guess, she said softly, "Exactly." Davy expressionlessly scolded, "What a bunch of trash." He continued to speak to them in a calm tone. If others found out about this, it wouldn't just lead to the collapse of the organization. The reputation of the Epidemic Control Organization will be affected and will be criticized by many nobles. He secretly calculated that the story was quite worth watching. Just then, the annoying reminder beside him, Davy. She looked at him frowning and loudly advising him. Enough. Davy was not interested and just smiled faintly and asked back, "You think so?" Earl Lington looked at his comrade. Trying to hold on, he called out, "Nam," said Koleo. However, he was extremely angry now and immediately burst out, "Shut up." Koleo's eyes were tense. His face was on high alert. He didn't simply gain power from magic swords. He looked at Davy standing there stunned and made an assessment. He was a swordsman at the minimum level of a swordmaster, and most importantly, he could use a high-level magic sword. In theory, no one at this age could be as talented as him. Koleo thought perhaps he was the prodigy who would go on to edit the books of this era. Back to the game, Davy promised Koleo, "I won't hit your sweet spot again." The words had barely left his mouth. Koleo tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. If so. He pointed his sword straight at Davy, calculating in his mind, "I must destroy him here before he gets stronger." The tip of the sword was empowered. A blue power surrounded the sword. The two of them did not say much. They rushed straight at each other like moths to a flame. The power of both sides was extremely terrifying, causing the surrounding rocks to be affected and shattered. Baron Koleo soared high and slashed down at Davy. He was not afraid, but instead smiled coldly. As expected of a swordmaster, a diamond in a coin is still a precious diamond. Miss Leo was stern. Her fierce face used all her strength to slash down. Davy saw this and felt a little worried. "I don't think I can take this hit." He clenched his fist. Then he did not counterattack, but gently dodged. He dodged so practicedly that the man's slash missed and went the other way. Suddenly, Davy laughed out loud. "Ha ha!" His teasing tone rose. "I'm fooling you again." His words startled Koleo. He still had no idea what was about to happen. His hand began to gather power. A stream of blue light glowed. Shiolo's eyes widened in surprise when he saw that thing. Davy rushed towards him with great force, then shouted loudly, "Not awake! The way of the Demon King, love to double fists, immortal body." So he immediately punched Koleo straight in the stomach. The upper abdomen was crushed. His whole body was shattered. The terrifying force created a loud bang. Koleo was thrown away by his punch dust, and smoke flew up. The surrounding scene was a mess. Davy grinned, pleased with his exploits. Purcell hovered beside her, watching. She grimaced, her mind spinning, and exclaimed, "So mean." Baron Koleo learned blood from his mouth. He could no longer stand up. He spat mouthfuls onto the ground. He glanced at Davy and cursed the cunning bastard, but Davy remained calm, using a sarcastic tone to reply, "Right, isn't it your fault for being deceived by me?" Baron Koleo was left speechless. He gritted his teeth in anger, unable to speak. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he cut his lips, which were still bleeding. He thought to himself that even his basic skills were superior to his. Koleo can't believe that even though I was once the captain of the Royal Knights. His hands trembled as he gripped the sword. He asked curiously, "What the hell are you?" Davy's face did not change colour at his question. Before receiving a response from him, Koleo could no longer resist and fell completely to the ground. Seeing him breathing his last breath, but his body was still intact, Davy praised, "I should be the one surprised. The last blow should have shattered him into 100 pieces. How strong are you, old man?" Suddenly behind him he heard Winley's worried voice calling, "Hey!" causing him to startle and look back. He asked her worriedly, "Winley, how are you feeling?" She replied softly, "I'm fine." Eulys stood beside him, scratching his head, her face embarrassed as she interjected, "I really caused you trouble. I never thought you would be this strong. How embarrassing." Eulys repeated, "About the medicine you entrusted to me," not letting him finish. Davy interrupted his words of reassurance. "Don't worry, it's because I'm too careless." Eulys heard that and asked again, not understanding, "What do you mean?" Davy crossed his arms over his chest and slowly explained, "If we die, they won't be able to produce more, so Lington will never let that happen." He looked at everyone with a determined look. "You two go ahead." He put all his trust in Eulys and said, "Please take care of Winley." He continued, "I'll follow closely after I take care of the other one." Winley's eyes suddenly became panicked. The feverish eyes stuttered. "That reminds me, that guy." Everyone quickly looked back and saw Hong Kai standing in a pool of blood. Davy exclaimed, "Oh no, he ran away." The other two were still extremely angry. Davy quickly urged them on, so the two of them left first. Eulys raised her hand in front of her face and looked at it, then scolded herself. "I'm sorry, I don't think my current mana status can chase after him." Davy wasn't worried. He always said, "Just stay there." The words fell to the ground. A very special light appeared where they were standing. Winley and Eulys's eyes widened in surprise. "What is this?" Looking towards the corpse of Baron Leo, Davy ordered, "I will let the Red Tower handle him." The two people heard this and became even more excited. "Don't tell me, Prince Davy," Eulys asked in surprise. "You can also use magic." Davy smiled in lieu of an answer. He thought to himself, the mana gate Eulys possessed was small enough for my mana level to control and use. I knew it would come in handy. So I did it before thought so. He quickly grinned and made a V sign with his 2 fingers, happily saying, "Goodbye." As soon as the words were finished, Davy disappeared. The white light slowly closed. In a moment he had arrived. On the ground now was only a black, dried blood. He had to exclaim in surprise, "Oh my God." Davy chained Hong Chi tightly on his hand and exclaimed, disdainful of his children like that, and then ran away. He stood there for a long time as if thinking about something. Davy's eyes turned angry. He said angrily, "Really, how dare he drag Winley into this?" Looking at the ghostly scene ahead, he determinedly threatened, "Don't expect to die lightly, Lington." She was angry that Lington was on the run. He was badly injured and was always bleeding on the ground along the way. There was no other sound than that. Davy's footsteps quickly caught up with him. Lington turned his head in fear and looked back. He gritted his teeth and said, "Monster." The cool Davy appeared with the red flag in his hand and slowly replied, "I don't know. Between you and me, who is the real monster?" The guy usually slashed a powerful slash at him. The force created a bright light that scared Lington, forcing him to sit down on the ground and raise his hands to block it. Davy was suddenly surprised, as if he saw something unbelievable. Lington, after that slash. He's still alive. In front of him is a very sturdy, transparent barrier. Call him to escape death by a hair's breadth. Lington is worried about life and death. Then suddenly changed expression and smirked. "Ha ha ha." Lington pointed at Davy and laughed gleefully. "Ha ha ha, so always have a last resort." I found the situation a little more difficult to handle than I thought. Davy frowned and thought, so cute. It felt like the air was being set back into solidity by her. He looked around calculatingly. The barrier was created by concentrating a considerable amount of mana in one place. It must have taken quite a bit of effort to create it. Suddenly, Count Lington brought out a remote control. Without hesitation, he pressed the button. Beep, Then he said in a sarcastic tone, "You're good at acting on your own, you monster." Earl Lington but quickly let go of the remote, tried to stand up and hide in that barrier. Purcell seemed to realize his purpose and immediately reminded Davy he was about to run away. He stepped forward and stomped on the remote control, then laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, I won!" He confidently introduced this as the mana gate I found among the relics. Although it was a bit slow once activated, it could take me through this dimension. He looked at him and said defiantly, "Why don't you try slashing it with your damn magic sword?" Davy listened calmly to what he had to say. Count Lington was very pleased with his plan and boasted proudly, "I will not easily forgive those who interfere with my experiments. Just wait, I will definitely capture them alive and put them in the test tube." He insisted, "Just wait and see." The guards and Davy calmly watched him, fantasizing about his power. Count Lington said confidently as he pulled open his shirt. Inside were small test tubes with blue liquid. He chewed his teeth and smiled happily. "I have the formula you created. Everything you have done up to now will be wasted." His eyes became crazy. The more he spoke, the more confident he became in his ambition. Lington laughed gleefully at Davy. "You can't save anyone. Not now. Not in the future, after I'm gone." "Ha ha ha." Davy remained silent, leisurely resting Honky on his shoulder. Earl Lington's body was slowly disappearing. He waved his hand proudly to him. He did not forget to challenge him to continue. "How about it? At least I will listen to you one last time." Davy let out a long breath. He asked tiredly, "Are you done talking? I'm getting bored." The words just ended. He raised his hand and began to hold the Lamkai sword tightly. No more words. Davy used Lamkai to slash the side of his shield and then ordered goodbye. At this moment Earl Lington was still laughing. He had not yet sensed the approaching danger. A moment later Lington reacted and exclaimed, "What?" The shield quickly shattered into many pieces. Davy stood tall and watched the fun. He glanced at Lamkai and exclaimed, it didn't matter if it was a mana barrier knife or a gate, because he knew Lamkai could cut things that didn't exist in the physical world. There were still many ways to kill people. Davy held Lamkai tightly and stood tall, watching everything crumble before him. She was terrified as she saw Lington lying motionless in a pool of blood. She sighed in admiration. He had become a corpse again. Davy said without mercy, this was the inevitable outcome, based on his inhuman actions. He went in and pulled his hair, gritting his teeth. He said with some regret that he didn't intend to let him die so easily, but it was all his fault. Before Davy could finish his sentence, there was a sudden shaking. Everything became blurry. "Just scared and worried, what's the matter?" Davy chuckled. He was sweating. Then he turned his gaze towards the Count's murder and cursed Lington, "This bastard, he intends to erase the evidence." It seemed he had realized his purpose. He was still a thorn in the side until the last minute. Elsewhere, horses' hooves were hurrying along the road. Someone's voice was extremely authoritative, giving orders to his subordinates. "Search the area. The first and third knights will be in charge of capturing Count Lington and Captain Corneo." He gave very careful instructions. "If they resist retreat, do not exert yourself." It turned out to be Prince Boris. He was riding a white horse and speaking loudly to everyone. "Second squad of knights, find and protect Baron Corneo. The rest will take care of the people." He shouted angrily in a meticulous manner. "Don't forget, our goal is not to risk lives, but to protect the safety of the people, save as many as possible." The subordinates heard the order and galloped forward like arrows. They obediently accepted the order. "Yes, Your Highness." Boris's expression became worried. The situation in this area was quite bad. The atmosphere was extremely desolate, revealing a sense of death. He glanced around and sighed. "Before I went anywhere was not so bad." A few days after leaving the Heiser region, Countess Lington arrived as the head of the epidemic control team. He recalled, based on the covenant, he should have waited to see if he had some authority over this area. At that moment, Boris looked back in surprise. He recalled the person he had met that day. He had received news of a suspicious situation from Baron Corneo after meeting him, that someone might have spread the disease. While Boris was still lost in his thoughts, a voice suddenly rang out, pulling him back to reality. "Your Highness, please look here." The report was extremely panicked. Baris rode up on a white horse. He was startled to see a corpse. Looking at the corpses lying on the ground, also wearing familiar clothes, Baris quickly realized they were all dead knights. He was shocked and couldn't believe his eyes. There was so much. What the hell was going on here? The situation was urgent. Baris urged himself to gallop his horse forward at full speed. He had to hurry. At a majestic and magnificent palace, hurried footsteps entered. Baris was impatient, Baron Gorneo. When he heard the call, he turned around in surprise. Prince Baris. He exclaimed happily, "You're back." But now Baris was completely stunned. A question mark appeared on his face when he saw the scene before him. Baron Gorneo stepped forward worriedly, speaking with concern. "Fortunately, the day is fine." Baris replied even more confusedly, "I am the one who is worried about you." He looked around. Everyone was working hard. He wondered what exactly happened here. Baron Gorneo quickly explained Prince Davy and Princess Winley were here. He was shocked when he heard that you came. Baron Gorneo proudly said again, "And that day developed the remedy within 3 days." Hearing this, Baris's head ached and he shouted, "What?" He said slowly, "Honestly, I was also surprised. Even our epidemic control team had given up on this disease, and yet Prince Davy could cure it so easily." Baris was always impatient. "What about those corpses out there?" the Baron replied without changing his expression. "They must be Count Gorneo's subordinates. It seems they want to get rid of us once the medicine has been prepared." Baris was extremely worried when he heard this. He asked in panic, "What about my brother? What happened to Winley?" Seeing him like that, Baron Gorneo quickly reassured him, "Please calm down. You don't need to worry," but he just kept getting angrier and angrier. "Why can't you worry? The medicine is very important, but my brother and Winley are much more important to me." Baris angrily punched the wall beside him. Baron Gorneo asked worriedly, "Prince Baris, are you okay? Please speak up." His eyes were panicked. Gritting his teeth, he began to imagine the worst possible scenario. What if, like the two of them? The more he thought about it, the more he broke out in a cold sweat. Winley was a gullible fool. If anything happened to that fool, then... Suddenly, Baris turned around and saw Winley. His face suddenly darkened because of his recent loss of composure. He suddenly stammered, Ulyss smiled teasingly. "It seems Prince Baris cares more about you than you tell me." Winley blushed. Her eyes were suspicious because she had never seen her brother act like this before. She asked, "Hey, why are you suddenly like this? It's not like you at all." But before he could answer, there was suddenly a slight movement that caused everyone in the arena to be stunned. A moment later, everything returned to normal, but the light bulb above remained still. Everyone looked up and asked in wonder, "Earthquake." Outside, the sky was pitch black. The birds were also panicking and flying high. They moved to a new hiding place. On this side, Davy smashed everything around him with great force. It created a huge explosion. The impact also shattered the rocks and soil. He looked at his achievement and said happily, "It's easier now that it's just in time." Davy put his hands on his hips and laughed happily. "Ha ha ha, I just need to destroy everything." Suddenly Purcell pointed forward and said to him. Davy looked over there. The monsters were moving forward majestically. He exclaimed in surprise, "The Chimera." He looked down. They escaped. Purcell continued, "What matters is their direction." Hearing that, he finally paid attention and asked again direction. He looked in the direction they were moving. Davy seemed to have guessed that direction was the Ordem region. Looking at the monsters moving in a massed herd, Davy suddenly got feverish and cursed. Damn it. He sighed and thought, if they escaped into the forest, it would be difficult to catch them one by one. Purcell quickly came up with a plan. Or should we go back and set up a defense line there first? Davy looked up at the distant sky. The sky was pitch black. He was pleased with the idea and praised it. Good idea. Having said that, he immediately jumped forward. Davy soared hundreds of meters high. Suddenly he stopped, feeling around. He snapped his fingers and a yellow thread appeared. Then he clicked his tongue and said with satisfaction, "Perfect moisture." Davy sneered. He reached out and grabbed the sword beside him and called out, "Honkai!" He gently stroked the sharp sword, "But I have to borrow some of your mana," he told himself. "If there is no way, then I will create one." Purcell looked at him with a puzzled expression. She asked in surprise, "What do you want to do?" Davy patiently explained to her. Normally, a level 5 mage couldn't use area of effect magic, but with what I have in my hand, I will be able to use the mana from Honki and myself to cast the spell. As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed Honki straight up to the sky. A bright pink light source was created and shot straight in the middle. Mysterious circles were also created under his feet. "The tip of the sword has enough energy," Davy said. "We will use the lightning." A scene of pure white with a myriad of colors was created. Davy's face was full of confidence. He exclaimed, "Define the scope, expand the boundary, reorganize the body." Then mysterious yellow light suddenly appeared around him. Inside, many characters appeared that looked very difficult to understand. Purcell's eyes widened in surprise. She asked in wonder, "This is the first time I've seen this kind of language. Is this rune?" Davy chuckled. His whole person was filled with unbelievable secrets. He spread his arms out. Standing in the middle of those yellow circles, he began to calculate. The range would be the entire area behind him. He looked at the monsters running hastily below and made a plan. "I don't need to chase after the ones that split off. Just deal with the ones that get past me." He stood in the middle of the golden light, thinking for a long time. Suddenly Davy turned back to Purcell and said, "Oh, I just thought of something I want to try." She asked in surprise, "What is it?" He said slowly, "Not fire, it was thunder." The words just ended. He tightened his grip on Honkai that he was holding in his hand. Then he jumped up and slashed a terrifyingly powerful blow at the monsters. He shouted, "Die, insects! Chain of fire, summon lightning." The fierce rays of light also appeared. They struck down fiercely and created an extremely great power. They lit up the entire dark sky. The horse-drawn carriage wheels ran on the dirt road, hitting the rapids, kicking up dust. The knights escorted a white carriage bearing the royal emblem as it galloped away. A knight slashed at an assassin so hard that he fell to the ground. "Damn it!" The knight clenched his reins and cursed. A voice called out from below Sabellus, "We can't hold on any longer." One of the team reported their situation. "At this rate, they'll catch up with us." Looking at the assassins who were whipping their horses in pursuit behind Belus, cursed under his breath. "Damn assassins," they kept following, chasing. A golden lightning bolt struck down towards them. A knight discovered a phenomenon of thunder and lightning striking the forest as they passed through. Belus was surprised and pointed in that direction, stammering, "What is that?" Then he quietly thought about something. He shouted to the carriage running ahead, "Forest, we will run into the forest." Someone objected, "What, that place with constant thunder and lightning?" The three women in the car were scared now. "Is not the time to hesitate. Quickly run away." The hooded girl hugged her body tightly and kept muttering, "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." The girl beside her kept comforting her. The horse-drawn carriages galloped into the forest, thunder and lightning rumbling continuously. They were running into the forest to escape the assassins, who were madly chasing them from behind. At this moment, lightning bolts wrapped around the feet with a loud bang. Purcell shouted, "Davy, don't try so hard. Your brain will be fried at this rate." Purcell reminded that this is not something that humans can control. "Do you know how pale your face is?" Davy stubbornly replied, it's okay in the void." Davy continued to cast magic, creating powerful lightning bolts that continuously struck the green area. Davy held his head and rested. The mana consumed wasn't much, it just wore down my spirit. Tired legs swaying constantly, so tired I think I'm going crazy. Davy kept complaining, if not go back to rest. Suddenly he saw a galloping carriage, he wondered. From above, a sparkling carriage stopped at the base of a tree. Secretly thought a horse carriage. To Davy's astonishment, he exclaimed, "Why is there a carriage here that is the royal carriage?" The Demon Queen replied, and the carriage was painted platinum. Davy continued the empire. The royal carriage continued to gallop away from the assassins, who were chasing closely behind. Davy rested his chin on his hand and speculated it couldn't be Contes, thousands of kilometers to the west, nor could it be the Lindis Empire of the Palinor continent to the east. Purcell advised, forget it. If they were targeting the royal family, then the enemy wouldn't be ordinary people. Davy remained silent despite Purcell's dissuasion. If he suddenly got involved, he would be in even greater danger. Under the tree window of the carriage, the girl in the pink hat is clinging to the carriage. Davy touched his chin and looked down. The girl in the car seemed to have realized that someone was staring at her in the air, eyes wide open to see the young man. Davy was stunned when he smelled a light floral scent that brushed past him. He closed his eyes and slowly inhaled the scent, feeling comfortable when his mind was clear. Feels like being in the middle of a gentle green flower garden. This is the refreshing feeling of a spirit master. Davy watched the royal carriage from above, wordlessly using his magic. Intricately patterned charms appeared above the assassins' heads. To his amazement, Purcell exclaimed Davy. The spell flashed with a loud bang. Everyone was amazed to see rocks and dust flying everywhere after a big lightning strike. Below the assassins lying in the big hole, Davy joked with Purcell. Oops, slipped. Purcell saw Davy fly away, helplessly speechless. Hay then got the answer. Oh, I don't see anything. Suddenly his whole body trembled and stiffened. Davy's whole body fell into the forest, despite Purcell's calls. The sky turned blue again. The bright sun shone down on the mountains and forests. An unusually quiet black. There was a soft call, Princess. A knight happily shouted, "We are alive. We are the Empire. We have safely crossed the border. Cheers, the Imperial Knights will soon come to pick us up." The knight carefully axed the princess down from the carriage. Looking around at everyone, I didn't see Mr. Halus, I didn't see Mr. Luxa or Mr. Hivina. The princess sobbed and said, I'm sorry, everyone. She held her hat bowed and said, let everyone suffer because of a mixed blood like me. Everyone heard that and objected, Princess. It's not because of your two bloodlines, that's absurd. That's right, who dares to say your birth is lowly? Belus knelt down and said, our incompetence has made your highness sad. Please grant death. The prince quickly waved his hand and said stop. Hurriedly stammering an explanation, I don't want any of you to get hurt because of me anymore. Belus said softly, your highness? The princess's hand tightly grasped the cut skirt. That's right. At least I have to be strong for His Majesty the Emperor, but her voice suddenly stopped. Belus solemnly swears that he swears on the name of the Belus royal family that he will investigate and clear up every grudge of His Highness's people. The princess looked at the knights who had protected her with their lives all along the way and replied, thank you, Lord Belus. A knight behind spoke up, and Captain, what is that ray of light? Belus immediately replied, I don't know. No matter how I think about it, it can't be a natural phenomenon. Everyone was talking excitedly. How could that be done? Another person added. The important thing is that we are still alive. We don't understand why, but that ray was controlled by someone and shot down. The princess just silently listened to everyone discuss about the strange phenomenon just now. Belus speculated one day this person will be the great mage of the continent. Although I'm not sure that will happen, the knight beside him replied, of course. If a person could cause such a disaster, it wouldn't be a person, but a dragon standing at the pinnacle of magic. Everyone laughed happily, only the princess remained silent. Holding out his hand, muttering that boy with the light hair. The judgmental voice rang out light and simple, giving off a sense of trust. Davy was now lying among the old trees. With the scent of cherry blossoms, his eyes were closed, as if he was sleeping, but in fact, he was unconscious. The sunlight through the green leaves of the trees creates a beautiful picture. The surrounding atmosphere is strangely quiet. Davy's eyes moved slightly. A bead of sweat formed on his cheek. His cheeks also suddenly wrinkled in response. In just a moment, his eyes slowly opened, his brows furrowed. The first person he saw was the beautiful demon lady. Her delicate voice called out Purcell, made the demon lady excitedly shout, Hey, you're awake. Davy sat on the ground tiredly, Berserk said with concern. Drink some water first. He replied, thanks, it's been a long time since I slept this well. Purcell looked at him and confided, how long have I been sleeping? It's only been about 2 hours. He looked around at the scenery under the setting sun and muttered, but I'm sure that's enough to make the Ordem territory panic, I guess. After saying that, he lay down and put his hand on his head, then let me sleep a little longer. Purcell snapped, what? You must think of those who care for you. Purcell's golden voice echoed through the trees. Baris ran from somewhere and called out in panic, hey bro! Davy stood up from his sleep and asked, what's wrong, Baris? When did you get back? Baris quickly replied, just recently. But first Davy asked, punctuating his words. Baris looked him over and felt him from head to toe, from front to back. Luckily, he wasn't hurt anywhere. Boris breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "You have no idea how worried I was when you were left alone in Dad's hideout." Davy was speechless, thinking to himself he was too protective of his teacher. Boris looked around and said, "We tried our best to form a rescue team for Winley and Ulyss, but they couldn't come." Entering a forest with hundreds of rays of light was no different from committing suicide. Considering Boris's personality, it was a miracle that the kid managed to get lost for 5 hours. Brother Winley also ran out of breath following Ulyss. The little girl hugged Davy tightly, her mouth chattering. "Are you hurt anywhere? Are you safe, right?" He nodded in response. "Yes, yes." Boris angrily shouted, "Why did you come here? I told you to stay on the bed." The little girl hugged him helplessly and shouted, "Shut up! Do you want me to stay comfortably on the bed while he is missing?" Ulyss looked at Davy and smiled. "I see you are very lovable, Davy," rubbed Winley's head and said, "Do you think so? It looks great." Davy asked with concern, "Did anything happen after you two returned first?" Ulyss replied, "Not much. It seems you have completely destroyed them." Ulyss recounted that if it weren't for you, we would have been in big trouble. Prince Davy is the elder of the Magic Tower. This situation is truly shameful. And the medicine too. Ulyss felt guilty inside. "I'm so sorry about that," Davy interrupted. "Oh, you mean this?" Davy shook a bottle containing a pale blue liquid. Ulyss exclaimed in surprise. "How? Lington, that bastard, hid this thing well in his clothes." Davy smugly looked at the bottle in his hand and thought I stole it from him before we escaped. "So don't worry, just go back inside." Looking at Ulyss and Winley, who were looking intently, he continued, although he had given first aid, just in case the two of them needed proper treatment, he softly called out Prince Davy. Night falls at the palace. Davy listened to Boris tell him everything that had happened up until now. Nothing special. Earl Lington was behind it all, and the epidemic broke out when he used pirates to spread it. That's it. Gently placing the small bottle on the table, Davy examined the jar, the symbol of the disease control organization, receiving the reply that we only found this after searching the bandit base for several days. They invaded and acted like this place belonged to them. Boris frowned angrily, his fists clenched. Boris said the boy used the epidemic as an excuse to leave the territory to find evidence. Baron Gorneo initially opposed everything he did in this territory. Maybe he did that because he didn't want to cause trouble for an outsider like me. Davy thought sadly, "I feel a little sorry for him. Now it's my turn to speak." Boris interrupted his thoughts. Davy noticed his brother asking him, "Can I ask you a question?" Boris sat back and waited for the answer. "Okay. It seems like they have a lot of questions." "Well, I still tell them now. If I just participated in this, normally it would be nothing, but what I have done so far is unbelievable to them. Uses sword energy to perform swordsmanship. High fighting skills to the point of defeating a swordmaster. Bears a holy seal and has unknown medical knowledge. I used a level 5 spell to send Winley and Ulyss back to the territory." Davy sat quietly drinking tea. Is this really the ability of a boy under 20 years old? Even the Princess Eleanor de Falan, who practiced swordsmanship before picking up a pen, had not yet reached the level of a swordmaster. Even the continent's best god Ulyss is losing his mastery. Unexpectedly, a 17-year-old boy who had been in a coma for a third of his life easily surpassed them. Davy raised his teacup, lost in thought. "Even I know this is an impossible task." He gave a sad smile. "But I've been through it all for 1,000 long, bitter years." Boris quack. Winley paused. "You idiot, it's like we're interrogating him." "Don't be so rude," Winley snapped back. "But I'm curious." Ulyss added, "I still can't believe you can use magic without chanting," ignoring Winley's surprised shout. What calmly added, "Furthermore, Davy drank his tea while listening to Ulyss. The amount of mana I sensed from you is that of a normal person. How is that possible?" Maybe he was curious about that. Well, theoretically using magic without chanting is impossible. Looking at the demon lady, Davy thought to himself that he should be grateful that they didn't think he was the one behind the thunderstorm in the forest, but he just said it softly because there was simply no chance of that happening. Putting the teacup down on the table, that was because... Put the teacup down on the table, that's because the 3 people stopped to listen. Davy smiled gently and replied easily, "I work hard." The other 3 said in unison, What do you mean?" Davy calmly replied, "Like I said, I've worked very hard in a short period of time." Leaning on the teacup, he whispered, "Well, basically, he wasn't lying. That period of time is very short. 1,000 years is not enough to learn everything." Davy recalls the days of hard training climbing from dawn to dusk. He pulled the covers up and sat up in confusion. He sighed. "I woke up in the middle of a nap and thought about my training achievements." Davy looked at his bandaged hands and exclaimed, "The heroes had exhausted themselves until I was sick of them." He sneered, yet he was so diligent that even a goblin passing by found it funny. In the spacious room where 4 people were gathered to talk, Boris was so surprised that he broke out in a cold sweat and smiled wryly, "Ha ha ha." Boris asked him in front of everyone, "Ha ha ha, are you kidding? No matter how hard you work, you can't reach this level in a year." Davy leisurely crossed his legs, sipping his tea and pondering. Maybe they thought they only started working hard after they woke up. He said it comfortably. "There are many things in this world that are unproven. Moreover," Davy hesitated for a moment before continuing. He never said it would only take him a year. Boris's eyes widened in surprise, and he was filled with doubts. Davy around looked at his brother's satisfied expression and continued speaking. "Just like Ulyss said, he can only sense normal mana from you. So how can you create such a dense longsword? That's probably what you're wondering." Boris was asked the exact question he was wondering about, and quickly answered, "Is that right? How could that be?" Davy grinned knowingly. He sighed and chuckled softly, "Someday." He stood up, adjusted his shirt, and spoke more clearly. Someday at the right time he would tell everything. Boris was sleeping with, a belly full of questions, but did not know how to ask him. He stood up and said nothing more. Davy around looked at everyone in the room and thought, "I can't tell them about the Hall of Heroes yet. Even if they refuse to believe me and ask for the truth, I can only say now that I worked hard to reach this level. There is only one person who knows the truth, that is Perseol the Demon Lady, a beautiful and charming lady who is always in a state of sleep deprivation." She glanced at Davy and said, "Hey, lend me your knee," he exclaimed. "That's enough." He watched as everyone in the room continued to chat about happy stories, whether they believed that one day he would tell them everything. Then they accepted his absurd explanation and temporarily ended the conversation. As night fell, the starry sky, combined with the harmony of crickets, created a peaceful evening outside the mansion. But in contrast to the outside, inside was a noisy scene. But one thing led to another. At this moment, Davy Aron was standing there grinning, not knowing what had happened to him. Honkai's mother looked angry and didn't even look at Davy Aron. He asked curiously, "Are you still angry, Honkai?" "Don't be like that. I want to pat the baby's head like the baby reached up with the blanket to avoid my hand." Wow, in that hamster-like girl with a mouthful of sunflower seeds, Davy Aron collapsed before the cuteness of this stubborn brat. He told himself now was not the time to exclaim, but who could resist this cuteness? His eyes lit up and his face flushed with delight. He wanted to get the little girl's attention, so he shamelessly played a game, Peekaboo, Hong Chi, look, Peekaboo. He worriedly thought that Candiras was the same. Whenever mana-containing ego weapons used up their mana, they would start to become sluggish. Perhaps Candiras had an ego that matured and grew stronger over time, but for Hongqi, who was less than a month old, the amount of mana used up in that series of disasters must have been enormous. Faced with his teasing and joking, Hongqi showed his face full of delight. Suddenly he exclaimed, "Damn it, this won't work." Suddenly Lamki appeared, hugged Hongqi and acted spoiled. "Stop it." Davy A.L. Round pulled out a fragrant cookie in front of Hongqi Tada. He continued to speak sweetly. "These are the cookies you like. They're delicious. Do you want some Hongqi and Lamkai's?" Eyes sparkled like stars as they stared at the cookie in his hand. Seeing that the two kids didn't say anything, he pretended to sigh regretfully. "Ah, no, I don't want to." But in his heart, he secretly laughed. "I know you really want to eat." But the little girl still pretended not to pay attention to him. He continued to say, "It seems you must be very angry, Honkai." He smiled knowingly. The girl wanted cookies but couldn't get them because she was sulking. Why did he find it cute? Davy Around held up the cake and said in a regretful voice, "I guess we have no choice." He emphasized once again, if you don't want it, we have to eat it. Then he brought the cake straight to his mouth and ate it deliciously. Davy around kept teasing, so delicious, no. He took the cake and put it in his mouth, chewing it deliciously and praising the blooming water in front of 2 pairs of eyes that were about to choke. Now in Hongki's eyes he was a horned demon with a long predatory tongue. Purcell suddenly stepped forward and shouted angrily, full of anger, "You idiot!" She angrily yelled and scolded, "What are you doing to a child? I knew you would do that." With that said, something suddenly brushed past Davy Arone, along with a long flutter of hair. She wanted to get the little girl's attention, so she shamelessly played peekaboo. "Come here," she coaxed. "Okay, you must be sad." He stood there looking at her in amazement. Davy Arone looked away, stunned and speechless. You, the demon lady, glared at him and replied, "What?" "I was angry for a long time and only got 1 sentence out. Can you enlarge it?" Purcell looked at him disdainfully and replied, "It's not that difficult to enlarge." Then she looked at the 2 children and said to him in a smug voice, "When using my magic power, I can even change into any outfit I want. Davi e ron kan mieng ban vasui, ngamkoli haikothi mang fapluk komot lien kit jakbit." Purcell patted the 2 kids' heads and comforted them. "Good boy." Suddenly the 2 kids screamed and called her Mum. She was so surprised that she almost fell back in surprise, Mum. While Purcell was still unconscious, the 2 children kept calling Mum, Mum. Davy Arone clasped his hands and looked at the happy scene before him and said to her, "You made the baby cry." She panicked and her hands and feet were shaking. She could only hug the 2 kids and comfort them. "What do you mean?" Hongki and Lamkai suddenly got up and the father, Davy Arone, stood there helplessly looking and laughing. "Ha ha." Purcell hugged and comforted. "Don't worry, it's Mom, don't worry." He stood outside and sighed and pondered deeply about this girl as expected of the previous Demon King. You adapt so quickly. Nowadays on the mainland, demons are famous as evil creatures that only appear in ancient books. But looking at the scene, perhaps everyone just misunderstood. Thinking about it, he let out a long sigh of admiration. Davy Arone snapped out of his thoughts and pulled out a few cookies from somewhere and went to flatter Hongqi. "I have more cookies, Hongqi." Hongqi replied without looking at Davy, and at this moment Po got angry and spoke to him in a high-pitched voice. "Davy, sometimes I really want to sew your talkative mouth shut." He put the cookie in his miserable mouth and savoured the taste. Cookies Davy Dark tasted bitter. A few days later, the sky was blue again. Everything was peaceful. Outside, it was also bustling with people shopping as usual. The incident was officially over, and we began distributing medicine to the people in the territory. Of course, we don't stop there. We're also setting up a vaccine system to prevent future outbreaks. Even though we have a cure, we can't do anything about the viruses that are already present in the territory, as the rest depends on Lord Baris's decision. From this incident, more than 300 people died in the Ordem territory. He held the report and replied lightly, "Is that so? So that's less than expected." The masked broker wondered, "Don't you feel anything?" Davy tapped his hand on the table and said with a smile, "I'm just grateful that such a deadly disease hasn't gotten worse." "How many people do you think live in this territory?" Davy thought darkly. It was a disease that had killed tens of millions of people on other continents. If I don't come here and it spreads to the neighbouring territories, using Ordem as the hotbed, the eastern half of the continent will be damaged by it. Things will be even worse. And so what Lington did was so ridiculous, I can't help but be grateful that we were able to stop it with just the deaths of a few hundred people. The masked broker asked again, "You must know about this epidemic." "Your Highness," he said with a sigh. "That's right." The other broker asked again, "How much do you know?" He sneered. "Well, is that deductible from the fee?" The masked man replied calmly, "I am an information broker. I calculate everything for the final cost." The man continued, "Of course it is converted into points. You are too subjective, Davy." Arone put on an innocent face and said, "I will not need to give you my organs." The broker sweated in response to his joke. "I respectfully decline your offer. I value my life very much." He sighed, leaning back in his chair, propping his arms up, and said in a frustrated tone, "I really can't understand what you're thinking anymore. Isn't it about time you told me what you want from me? Tell me now." Facing Davy, Aaron's sorrowful expression, the other man calmly replied, "No, I still need to earn more points. I have to make sure you have no choice but to fulfill my request." He looked at the other man with a bored look and said in a sorrowful voice, "I don't know what kind of request this is. If you are like this, why don't you work for me? Will you accept me?" Davy, Aaron looked at the man and laughed contemptuously. "Ha! You think I will accept someone like you?" He sighed in frustration and thought to himself, "I don't care about your past or your relationships, but if you really want me to accept you, you have to at least take off your robe first." Davy Aaron's eyes were determined. He also wanted to know who the other party really was. He lowered his eyes and opened the drawer of his desk. The crystal ball. He thought deeply, who could it be? I couldn't think of anyone who would contact me. He was wondering when suddenly the sphere showed a familiar face. He exclaimed in surprise, "Amy." The scene was beautiful with blue sky and white clouds below were the luxurious ancient palaces. When Euless and Winley arrived, Winley waved and called out, "Hey brother," in an excited tone. Davy Aaron turned his head around when he heard someone calling him. Looking around with a bewildered expression, someone's voice rang out announcing, all preparations were complete. He remembered a week had passed since that day. After the virus was eradicated, most patients were able to return to their normal lives. At this time, everyone looked healthy and bustling outside. However, because the virus was quite strong, of course, some people died after succumbing to the virus. But overall, it was fine. Suddenly, a daisy wreath appeared. Suddenly, a boy jumped on Davy Aaron and put a daisy necklace around his neck and shouted loudly. He exclaimed happily, the Ordum region had returned to its original state. When he heard that, he immediately raised his hand to greet everyone. When everyone around heard that, everyone was happy and cheered. Everyone cheered and said cheering for the saint. At this time, when Davy Aaron heard everyone calling him a saint, he was embarrassed and said, if only they didn't cheer like this, it would be better. Everyone continued to cheer them. Saint, seeing Perceval like this, it was embarrassing to use him. Davy Aaron came out of the crowd and walked towards Winley and Euless, making his sister happy. He told them that he had finished everything and was going home. When he said that, his sister told him that the carriage wasn't very fast, but he would be able to return in 4 days. Easily when he heard what he said. Great, he had already calculated in his mind that the mangacap he used to travel from Heroines needed to be recharged, so he would use the carriage to return. As Davy Aaron was looking around, Euless said there were many beautiful sights along the way. Yui looked and said, are not too bad. He sat looking out deep in thought. I rushed into such a big plan to live a carefree life. He thought to himself that in the future I will eat a lot and retire early. I have never wanted a life that is burdened by work like this. Moreover, enjoying laziness is much more comfortable, Davy. Aaron thought as he smiled in a cute way. The guy Euless said we will start to depart. He thought even if it takes a while to get there. The car passed a beautiful waterfall. Above were waterfalls flowing with clear blue water, and below were large and small rocks stacked on top of each other. How beautiful were those things combined. The car gradually moved away from the waterfall. As Davy Aaron sat quietly looking at the beauty outside, suddenly his sister called him brother. He turned to his sister and asked, "What's wrong? I'm fine, don't worry." The little sister, with a worried face and clenched hands, asked each question. "But is it okay to leave Boris alone? I'm a little worried," she said in a questioning tone. "Why did he send me to Heroines too?" Seeing his sister so worried, Euless immediately turned around and said, "I don't know. Maybe it was because he wanted her to rest comfortably somewhere else that day. He said that to help his sister not think too much and help her worry less." When his sister heard that, she shouted loudly, "That guy? But you know, that's not the right reason." Of course, there was another reason. Davy Aaron recalled his conversation with Boris. He and Boris were sitting in a luxurious room. Boris said to him in a helpless voice, "I'm sorry, but can I give Winley to you for the time being? If she stays with me, she will be safer than if she stays with you." When he heard Boris say that, his face became confused. Not understanding why, he asked, "You don't seem to be doing well. Is something wrong?" Boris hesitated. After a while, Boris spoke. "There have been some disappearances. Some children in the orphanage run by the territory have disappeared. As he spoke, Boris's face grew more worried. The news had not spread yet, but if Winley found out, I didn't know what she would do. In his mind, Boris was right to be worried, and I heard Amy say a few days ago, this happened in the Heinz area too. The blue gem that appeared looked very beautiful. Once the sisters' worries were dispelled, the sister and Ulyss noticed the scenery outside. The sister said, it looks different outside. It looks like we're going to Heinz soon. The sister was very excited about this. When Davy Aaron heard the two people excited about getting there, he said in a glue-spraying tone, "Ha! I want to get there as late as possible." When the two people heard him say that they were very confused, the little sister asked him what happened there. He answered with a sheepish face, "Yes, I heard that a rather troublesome person was present there." When Ulyss heard him say that he was very confused, The scene at this moment is very awkward. As the carriage was moving, suddenly, a group of horses appeared blocking the way. Seeing this, the younger sister immediately looked out the window to see what was going on. Who was the person in the group of horses talking to his carriage? "Guys, do you know whose car you're blocking? Excuse me, the scene is really tense right now." Two people looked out the window. Two people stammered, "What is that symbol?" The cool-looking lion emblem must have a special function. "The captain of the Red Dragon Knights." Ulyss said to him urgently, "Please forgive my insolence." Davey and Raoul listened to him with a calm face. He continued, "We came to escort." He introduced himself as the captain of the Red Dragon Knights, Ulyss. When he heard him introduce himself, his face darkened and he said, "Why is that girl's bodyguard here?" The captain said to him, "It's been a long time since I've seen 5th rank Ulyss." She said to him softly, "A week ago, in addition to the news about the situation in the territory, I also heard another news from Amy." When he heard her say that, his face immediately changed. He smiled with a sinister smile as he said to her, "That's why I say she's a smart girl." When she heard him say that, she immediately said, "Little girl A, if I remember correctly." Well, the person who made the contract with Candiras was about the same age as him. She was a beautiful girl with long golden hair and a gorgeous blue dress. The Palan Empire's precious child had gone out for a trip. The image of a large, majestic palace appeared. Suddenly, the image of an arrow appeared, looking very dazzling. The image of the center circle at that time also had arrows appearing. The person who shot these arrows must be quite the person. The image of a man wearing a dragon robe pulling a bow with his hand looks very skillful. The arrow is surrounded by a very powerful electric current. The image of the arrow turned into a bird with shining wings flying towards the target. Indeed, the arrow pierced the center circle decisively and quickly. When the arrow was in the center, suddenly a voice said, "They hit the bull's eye." Then laughter suddenly rang out. Prince Albus Al-Lindis. "Praise the king, you are truly extraordinary, your majesty." When the king heard him say that, he was very happy and asked, "Do you want to try?" When Prince Albus Al-Lindis heard the king's protection, he smiled shyly and put his hand on his head, rubbing his head and saying, "Haha, how can I compete with a master archer like you? Your Majesty, if I compete with you in an archery match, I will lose in shame. What a sweet-talking guy who knows how to please others." The king looked at him with a rather stern face. Well, the emperor of the Lindis Empire, Theod Al-Lindis, he said, the future leader of this empire is really a crybaby. When he heard that, he forced a smile and replied to the king, "Ha ha ha, a fool like me has no talent for using a bow." The king, with a slightly sad and disappointed face, said to him, "At this rate you will lose the throne to your brothers." He answered him with a confident face, "If you have the guts, then try it." It seemed like he had made thorough preparations. As he spoke, he poured tea for the king. The king calmly told him, "It seems that the prince is living very well." He also calmly and frankly replied, "Yes, I am living well thanks to your generosity. Your Majesty, you are truly a person worth paying attention to." The king confided to him, "Of course, if you are a real man before you fly out into the wider world, you must know how to cherish your family. Although those fools only focus on fame and status and completely ignore me." When he heard the king say that, he immediately replied firmly, "You will remember that." The king with his intelligence discovered that he did not come here to watch him shoot his bow and complain. He immediately asked, "It seems that you did not come here to listen to me complain. What are you here for?" When he heard the king say that he did not hesitate to speak out, he said, "Yes, your majesty. I got the information from the Maori Guild." The king heard that and exclaimed, "Oh, so there's progress." The two sat across from each other, enjoying tea together. He continued to speak, "I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" The king was delighted when he heard him say that, "You really know how to tease me." The king immediately pointed at him and said in a cheerful tone, "Very good. Tell me the vague news first." He also quickly replied, "Yes." He said with a calm face, "Earl Lington is dead, and Earl Coleo has been arrested. Their inhuman acts have been revealed, and there will be appropriate punishment." The king, upon hearing him say this, said, "But I heard Coleo's situation, and directly appointed him to the Epidemic Control Organization." He continued speaking. "It seems he had been conducting unauthorized experiments in the Odem territory, on the outskirts of the Roan Kingdom." The king said in an angry voice, "Greed drove him mad, I see. So who dealt with them?" He answered quickly and decisively, as if everything was within his expectations, "The crown prince of the Roan Kingdom." The king said to him thoughtfully, "You mean the young man who is famous everywhere?" He said in a flattering tone, "Your Majesty, there is no need to feel guilty about this matter." The king laughed when he heard him say that, "Haha, do you think I will be able to sit on the throne if such a thing affects me?" The king said to him cheerfully, "Now tell me the good news." He said, "Yes. This is news from Earl Lington and Baron Gornio, who are researching demon blood with him. According to the report, a remedy was created to cure the blood demon disease." When he just said this, the king's face changed color, and he put his hand on his chin in thought. He continued speaking, "Moreover, it was not Baron Gorneo or Earl Lington, but the crown prince of the Roan Kingdom. This was called an unusual situation." The king's face was still thoughtful. The king asked him with a worried curiosity in a cold tone, "Did the medicine work?" He calmly replied, "Yes, after the test, the people of Odem began to return to their daily lives." The image of the kingdom that appeared looked so luxurious and splendid, the prince of the Roan Kingdom. The king said with a smile, "Very interesting. Surely someone will want to lay a hand on him." When the king said that, Albus asked, "What shall we do?" King Theod calmly replied to him, "Can't pretend not to know. Do as you wish." When he heard the king say that, he smiled and said, "You officially invite him to the royal family." When the king heard him say that it was reasonable, he said, "No crime." As King Theod was talking about his intentions, if he had accumulated so many achievements, then marrying a member of the royal family would also be a good idea. At this moment, Princess Aria Al-Lindis walked over. What a coincidence! While the two were chatting happily, Princess Aria, in a gorgeous pink dress, and two servants walked over. When she heard what the king had just said, her face was immediately sprayed with glue, looking very funny. Her eyes glanced at the king. "Very cool." Aria bowed to the two of them and said, "Dear twin dragons of the Empire." When King Theod heard that, he replied with a stern face, "Okay." Hearing that, she stood up, her face expressionless. King Theod, with a stern face, looked at the princess angrily and said, "Stop it." That little princess's name was Aria Al-Lindis. She herself, although a princess, was one of the few mixed-blood human beasts in the Lindis Empire. Those with beast blood were all oppressed, imprisoned without a voice, befriended by cold iron bars and 4 high walls that could not see the light. But Aria Al-Lindis was one of the beastmen who was luckier than the other beastmen. The beastmen were oppressed in the Lindis Empire because she was royalty. It was better. Even though she was a beautiful little princess, she was gentle and kind. But the looks and contempt poured towards her forced her to shrink back. Those eyes always scrutinized the small girl as if they wanted to swallow her fragile body, making her live in fear and trembling, worried that one day those eyes would pounce on her and swallow her until there was nothing left. They hated Aria so much that there were rumors that she had no royal blood. The head of the Lindis Kingdom was Theod Al-Lindis, the Emperor of the Lindis Kingdom, George An Lindis. The Emperor was a stern man, and despite his 40s, he was still very stylish and handsome. George was the father of the beast princess Aeria Al-Lindis. Today, on a beautiful morning, he was asking the little princess Aeria Al-Lindis in a neutral tone, "Why don't you call me father?" Faced with this extremely difficult question, she only coldly responded. Aeria Al-Lindis stammered timidly, answering as if she was afraid of something. She timidly said, "The people around you will spread the news that you are close to a lowly beastman like me." Suddenly, the emperor stood up angrily. He was extremely angry and slammed his hand on the table while looking at Princess Aeria Al-Lindis angrily. She was startled and worried that she had said something wrong. The emperor looked at her and spoke in an angry and questioning voice. "What lowly?" He angrily called out the name of his son and brother Aeria Al-Lindis, Prince Albus Lindis. The emperor called out to Albus, and Prince Albus Lindis politely responded to his father. He made a bold suggestion, "Let's execute them." Father, clearly their faces. The emperor's face was gloomy and grey, so angry that he trembled. When he was angry, his face showed a ferocious expression, like a cobra ready to attack anyone who dared to touch or insult his territory. He gritted his teeth when he heard the little princess say that he immediately ordered the Prince Albus, who dared to say stupid things about the royal family, "I will crush them to pieces, crush them to the point where they will never recover." Prince Albus Lindis put his hand on his back to show his agreement. Accepting the order, the emperor asked to save his son father, and even his sister, the Princess Aeria, was shocked. Aeria Al-Lindis grabbed the emperor's shirt and softly pleaded shyly, "You don't need to do that just for me." Her tone was sincere, as she said she couldn't do that for her child, even though she told her father and brother not to do that for her. But the expression on her face revealed all her emotions. She blushed shyly, looking very adorable. She was half happy and half scared, afraid that if she did that it would affect her father and brother's image. She was also happy because she knew she was still the princess that her father and brother loved. Cherished like an egg, pampered like a flower. Because Aeria Al-Lindis was so excited that she revealed her beast ears. Upon seeing the ears, Emperor Theod Al-Lindis and his brother Prince Albus Antonides jumped in surprise. But then the two returned to their gentle, smiling expressions, as if nothing had happened when they saw the princess's lovely ears. Emperor Theod Al-Lindis patted Princess Aeria Al-Lindis's head and said softly, "You are my beloved daughter. If anyone dares to speak like that about the emperor's daughter, I will destroy them to the point of not even ashes remaining." His words were very gentle, but deep inside there was a faint smell of blood. If anyone dared to touch this little princess, Aeria Al-Lindis was afraid because she was worried about the honor of the emperor and her brother, as well as the image of the royal family, so she shyly refused. Asking father to take back his words and pretend not to hear anything, she was truly a gentle and kind girl. "It was okay if you do that for me. It would damage the dignity of both of you, father and brother." She hesitated a bit and then continued talking about those words. "Please pretend not to hear anything." She put on a pitiful face, and her sparkling eyes looked at the emperor and said earnestly, "Will you promise me?" The emperor smiled to comfort the princess. "Okay, don't worry." The emperor then glanced at his son standing behind him and called out his name, Albus. Albus understood and bowed his head in acceptance. "Yes, I will quietly take care of this matter." Aeria Al-Lindis looked at her father and brother in panic, thinking that the two would agree with her words. But it seemed that she had underestimated the love that her father and brother had for her. She panicked and helplessly shouted, "Father!" On a beautiful day, the light of the blanket blends with the chirping of birds in the land called Heroines country. There was the night court of Princess Eleanor of the Palan Empire standing in front of Davy's mansion. A representative approached the main gate and knocked on the door. Davy stood from the window looking at the knights below and sighed, remembering what had happened in the past. He recalled that some time ago, when he left the Palisti kingdom, he actually blamed all the troubles on that girl and left. If it were him, he would have immediately chased them down and torn them apart, so it would definitely take some time, he thought with a regretful sigh. But things had come to this point when the army suddenly called him. Davy's train of thought was interrupted. She softly called, "Your Highness." But things had come to this point. Suddenly, the army called him, interrupting Davy's train of thought. She gently called, "Your Highness Princess Elena of the Palan Empire requests an audience with you." Davy glared at Amy and laughed. "Ha ha 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 ha. A request, huh?" Amy looked at his expression but couldn't guess what Davy was thinking. She immediately followed the etiquette and said softly, "I'll take her to the living room." Davy looked at Amy with a profound expression. No matter how you looked at her in his eyes, she was nothing more than a big shot. He continued to ponder about this Heinz region, about the girl who was waiting for him to meet her out there. He thought no matter how developed Heinz region was, even if it was the superstar of the territory, on the other hand, an empire, it was still too early for the precious child of the strongest nation on the Palan continent to come here. Ulyss in the distance was sneezing continuously, not knowing who was talking behind his back, returning to Davy's strong thoughts. He thought, of course, even if Ulyss was considered an exception in terms of influence, the other party's strength was decisive. Davy sighed and turned back to Amy, saying, "Reject her." Amy looked at him blankly, a bit surprised by his answer. She stammered, "Huh, yes, but no." Seeing Amy still hesitating there, her mouth stuttering and unable to finish her sentence, Davy sat on the sofa reading documents and didn't know what was wrong with her. He immediately asked Amy what's wrong. When he asked Amy, she immediately answered, "I'll let her know." Although she wondered why the prince did not agree to an audience with Princess Ilana of the Palan Empire. No matter how much she wondered, she did not have the courage to ask him again. She gently kept quiet and walked out of Davy's office. Suddenly, two heads, Honki and Lamki, appeared looking at Davy with sparkling eyes full of curiosity. Perseult also appeared in his original form, put his hand on Davy's shoulder, pouted and looked at him, saying in a questioning voice, "Hey, aren't you afraid of anything happening?" Davy saw the beautiful Demon King and picked up the newspaper to continue reading at the same time, smiling leisurely, and said to Perseult, "I won't act carelessly." After hearing Davy's answer, Perseult fell silent. She looked at Davy with eyes full of dissatisfaction. After that, after refusing that one time, whether they suddenly got angry or not, they continued to come and request an audience. Each time Amy refused the invitation, she felt pressured because of the pressure from both the prince and the knights. Not knowing what Davy was planning, he kept rejecting them, refusing them, and refusing them. Davy refused to meet Princess Eleanor day after day. Davy knew he was the one who initiated it, but they continued to be stubborn in a rather childish way. Poor Amy only knew how to follow orders every time she refused Princess Eleanor's group. She was scolded, the family took it out on Amy, and during this time Amy ended up getting caught up in the trouble and suffered the consequences. She still didn't know why the prince didn't accept this meeting. Although she felt sorry, she didn't know what to do. She just followed Davy's orders, refusing Princess Elena's invitation day after day.